Oh, where is it? Where is it? There it is.
And the lightning over swords swinging by, riding through the mist with honor as my guide. Rage strong, stronger than a dragon's bite, in the throes of power and the Lord of might.
Hey, everybody! What is up? What is up? It's anime night. Now, for those wondering, anime night. I thought this was supposed to be episode 100. Well, given what happened this last Sunday, we felt that we really needed to redo this episode and end it on a better note because a lot went down, and unfortunately I had to end the stream prematurely on a very bad note because what happened was there was a huge argument that really spilled out into a whole bunch. It was one big giant mess, and it put everybody in a sour mood, and that's not what that's not how we wanted to go out with that episode. This is a redux of this episode, but over the past week, given in light of things, we went over and discussed a few rules and everything. So going forward, I just want everybody to know that we are one that we're a group that cares. We're a group that cares and everything. We try to mend rifts and everything, whether or not we agree with it, but we still try and work things out. But given said to that, nobody is above our rules in this stream. No one's above it. I'm not above it. My co-host is not above it. No one. And also, if there is drama, we could settle it off camera and everything. Just let us know what's going on. And going forward, though, there's gonna be some rules, but they're really fair. Like they're very fair rules and everything. And we did have that. We do have some punishments that do match up to what was broken and everything. However, it's entirely up to what was the cause and everything. But when you see the rules and everything, you'll understand that it is very, very fair because we are very fair people. We try and make things work. With that said, we want to have fun and just and I know we rag on each other and everything. I know we do. And that's part of the show. We have fun, we banter, we do all that. That's part of the show. But we also want you, the audience, to have a good time and enjoy the show and feel like, whoa, what happened here? And not feel uncomfortable, none of that. But with that said though, the rules are this. If you're in the chat and we're doing everything, just be mindful and be respectful to the host and the co-host because what we say does go and everything. But the rest of the rules will be detailed throughout the whole thing. So if you have a question about the rules, don't hesitate to ask us. If you have an issue going on with either member or anything, just let us know and we'll handle it. We will sit down with you and everything. With that said, I'm gonna bring my co-host on, and she's gonna have the floor. Take it
Hello.
away. Alrighty. Now
So-
I'm gonna go backstage and give you the entire floor, okay?
So obviously, we've had some different issues for a moment. And I think his system froze as he was
For
doing
now.
that. I'll give him just a moment.
Okay. Yeah, you were like,
Yeah, I think your system froze there. Go ahead now.
yeah. Alright. I'm gonna
So-
put myself backstage. I'm gonna hand the baton to Rosette. Oh, David, I see you. Give us some.
Mhm. So obviously, things did happen, words were said. Now, I am going to say I'm not going into details on who said what to who or who has done anything else to who because I do not believe in the situation, it will do any good to anyone. What I will say, both as a member of the Knights, the table, and as also the one trying to co-host here, is I do apologize to everyone for my reaction to the situation. I did not respond well to what was happening, and that I put on me because I do have issues, and we all do. One thing I have always prided this community on is that we have guys and girls here who we are there for each other when we have differences, when we have disagreements, or when one of us is having mental, educational, intellectual, or physical issues. We're there for each other. That is what I want to focus on going forward. So what I want everyone to understand is if you have a problem with anything that me, anime, or any of us are doing, come to, if it's me or anime, the person who is upsetting you. If it's somebody in the group, come to us to mediate, because we want a unified face where we care about each other with all respect to every member involved. So I am sorry that I reacted, and I'm sorry that sometimes my reactions have had a negative influence. Love you guys. Get up here, anime.
Alrighty, now with all that said, let's try and have some fun bringing everybody up now. There we go. Everybody's here. Everybody's here.
Yay!
Oh boy. So, now that we got everything out of the way and established, and all that. That reminds me, I need to get back. I need to get to the. I'll do this later, but I need to get back into the Streamlabs OBS. Hey, Republic, Yielder Gaming. Hey, David. Hope you're doing good. Hope you are doing good. Today is going to be a hype stream because everybody knows that next week is episode 100. We have a huge episode planned, and we're excited for it. Oh, David's without his headphones. Oh no, he acknowledges us. Okay, good. There he is. All right, I know. Take your time. So
I spilled my coffee.
Oh no.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
You okay there?
Oh no, you're all right.
Should be all right. But it's right where my hand. I put my hand for the mouse.
Oh, that's terrible. I have my drink over here. Actually, that's why I keep it there for a reason. So I officially applied for the monetization. It actually went through on. Well, I hit 3K literally at 2 in the morning on like close to Saturday morning, and I'm like, oh crap, I actually did it. So I hit the apply now. So far, I got the first 2 steps done. I really had that AdSense. Oh my god, that was a conundrum right there.
Oh, that is such a headache. I made my husband do it for me. I mean,
but the base term. But the base terms, though, I feel like are very important. I don't know why people skip over those because they do contain some very important info.
Well, you need to know what the rules are for you to get paid. You need to know how it's going to operate. You need to know all that stuff.
Yeah.
Trust me. That stuff's all vital to make the system work.
Yeah, you'll get an email. You get an email from Google sometimes. They really confuse you sometimes because they expect you to remember the last email.
Oh boy.
The one 6 months ago that you barely paid attention in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Shiny. Yeah, I've had a lot of struggles with trying to follow the whole being monetized and stuff, especially Just between having the ticks and having the brain issues, half the time I'm sitting there going, what am I supposed to be doing? I don't understand.
The way they keep changing the rules is, I'm just going to do what I do. What happens, happens. Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
unfortunately
it's
not
more or
going.
less working. Yeah.
Mhm.
But you got to be careful, man, because if you're hacked and you lose your account, they don't give a rat's. They'll just close it down.
Well, so far, no one's deemed me worthy to be hacked yet. So.
Well, I will say there are a few people who've gotten hacked and eventually got their channels back that were even big ones, like Stevie T.
Yeah, but I think that's because they had somebody who knew them and a community manager who knew them.
I will say in his case it wasn't, but he was also relentless nagging them. And I do mean relentless.
Yeah.
So it's a battle. So just beware. You gotta be really shut up. Careful with your stuff. So
yeah.
This is where I'm a crazy girl. I'm sitting here eating white cheddar stuff and just shaking truffle powder on it. I mean,
is that Marjorie back there?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I'm trying to get my Patreon fired back up again since it's actually drawn some attention.
I've never had one. I don't even know how to set it up.
You're lucky.
Sad truth of your co-host is I know almost nothing about most technology.
I'd kind of forgotten about it.
Well, see, the problem, my Patreon, I was just getting there. I was just getting started. I was getting close to 10 followers. And then because they got adult content, they threw a bloody age verification on and everybody left because they didn't want to produce. And it's like, oh my God. I'm trying to get people. I'm pretty glad you're getting traction. I'm not. So,
How many subs do you have on your channel, David?
It's fallen, unfortunately. Except on BitChute. My BitChute is growing. 600 over 600.
There you go.
I've actually gone up a little bit.
Post your YouTube in the chat so we can make sure everybody's subbed to you.
Okay, I'll give you my YouTube in a moment. Because it's new because my other one was hacked. Starting again is so difficult to get people back. And the problem is, I did get my account restored except for YouTube. Everything but YouTube was restored, which is a pain. And they won't give it back.
Oi.
Well,
Shiny!
What's up?
Hey, Shiny, what's up?
Yeah, much. I'm working on a few scripts in my videos, including I'm gonna call someone out because this person's been annoying. YouTube comments say, "Oh, Shiny, you need to stop this. Stop doing this. We pulled you out of the group. You lied to me." Like he's been acting like this, but like I'm not the same person who I was in the past. To be honest, I already changed. You know what I mean?
Some people will never cut you a break. I've learned that sadly over the years.
Yeah.
So just if they aren't willing to work with you and learn about you and understand you, then screw them.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I say that?
Hey, look, man. Most people change over the course of about every 15 years, which is why franchises die about every 15 years.
Yeah.
Because the majority of people grow up and say, wait a minute, Harry Potter's full of contradictions, hypocrisies, and once-use conveniences. No, this is shit.
And I'm just saying this because I'm just speaking my opinions about this stupid Vic drama got annoying a lot lately because the thing is, it's like Mars Girl posted an 11-hour documentary like she wanted to be another Genius Samuels, to be honest.
Reference full. Sorry.
But like,
I don't think I haven't changed since 1987. So.
This week, two of the people that me and my mom no longer friends with, me and her have known for over 14 years. We've helped them through all kinds of shit, and they literally started bashing on us for the same morals and principles that we all used to share, that they are now mad that we still hold.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like, go F yourself.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honestly clear because these people Like they act like assholes because they don't know anything. Like for me, back in the past, they thinking like this person saying, "Oh, I lied," but no, I didn't. It's because I was talking out of things that because I was stressed and anxiety before, but not anymore. To be honest, I don't get why they thinking I'm a liar, which I'm not.
You changed, and they can't handle it.
Because it's easier to try to see you as negative than to admit their own faults.
Yeah,
that's true too. That's true.
I'm gonna work on a video on this to call this person out that he needs to stop acting like this. To be honest, to others as well. As in, he needs to just look. I'm not being negative towards him. Trying to be more respectful in the way that he should just chill.
A video called "Let It Go."
I'm just saying. That's why I say I just tell him to let go. That's all.
There is a version somebody did that's the adult version of that, which is literally just fuck it all over and over and saying I don't give a shit anymore.
Here's a lemon. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, because I might put this out because the point is this person needs to just learn to let it go because it's been in the past. Like all I do is like I just want to close the book and that's it. I'm in a new book already.
Death Battle sounds really good. I can't wait to watch that. But it's entirely up to you on what you want to do, though, Shiny. It's entirely up to you because these false allegations are what they are, false. It's like oh well we don't like you and everything. It's like what did I do to warrant that?
Screw their opinions. I mean.
Hey, say it out loud, George.
Because like here's the thing, like I used to be in the group together, which we like.
There we go.
They and I, a group of friends and I were trying to diffuse the drama over the Vic situation, but we're just telling in a respectful way. But no, they take it the opposite way, but they take things out of context. I'm just saying.
Somebody's clicking.
It's Bob's glitching his computer.
No.
Probably I'm only getting half of the sound. I'm hearing more from your side.
Yeah, I'm just saying because the thing is these people.
Yeah. I can attest a lot of this to myself because we have the same issue I have with the things. I went through all this stuff with all these groups and literally because I walked away instead of getting involved, all these people are going, well, look, she's not welcome on all these channels. It's like, actually, most of them still welcome me. I just don't go there because I can't stand the people on them because I think they're two-faced people.
Yeah.
It's like half of them, I wasn't even involved in any of the drama. I just saw it happen and went, screw this. So they're going to try to drag you down with their crap because they don't want people to look at you positively because they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, I do have his comments and replies because he thinks I'm a liar, which I'm not anyway.
Yeah.
And the thing is, look, I'm gonna try to do is make my statement here that look, he needs to just understand. I don't even lie to people. I just have I do have like some anxiety issues, which this person doesn't understand because he doesn't know I have anxiety issues. When how I have a hard time speaking and all this stuff.
Yeah. I've overcome some of the social aspects of anxiety, but the super negativity. But I have a self-sabotaging complex, so
yeah.
A million times, yes. Thank you.
And yeah, so I don't know
beware of that too. Beware.
And what's with situations? Some people don't. They take things out of context. They don't understand this person under anxiety. Like anyone can be in their anxiety, and they take it out of context.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you often they assume there's nothing wrong with you when you make a few little mistakes. So when you have an anxiety tip, they think you've gone off the deep end, and they react as if you've just walked into their house with an axe.
Yeah, that's the thing, because he doesn't know I have anxiety issues, which
And unfortunately, that's Hollywood stigmatizing mental illness with serial killing, where
yeah,
absolutely is. Oh my god, absolutely.
Yeah, serial killers walk around perfectly normal. They don't exhibit their any psychopathy. So all these experts out there they're always talking in the past, hindsight, but none of them found the serial killer yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, let's look at it this way real quick. To what David was just saying, I had an anxiety attack and a tick hit when he was talking to me one day, where literally he got halfway through a sentence. He cut me off. I cut him off accidentally. And I had full outburst tick saying, fuck you. And the moment it happened, I went off air and started sending apologies to him in DM. Because like, no, that was not on purpose. No. But the thing is, that's the difference between malicious versus our issues can also play an impact on how we interact with each other. And the reason we were good with each other then is because you knew I meant it when I said I didn't mean that, and it was an accident.
Yeah.
And I admit it, that I was treated like a snowflake, and it happens with anxiety.
And for me, with anxiety, I can't even think very well. That's what happens when this person thinks I lie, which I don't.
Yeah, I walk around with cloudy thoughts all the day. I've always got to try and think twice, but of course the ego doesn't let you think twice. The mouth just wants to take the first thought and run with it.
And the thing is, look, like for me, I just tell people to don't look, if they want to end the drama, don't feed the trolls, of course. That's simple as that.
I will tell you,
don't start none.
Sometimes when I'm really, really pissy and stressed and agitated, I like feeding the trolls just so I can poke them in the face. I'm not saying I'm proud of this, mind you.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this is something I do towards you guys, because
friends
fighting or trolling each other is one thing. But do I sometimes just absolutely troll the trolls just to get them to respond so I can smack them around?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's fun to smack trolls.
That's what they're there for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes a nice satisfying splat sound. Yeah.
And and
like
the point is,
23, and people say, "What's 23?" I mean, and you say 23 hours to go, and they explode because they suddenly dawn on what's happening in 23
and the
hours.
point is, if they want, here's the thing: is if they want peace, they shouldn't act so negative towards other people and just be respectful. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, that's
like
the problem is some trolls, they're like vegans. They just can't help but tell you every 10 minutes they're a narcissist.
Yeah. And about that person, Munchkin, Munchkin adversary, he really needs to realize if he wants peace, he shouldn't act like so rude to me. He shouldn't be so rude to me on the comments below and say, "Oh, this type of stuff to me," because look, I get it, and I understand if you want peace, try to be more respectful. Don't be so angry at everything that you think I'm
Don't
the
be
problem.
A dick.
Pretty much, yeah.
No, I've seen that. The other thing going on what David said there is the one thing you'll notice when you deal with these kinds of people is the first thing they'll do when you stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
Is the first thing a narcissist will do is call everyone else a narcissist to try to tear down their self-esteem.
Yeah.
Or tell you that you're the one who's a sheep and you're triggered and you're just taking things out of context.
I'm just saying it in a respectful way, but look, I'm not really gonna go be negative towards him or go at him, but I'm just telling out of respect, not to go please, you shouldn't be acting like this.
No. Don't give them any response. If you say, please don't do this to me, they will triple, quadruple down on it.
That's a sign of weakness.
What you do is you just mute them or block them and move on and ignore them.
Yeah, because the thing is, they're trying to feel superior, so they have to browbeat somebody down. And once they've browbeated you once, they keep coming back.
So I don't know what's his problems. You respond to him, I never respond to his comments. He's just saying that to me.
And this is the weird
because
thing.
He has no life, no penis, and no girlfriend, so he needs desperate attention from somebody else.
Yeah, and the thing is, people who browbeat you down and enjoy your pain will try to be also your best friend to keep you around so they can enjoy your pain.
Yeah.
How many slings and arrows I've had over the years from people who were my friends who were backstabbing the whole time trying to set people against my issues.
Because
that's a common trend that happens.
Yeah, it's very common to have both. Actually, in reality, it's not surprising to find that we have at least a few false friends in our life at every stage because they keep they keep hunting new grounds, because eventually Rosetta will kick one and they'll go find somebody close to Rosetta, so they can just keep, they'll actually try to stay in your orbit for as long as they can through degrees of separation.
Oh, I've had that happen with some of these guys.
Yeah.
They're like crazy, where they will no matter what you do, you block them, and they go buddy up to every friend you've had and try to get them to be friends with you.
Yeah, and the thing is, here's the thing is,
orbit around all the people who have stabbed you in the back before, so that they can group together against you.
Here's the real problem is because let's say this person is basically he thinks he's right, but I'm not being right or wrong. I'm just saying, in my own opinion, about in situations like this, which I'm not really negative or positive. I'm just saying, look, if there's a problem with like this, it's better to report and ignore them. Don't feed these trolls, and all, that's all.
Yeah. Okay. Let's let Anime respond to chat here real quick.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you, Big Anger Phil. Glad that you are doing good. Thank you for the positivity. We need that right now. We need as much positivity as we can get these days. Also, Shane, thank you for finishing your topic. We gave you the floor, so it's like we'll let him finish.
We were absolutely happy to be here for you, support you, give you the experience we've all had in our different situations as well, because you came here with a problem and we try to be uniting to each other. We always have. And like I said, is there anyone on this panel I haven't snapped at some point with one of my mental issues or anxieties?
Yeah.
Shiny, I haven't snapped at you.
Let me try to get.
I haven't snapped at Shiny.
I'm looking for the comments. All right. I'm just looking for the comments, but you'll see it anyway.
Oh, and she snaps at me all the time, but I'm good.
You deserve it, bitch. I love you.
Give me a moment. I'm just gonna look for a few comments, then I'll send it for you.
Oh, no,
He's just saying Let me try to look for it. Just I need.
No, that's the correct channel. You posted it correctly. I got you.
No, that's mine. That's not what I wanted to post.
Yes, modern Thundercats. No,
this just came up on my recommendation, and it's actually 2 weeks old. It's the new Overlord trailer.
Ooh.
But I was getting my channel for you, and then I saw the Overlord trailer popped up in recommendation, so I tried to grab it, but for some reason it didn't copy. But yeah, indeed. Now, what happens usually in anime when they do a movie? That's the end of. Although it may not be the end of the show. They may do a Naruto and just use it as a reboot of a new season.
Okay, so I'm gonna give a full response to this, and I expect all you guys to too. It's a good question.
Ahead.
Traditional Thundercats, old 80s, early 90s kind of stuff. Hell yeah, was fun as hell. All the modern shit they tried to make, burn to the ground. Burn that dumpster fire. I mean,
look, I don't understand, right? When I was working in gaming, which didn't last long, but that's what happened. Studios shut down very quickly. Is that the whole point of making a product that's copyable and digital? Is that once you make it, you don't need to remake it unless the technology changes.
Right.
And then and we always had in the 90s, we were taught that if the technology changes, you just update the product. You don't remake it.
All right. I'm going to share the first 2 comments, and you'll see how it goes. And he's been talking to me and say, oh, like, dude, I asked the same thing many times. You didn't listen. No offense, condense. But it was during.
Panther, everyone.
Hey.
You're a little squirrely in it.
Cute cat.
Stroking her big black kitty cat.
Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna show you this comment that I screenshotted because Munchkin's been like this.
Okay.
They tried to
okay. One sec. Let me make this a little bigger on my screen so I can try to read it.
And you see the comment right here. It says every hater, and when he take things, will take legal action. And you'll see the other comment like from a different video when I replied, Joe. So, but he doesn't understand the point. That's the thing. If you're taking legal action, police not gonna do anything. That's the thing.
There's a point they have though with that on the second one, is that not all haters are going to leave you alone just because you quit. I've got the same people hate stalking everything I do, doing videos, making fun of it, everything else for like 6 years, and I literally never acknowledge them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's why I just stopped caring.
Beware of anybody named Dusty, because it comes across as saying, "Hey, I know Dave. Do you know Dave?"
No. You want somebody to beware of anyone you see who's got the name Midnight Cherry. He's literally got videos up trying to do voodoo, trying to hex me, Dark Knight, and several others.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's not even joking.
Esotericism. Anybody who tries to invoke that shit usually becomes the victim of that shit. So,
there are literally videos up of him talking about somebody dying and going, "These people should have done it first," and literally doing like shit, trying to voodoo death me and several others in CG.
And I'm gonna show you the next.
Doesn't know karma because.
And let me show you. Let me show you the other comment. Just give me one moment, guys.
While I say this, he's still stalking too. In fact, he commented on several things on Drew's video of me this last fall, and he's still doing videos wishing death on me and trying to voodoo kill me. And I haven't even spoken to him in 5 years.
After 5 years, you got to think, wait, the lower really don't like me. Yes.
He keeps saying I'm posting that, but no, I'm just saying my opinions about it. Just this is the other
lower don't like man, and they're literal demons.
They show you no offense. Please stop posting.
Yeah.
I don't post about them. I just say about my opinions about.
Now to remind this idiot the rule of 3: what you send out comes back threefold.
Yeah.
For good or ill.
Yeah.
Actually, it's even worse if you go to the biblical route, because the karma that comes back to you is anywhere from 3 to 100-fold, depending on what it is.
Yeah, man. Like that's why they want you, man. The demons, they don't care about the enemies. They care about the fact they now got your hooks in. They got their hooks into you.
And yet Munchkin really don't understand a thing. He thinks I lied to him, and the thing is, he thinks, I'm joining instead of trying to defuse it. He doesn't understand the thing. He takes things out of context, to be honest, of my comment.
And anyone defending Real's got enough said. We don't need to hear any more they have to say.
Yeah, but we know the truth. We don't need to worry about her anymore, anyways.
Bye, bitch.
That's the thing. We don't need to worry about her anymore.
It's like, as much as we try to say the ignore your haters stuff, the fact is some of these people are relentless, and if you keep dealing with some of them, get a weapon. I'm just saying. Sorry, I know that's not considered the right thing to tell people, but
self-defense is a human right.
Years of having people literally trying to hex me and kill me because I stated opinions they don't like has taught me, don't give them an inch.
Yeah. And the thing is, he really needs to realize, look, I don't even care about Riel anymore after I found out the whole entire truth, which I'm not worried about her anymore, to be honest. Because, she already knows, and I already know, so I wouldn't worry about her. But the main problem is, like, from my concerns about that teenager and Mars girl doing their actions, I'm talking about karma will happen to them, to be honest.
I think it's already happened to them.
Yeah.
As far as Mars girl goes, it's the old adage: pics or it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that these people who make such a big deal out of every damn thing and try to make everything this Me Too image are the reason why a lot of people who have been victims of horrific stuff, who went through it young or went through it in situations where they don't have a lot of evidence, are afraid to even get psychological help a lot of the time. Because they're so afraid of being lumped in with these fakes and frauds and stuff. Look, I can tell you the amount of people I know who've been through horror shows who won't even talk about it publicly because they're so afraid of being lumped in with fake claimers. It's actually really sad.
And the thing is, he keeps saying, "Oh, please stop giving advices you do not follow, dude." A lot. He keeps saying that, but I'm just saying my opinion. And about it, but I'm not giving no advice.
Look to it, even if you're wrong. But the problem is, most people, they don't care. All they want is for somebody else to have their opinion.
Yeah.
That's what woke ultimately is, you know?
True.
Unfortunately, it's not just woke, because that's the issue I keep having with losing all these friends, is that on either side of the aisle, if they're hardcore on these beliefs, they won't bend.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. There
They
are
won't
many
bend.
forms
If
of
you don't
extremism,
agree with
yes.
them, then you're wrong. And that's the problem I've had with a lot of people recently, is not that I agree or disagree with them. The fact that their response to it is, well, unlike you, I'm always right, or you, stuff like that. It's like, just shut up.
Someone on the internet is wrong. I must engage. Yeah.
So many people do this stuff lately. It's
and
epidemic.
And the thing is, here's my thing. He accused me of lying to him in a podcast, which I wasn't lying. I don't even know about Monica until I found the truth. Anyway, so it was like months later.
Nobody gives a shit about that dumb slut anyway. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then later on. And the thing is, I never lied to nobody, to be honest. I just have speaking issues, don't know anything about it. I have anxiety issues, I said before.
But one thing you'll learn is these people will always say everything you say is a lie. I don't care which side somebody's on. When somebody is hardcore cult to their belief, to the point where they're not willing to hear a different viewpoint, they will always say anyone disagreeing with their viewpoint is lying.
It's like fandoms. They can't stand the fact that there are people who don't like their super popular fandom. Well, bro, no fandom is super popular. No. Even the biggest fandoms eventually fail. And the thing is, if you think Harry Potter's the biggest fandom in the world, or Star Wars is the biggest fandom in the world, wait till you see Pokemon sales. They do more. Pokemon sells more a month than Harry Potter does in a year. Okay?
Yeah.
Try crossing a Sherlock Holmes fan.
And I don't like Pokemon either. I do love Sherlock Holmes. Okay, I'll get that. But again, I'm not going to sit there and cry if somebody doesn't like it or thinks it's overrated. Where did we get to this point where you can't just say I don't like something without every person who likes it getting offended?
Yeah, but I tell you, these people.
Most Pokemon fans are pretty chill and don't care if you don't like it, because they know plenty of people who do.
So
it's most of the ones that our community are. There's a pretty good group that are pretty psycho about it anymore.
I'm saying most, but the thing is, most Star Wars fans have become cultists.
Yeah, and to be honestly clear, guys, honestly, these people they get upset or offended what I said, but look. I'm not being wrong or anything, but the problem is they're being wrong for themselves because they take things, what I said, out of context. That's the thing.
Well, and the thing is that they can say, I disagree with you. When they say, oh, I disagree with you, therefore you're lying and you're this or that. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Just because people have completely different ideals and beliefs does not mean that either of them are being dishonest about them or their experiences that led them to believe that.
Yeah. And the thing is, where I'm coming from is what I know is I tell about the warning signs, and not just only warning signs. Also, I know what's the morals, what goes on here, because the thing is, look, I know what's gonna happen, and something will come up, and at the same time, these people don't really understand me what I'm saying, because here's the thing is, they're the ones who've been shooting the messenger, not me.
Well, it's all about hypocrisy. On every side of every debate, it always comes down to hypocrisy. Are you going to uphold what you believe over the rights and viewpoints of others, or are you going to uphold what you believe because you genuinely believe it and want to hear the other side?
Yeah.
I will tell you every day, I can be very passionate arguing my point, but I want to hear others, even if it won't change me.
I forget who said it, but the majority of people don't debate, they irritate.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And what is meant by that is they're not out to seek the truth. They're out to push their viewpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, this person, he's being wrong in a way, but I'm not saying I'm being right or whatever, or being wrong, but he's thinking he's right all the time, but he's not. He just to tell me, oh, I deserve to be removed out of the group over stuff like this without knowing I have anxiety issues.
That's you don't think he's trying to persuade you, saying shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
I like arguing with friends. I want to know viewpoints that they have that I don't.
Yeah. That's the thing.
What irritates me is when they won't listen to and also discuss.
Yeah, because I like to listen to different opinions. I don't mind one side into another instead of being all divided.
Let me put it to you this way. Shiny, how often have I sat here when everybody's talking about how much they love something and go, I don't like that. I think that sucks.
Not
How
really.
often? More often than I think I'd care to admit, honestly.
Yeah.
I have a tendency to hate most of the most popular stuff. It's not intentional. I'm not hating things for being popular. It's just most of the stuff that becomes popular is stuff that doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah.
Even in the geek dumps, the most popular stuff is not my favorites. And so
the
I have
thing
this
is-
tendency to have everybody look at me and go, "Oh, you hate everything." Like, well,
Yeah.
no,
I
but
or you get it, or you find Bleach on one night, and you suddenly find yourself 2 years later having watched it relentlessly, and you start talking to anime fans, and they start attacking you for liking Bleach, and it's like, dude, why? And then they go on about how and they just go on and on. It's like, dude, you can like the anime and the manga, and even if they are different, this happens in every fandom. You get fans of one particular thing, like with Star Wars, it's Old Testament, New Testament, the fans of the Old Testament and the fans of the Clone Wars stuff, and then you have the extremists who like the new stuff, and that's the thing. Fandoms, the more material you get, the more they split. Now, Pokemon, because they keep their core product, their biggest product, they don't have that problem as much as other fandoms do.
I will say, and this part I will give you a slight disagreement on that. I have seen a lot more toxic starting to happen in the Pokemon fandom. So
it's scalpers.
Maybe because I haven't been there in years, because I'm no longer a fan of Pokemon. I'm sorry, Pokemon fans. It's just, I'm done, okay? I played a couple of games, and then I thought, this is more of the same. I don't need it. I have my own ideas. I want to develop my own stuff. It's not because I hate Pokemon.
But what I was saying
for Pokemon.
What I was saying real quick is I'm not being malicious in this, so I'm trying to word it the right way.
You just don't like it. That's it.
I'm not saying that they're all horrible or stuff, but a lot more of the divisive, you have to agree or you're wrong stuff is starting to occur.
Yeah, and if it's
pretty publicly in every fandom.
Yeah,
the whole culture. It's not just politics. It is every aspect of life and culture. People are becoming more divided and less willing to accept other viewpoints.
Yeah,
that's true. And the thing is, when some people don't understand my viewpoint, say, "Oh, Shiny, you're like this, and you're a liar." No, I'm not.
Yeah, I have that every day on my videos, man, on BitChute.
Well, feel any better that I have to deal with fake claimers every day for actually not hiding my medical issues. So I mean, and I do meet every day.
Same here, because they don't even know about my mental health status. Because
you think,
but they don't care. If they do it to
no, they don't care. And if they do care. It's only because they want to exploit it.
Yeah,
virtue
signal or exploit or trigger you for fun.
Well, let's look at it this way. You guys have known. You guys have known me for years, even before the tics got this bad. Have I not always had weird outbursts, weird spasms, and weird reactions on air? Yeah.
Yes.
Have I always tried to work with you guys on it and be there with you? And yet every single day, anytime somebody views a video, anytime anything, there is not a single person out there with these kinds of conditions who is autistic, has Tourette's, or all these things. There's not a single person out there with these conditions that does not deal with hate spamming fake claimers every day.
Yeah, it's true.
And look at Drew Lynch's video. It's not just me being called a fake in that video. There are people making fun of his stutter and saying he faked it and other stuff too in that same video.
People people claim my accent's fake.
No, it's very real. You cannot make
anime have talked for hours sometimes, and there's no way you can keep up a fake accent or and I've never had a lapse or anything. It's just as I've gotten older, the accent has thickened. That's just happened.
Hey, Vanessa. Well, and that's the thing with these kinds of conditions. I think with the problem with a lot of the invisible conditions like I have and stuff, anything that is not fuck off, symptomatic constantly. Anything like seizures or autism or Tourette's or stuff, because it's sometimes showing, sometimes not. people, and it's not a physical trait you can nail down on the outside. Most people don't want to understand it easily. As my mom said to these people who keep going on, well, you're not ticking in every video. You're not ticking all the time. She's like, that would be like, look at somebody and going, you don't have epilepsy. You're not always having a seizure.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the same thing. And the thing is, in all of these conditions, there are days you can pass as normal, and there are days that it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And even you watch videos, even with some of the most diagnosed, clinically studied, worst cases of Tourette's and autism and stuff like that, they still have days they pass pretty normal.
Yeah.
They still have long periods that they can sound normal.
It's like schizophrenia, okay? In Hollywood, they that's their favorite go-to mental illness, and they always portray it as this super dangerous, always on dangerous person like the Joker, etc. And of course, that's why the Joker was mainly successful, because it feeds into the mainstream fear of the different and or the outsider, because it's a convenient thing to blame. So they portray the schizophrenic as the biggest threat. Yet the biggest threat is not the schizophrenic, but the false friend who comes and claims to be a refugee or a marketer or somebody who inserts themselves in their life as some sort of expert or victim. And they suck the life out of you, trying to always get you to do stuff for them or to hire them. And they literally drain the life out of you emotionally.
There's another thing with that too, where they always portray this. Look at what happens anytime there's a violent crime, a shooting or something. The first thing they do is blame mental illness, even though it is over 95% of mental illness conditions have no known link between them and violence, and the rates of violence among people with them are pretty much the same as the rest of society.
But
it's easier to blame mental illness than to actually blame a sick culture and society that is hemorrhaging compassion, and people don't care about each other.
And here's the thing:
they care about false virtue, because false virtue is easy.
And here's the thing: is they kind of think, oh, people with autism are bad people, because it's all happened like how the locals like Chris Chan and all this stuff kind of made a bad example of them, and then they think, oh, they're just like them. No, they're not.
They're the extremists. Yeah, we do have in our community extremists who use their mental illness as a crutch to excuse their bad behavior.
Yeah.
And I can see how some people have at times felt like that. I mean, just because I try to explain to them, I can't fully control what I'm saying and doing. So my reactions are not always fully controllable. The difference is, are you saying it and just doing whatever you want constantly? Or are you genuinely trying not to do it to everybody? Are you genuinely trying to be nice to people? Are you willing to apologize and make amends when it does blow up and do something inappropriate? That's the big difference. There are issues, but it's a compassion level you have to approach people with. And that's where I'm seeing the issue with what you're talking about, Shiny. And you came in on something that was very prevalent to me today, because this whole week I've lost several long-term friends that were me and my mom's friends.
Yeah.
I had this whole group that decided to suddenly transcend off of Drew's video, not only spamming stuff at him that he's a fake on his video, but also coming to my old videos and spamming stuff about me and attacking me and literally complaining that in 30-second videos I'm not ticking, which actually I ticked in them anyways, but
yeah.
they're like scrolling through years of videos to try to find one 30-second clips they could use.
I think if everybody actually had that kind of a take, that's more of an ignorance problem.
Yeah, it is an ignorant problem. And
but it's a form. Now, I don't want to be too picky, but I don't think they're actually ignorant. I think they're obtuse. But you're right. It is ignorance, but they are choosing.
Yeah, it's a willing ignorance. They don't want to learn and change, but there is definitely ignorance in it. But the thing is, that these fake claimers, these haters are worse than any of the most. I'm sorry, if you take the person who is kind of cringy, who says some of the stupid, wrong things about autism, but they're genuinely trying, they misinterpret things, they are autistic, they're goofy on their videos, they are far less harmful than these people running around fake claiming everyone and telling everybody they're fake because they don't look autistic enough, or you don't tick often enough to have Tourette's or other stuff. Those are the people that are doing the most harm socially to these communities.
That's true.
It's like this guy going to McDonald's with a service dog, and it's like working. You ain't blind. It's like, that's not only reason.
That's not
Yeah,
how it
it's
works. But
ignorance
sure.
meets lack of compassion,
Mhm.
like Eagle said.
Yeah.
And
And
I
here's
saw
another
one.
thing. It's also also there is this tribalism that's going on where if you don't
I
fit
hate using that word that way.
Yeah,
Sorry.
tribalism is bad.
Well,
Okay,
redefining the word tribalism irritated me for years, but that's a different thing. I get what he's saying. Okay,
It's kind of
On
a
your
sore
core,
spot
I
with it.
agree.
It's a sore spot with a native chick. Okay, yeah.
It's kind of a sore
Okay.
spot because it's actually the scientific term used for our culture, and it was never a negative until they decided it represents this symbolism of people only caring about their own, which isn't the meaning of it. But I do get why a lot of people use it also.
Yeah.
So I'm not mad at people who use it. I
Yeah.
just wish that
I am trying not to use it, but it's such a
I get it.
It's such a used term. I'm trying to
I get. I'm not mad at you
use
at
the
all.
proper
Not mad at
term
you at
of
all.
groupthink.
But
Yeah, I just lack.
the whole group
because
thing,
the
this whole
term
cult
isn't
behavior,
What?
this whole
Essential,
social
essentially, in
toxic
every
behavior.
Yeah, the proper social
fandom.
construct is groupthink, and people call it, and a lot of people don't understand that groupthink is not just the destruction of self in order to create a so-called perfect society. The problem is it's a class system, and people actually are enforcing it through bullying, and go to an anti-bully rally and you'll see all these group thinkers, all this false virtue signaling where they will. And it goes back to the thing is, if you want to know somebody's fears, look at what they do the most. If you want to know somebody's dark side, look at what they do the most. If you want to know somebody's weaknesses, you just look at what they do the most. This is how they approach. This is why narcissists can approach you, because they know that they know how to exploit people, and they see what you do the most, and bang, they poke at it.
So I had another rant I wanted to go on today, which would sidetrack from this conversation, but I think we all just agree, be compassionate, but don't just roll over for every viewpoint somebody says and let them use it as an excuse either, which I think is sorry. Fuck up. I think it's a rational point to make. But I had an issue today that has led to going back to things, because part of what turned a bunch of people against me years ago is they decided I was faking when I did a stream crying in 2020. Now, the reason I was crying on this stream was because I had had to photograph, help dig out, and report in a horrific poacher dump site. Oh. And it smelled so bad, I couldn't get the smell and taste out of my mouth from even taking the pictures for hours. And it was a horrific video, and I was very open in it. I shared pictures of it, all this stuff. And people left. They said they didn't want to see that stuff. They didn't want to hear that stuff. And I kind of quit sharing it because it was such a toxic reaction. But the problem is that has not changed. And I get comments from people every day going, I just want to do nature photography like you. So here's the reality of what DNR is not reporting about Iowa right now. In the 5 years since that video was mid-January 2020, 5 years. In the 5 years since that video, I have had to help investigate over 90 poacher sites that I have found and discovered doing this work.
And here's the thing. All these people who claim to care about nature, they're the first to say, don't raise awareness about poaching. Why? Because it takes away from our campaign. That's the reality.
That's
really stupid.
The important issue I'm having with people is that I'm literally painted as being anti-hunter and anti all this stuff because I call out trophy hunting and poaching. And it's like, no, that I grew up a hunter. I'm working in nature. There's a reason I call this stuff out. But the thing is, there have been really horrific scenes and things that I don't think I could describe in detail on this stream, the things I've seen in the poaching and all this stuff. Yeah. Because they're horrific things, and I've had to help report in on them. I've had to help deal with them. I've had to do all this stuff. But It's getting worse. I've helped stop several of them, and I keep getting responses, but DNR is not admitting it publicly. They'll admit it in my messages to them, but they won't admit it publicly. But places in town here,
just take a deep breath and relax.
You're okay.
I know I'm a little emotional on this. I'm sorry. Places in town here. We are literally in the city. You can go down to places along the river downtown where there's nature stretches for a while, but you're still in the city. And it's a couple miles of nature in the city. And there's dump sites all along the river. There's signs about hunters dumping here, poachers attacking, beware of poachers and stuff like that. Report if eagles are in danger. All this stuff. Signs. This is downtown here. But they won't admit this is happening in Iowa here. And I thought today I was going to get myself ready for this stream because we've had a very rough week. And I thought, I'll get myself ready for the stream. So Tuesday started it. I went out and I followed these eagles who were very intently flying a direction. Whole group beelining somewhere. Now, they have an intense sense of smell, and they don't like rotting meat. They like fresh meat. So if they're going to eat anything that somebody has touched recently, it's fresh.
Yeah.
I followed these eagles to what turned out to be a dump site. And it was so fresh that the bones were dripping.
Oh.
And I have pictures and videos of that I don't really want to go into on air. And I spent a while there reporting this into DNR while taking pictures and videos. And I don't blame the eagles for beelining to it. In fact, that kind of made me feel better because the animals weren't wasted as much. But it was horrific. And I found a few more during the week. And I'm like, oh, God, I found 4 sites in this week. And I'm going to be doing this stream, and I'm high stress. And I'm just going to go for a trip for a while, go out today and do some nature work and make myself feel better.
When I was at university,
today was the worst day for poacher sites I've ever had in this work in almost 8 years now.
Terrible.
I found 7 sites today.
Wow. When I was at university, I was often asked to take part in these think tanks. And one of them, we were talking about poaching and hunting and the differences and how, you can try and address the hunting community. But it's very difficult because the poachers can just pass themselves off a hunter and say, oh, you're just attacking hunting. You're just attacking hunting. Because they are fanatics. And the thing is, what we were trying to address is the fact that hunters need to kill less than they do every year because they are decimating species.
Yeah.
And that depends on the area partly, because there's parts in the U.S. here where we're not hunting enough of them and they're becoming too overcrowded. And there's parts of the U.S. where they're becoming too thin. There are
areas where control has worked, but there are others where it hasn't. Now, I'm talking about here in Australia, where we have more areas that are going under than areas that are safe with populations. And they're constantly trying to move animals into, because these little safe zones are overpopulating because they're too small and animals can't move to other areas because they're cut off from transit. So we have to try and look, I know taxes are a bad thing mostly, but governments do have to tax and regulate everything to some extent and try to come up with a better way of enabling hunters to be able to hunt. But you've got to respect the fact that it's not free lunch anymore, that you got to maintain an animal population, or you're just going to have 100 hunters for 99 deer.
Well, and that's
and the thing.
It's got to be there. I support regulations on how much you can hunt which things. There's absolutely a system of that has to be done.
Yeah, but they were trying to come up with a funding to make sure there's an animal population. One sec.
But the problem with it is it's treated like it's all or none by most people. Either you support all hunters or you don't support hunters. And the fact is, I was 6 years old. 6 years old the first time I shot a deer. Let's get that in perspective here.
Yeah.
I was hunting and fishing since I could crawl. I learned to shoot at 6. I'm not anti-hunter, and I understand there has to be a system for accessibility to hunting and fishing, especially for people in poverty who need access to the food at an affordable rate for the hunting.
Yeah.
But you also need to really crack down on the abusive stuff. You really need to start heavily fining and jailing the people caught breaking the rules in this system. You really need to start going after them. and not go after stupid stuff. There's one case that I could not believe this one. Literally, you could not make this up. They had an overpopulation of an animal that was being hunted in Alaska.
Yeah.
They had a guy who was a homesteader up there, was on a show that they were running. He did everything right. He had the licensing. He hunted it by land, everything else. They literally fined him, claiming he was doing poaching stuff because they had a drone filming him doing it for the show. And he wasn't using that to help him track the animal. It wasn't even connected to it.
But here's the problem. In the court of law, appearances matter more than facts. You have somebody, particularly prosecutors, who care more about appearances, saying, look, I got 99 cases, 100% victories, you know. There's that too. There's manhunters, and that's what they do. You know, they hunt down people to find, to ridicule, to belittle, because ultimately that's their power game, you know. If you look throughout society, that's how the class system of this political cult works.
The other thing about this case that it was so egregious to me is that they knew all this. The state approved him doing it this way, and they said nothing about him doing it this way when this was going on, when the episode aired, any of that. They didn't go after him for it till he was in the hospital after falling off a cliff trying to save somebody for months.
Wow.
So literally, he fell off a cliff saving somebody in the middle of the night, and it ended up he was on the rocks over 30 feet below for hours till they managed to get him out. He was in the hospital for months, and while he was in the hospital, they went after him for this.
Yeah. That's just trophy hunting in a different form.
It's like, and look,
no, seriously, prosecutors do trophy hunt, right? They just do it in a legal way where they don't kill you, but they do ruin your life, and that's their trophy. You know, ruining people.
I will be honest with who this was that this happened to. His name is Otley Kilcher. It is Jules' brother, the singer.
Yeah.
It's her brother. Yeah. But again, there was nothing he did. If you followed the case at all, there was nothing he did wrong. And they did not go after him until he almost died saving somebody's life. And he was inoperable to fight back against it.
Yeah. They love their vulnerable trophies. They love the vulnerable. They love their trophies. They brag about it in their little legal clubs. Because I used to walk past the legal club every day, going back and forth from university. You know, you could hear them chuckling. I got this guy good. You should have seen his face when they said guilty.
And to the same side, the opposite of that, when they will do anything to get guilty people off just so they can tout wins, is also really sick.
Oh, no, that's when they horse trade with the defense lawyers. I'll get your client off if you swing me a few juvies for my
don't say that word. Don't say that word. Don't say that word.
No, private prison. I'm trying to think what you call them in America. That big scandal, the private prison scandal. Because most adults don't go to private prison, whereas most juveniles do. So, you know, remember that judge and those prosecutors? They only went after the judge because he was close to retirement. They let all those prosecutors off.
Yeah, apparently, Vanessa, the long and short of it is apparently I've had too many emotional breakdowns on air. The fact that in the time when that's happened, I have gone through losing multiple relatives, my uncle, my father, going through medical trauma, having my husband go through medical trauma, dealing with all these poacher sites, helping run rescues for animals, working with the inner city, having most of my city wiped out by the derecho, all this shit. That doesn't matter. What matters is I was emotional. That's the sum of it.
Wow.
It's like there's legitimacy to things.
There are some people
that
who
were
just
supposed friends of mine.
Wow, chill pill? Is that it?
I had supposed friends of mine send me messages accusing me of faking my father's death and demanding the obituary.
That is wow.
The online culture is so
that is wow, man. Okay. I've got to go. I've got a little Kickstarter project. I just shared it in the private chat.
Really nice to see you, David. We all love you.
Yes,
good to see you,
it's
David.
Just that I'm up to here with editing right now, and it takes me twice as long as anybody else.
Oh no, it doesn't take you twice as long as me. There's a reason I don't edit much. I suck at it.
All right. I know it's morning Australia time, of course.
Yeah. Because I got up like an hour ago and I saw the invite from Anime and I says, "Yeah, I'll do it. I got a break. I gotta have a break. It's something to eat."
Yeah.
I've completed book 4, right? So I put it out on a Kickstarter. Book 5, I'm starting that now, and like halfway through, and I've only got like I got to get it out before I got to get it out finished earlier so that I can launch it in November and not January, because I got this one out late. But I'm not getting many followers on my Kickstarter, so I might not do Kickstarter next time, depending on how this goes, because you never know what's going to happen when you go live. But I do go live in 4 days, at the end of the week.
Okay.
Thursday night for you guys.
David, keep me updated on that. You've got me over on X. If you need to come on and do a stream where we can try to promote you some, I can try to do that with you, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then.
I can't guarantee it'll have success, but I can at least try to promote you.
No. I know this, but I have people always trying to reach out and they're saying they like the Kickstarter, but for some reason nobody will explain why they won't follow it.
Well, I will tell you honestly, if I won't be able to help with this because I don't use Kickstarter, because they do not charge immediately. They don't charge till things go live, no matter how many months later it is. And I have too much memory issues to do that, or I screw my budget.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I will do what I can to promote you. And if you do start selling these anywhere else or promoting anywhere else, I will absolutely support you. Okay.
Here's the thing. I know like half the people use Kickstarter, the other half use Indiegogo. Well, dividing into boxes here. That most, Kickstarter isn't is the biggest, but it's not so big that you can just live off it. I know that most people are doing Kickstarter. It's just the beginning. Once I finish this, the books will go live on Amazon. But these are versions that aren't going to be on Amazon because they're printed by Lulu,
which is fair.
And plus because I'm charging more too, because I'm going to buy them, sign them, and ship them out, and they so I put a lot more. I put artwork along with it, so that it's actually got a bit more value. And of course, the time and effort trying to get my project approved. That's why I've been busy for months, because Kickstarter, as you know, you write anything. Kickstarter doesn't mind writing material. It's just that it has to pass their smell test. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because so many people try to sneak AI through, or anything that is, let's just say, hentai.
Oh my god! Yes.
No, people do. They do. They always, the Kickstarter is very.
I know people who push the boundaries on this stuff. And look, whether you love or hate these sites, when they state very clearly what their rules and how they conduct themselves are at the beginning, trying to go around that, trying to put symbols and stuff in your stories that are banned on those sites is also a problem with you, because if you have a problem with it, go to another company. I realize there's limited companies and stuff, but at the same time, they are still a private company. They have more rights to control what's done on it than, say, government. So it's a catch-22.
Yeah, and think about this. Speaking of all the situation with, let's say, for work, we all know about the certain locale by the name of Melanie Meg, and she's one of those aunties who's worried about the gooners.
Yeah, and don't forget, a locale was recently caught. TDS guy from New York Times was caught.
Yep.
So, it is a real issue that the people who are shouting the most about us and our so-called morals, let's just say behind closed doors, they are everything they claim us to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's hard because there's two types of writer. you have the so-called, you have the populists who will write what's ever popular right now, and they have all the people who write what they want to write, and we're in the minority. We write what we want to write, and unfortunately, 99% of us will never make a living off writing. That's a reality I have to face. But hopefully, I've set the goal low enough that at least it'll be a successful Kickstarter enough to get my money back from the covers and the artwork on the covers, because there's actually separate things. And the editing, I have to do all my own editing, because editors now are just charging thousands where they used to charge hundreds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually do. And something.
Control.
Look, I've done shadow writing. I've done writing under other names. I've done normal writing, sci-fi writing, even erotica and stuff. And I can tell you the situation with all of those things, even ghost writing for musicians, the situation with all of those, you don't fucking make much money as a writer. You have to be really huge to make shit for it.
Yeah.
I've spoken to big writers who've sold 1 million or more books, and they've only made $100,000, because there's not just the money. It's the advertise to sell a lot of books. You have to advertise, and advertisers make more than you do. They literally spend $200,000 to $300,000 a year on advertising their books.
It is really expensive and really not profitable.
It's expensive to be a bestseller. No, it's not profitable to be a bestseller.
We don't write because we're making money. We write because we love it. It is an expensive job to do. That's the same with my photography. Do you know the average photographer makes almost nothing for it? It's one of the most expensive hobbies to do.
I think it's more expensive than writing when you look at the fact that...
Speaking of somebody who's done both, it is the photography. When you factor in the equipment, which is expensive as shit, the travel, the interaction, the hikes, the searching, all this stuff, you travel in, all the costs of production, all the technology for the house, the editing stuff and stuff. It is not uncommon for photography to cost photographers between $100,000 to $300,000 a year.
Yeah, and I've also seen. I saw a new device the other day. It's a camera. It's a cloud attachment for a camera. It turns your digital camera into a cloud. Basically, every time you take your photo, it replaces, instead of having a memory card, it clouds. So you can do lots more photos.
The problem with that is I don't really like my stuff being in the cloud, because clouds are easy to hack, and then somebody else can try to claim credit for it because it hasn't been publicly copywritten yet.
Yeah. And you have to think about it with cloud saving, it's a problem.
Go ahead.
And you had to think about this. Like, you've seen how Microsoft Office become a subscription service since.
Yes, I hate it, but I got to use it.
And it's becoming you own nothing, you be happy. But it's better to use LibreOffice.
I need to get something installed on the computer, but I have really have a lot of moral issues with the fact that these companies are charging people a fortune to continue to use a really cheaply made piece of shit program that does almost nothing.
And the other thing is, I know Windows 10 is going to expire very soon, so I'm going to switch to
SteamOS. They extended it 6 months, but that's, look, I don't know what the future is going to hold, but if they keep trying to turn more and more software into subscription services, eventually it'll be like, eventually people will wake up and realize, wow, my computer's only got a tiny hard drive, I can't install anything, I'm cloud streaming games, the internet's down, I've got nothing, or I've been hacked, or my files are gone. Yes, eventually people wake up, and unfortunately they have to hit face first into that what if, where everything is lost before they'll wake up.
By the way, Anime, it's up to you if you want to send the link to Kirby or not.
But the thing
I've been kind of distracted. I just saw that and realized he asked a little bit ago, but chat's been kind of flying, so.
Yeah, chat. Chat really flew today. Appreciate it though. Do I have Kermit?
I've got him. I know where to find him.
Thank you. Yeah. Crazy things in this world lately.
Yeah. And
Rosetta. When Kermit gets here, go ahead and take a 15-minute break.
Yeah, it should soon here. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the gnome and when he's supposed to be here too.
Yeah, I'm just laying down in my bed as usual, but I'm not gonna fall asleep.
Well, this is something that was dealt with my doctors to try to figure out why I'm getting as bad as I am and stuff, and basically telling me that with these conditions, I'm not supposed to be on screens for more than so long without breaks because the blue screening and everything can cause the trigger and ticks.
Yeah.
So I kind of
screaming at people
to take more breaks and scream less straight.
Yeah, and screaming at folks while you're on screen is not exactly helping things either. So,
How are you feeling, Eagle?
She's about to go on a blood sugar test. Okay.
Yeah.
The whole issue with the God, what's the word I'm looking for? Poaching and dealing with all this shit locally did not help how stressed I've been, and it has definitely left me a sour taste in my mouth. I took a few pictures. There's a few they've caught over the years, but I mean, there's cases I could go into details on that I've witnessed or been around a part of or all this stuff. It's just horrible. I've been in parts of Canada before. Other than that, it's all in the U.S., but I have seen most of the states except for the Northeast.
I've been England, Germany, Austria, Mexico, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, you
Canada.
can't travel internationally when you have immune compromise issues and can't do international jabs and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm not eligible for international travel. So
and
it is what it is.
Well, I think later on they might gotta change that up, to be honest.
No, that there's always been rules on certain ones you have to get to travel internationally, especially if you're going to any place where you could do safaris and stuff.
I never
because there's so many things that are really severe that they're trying not to have spread from other countries into these, like let's not go somewhere and bring back Ebola kind of stuff, you know,
or something worse.
And so it's unfortunately for me, I also can't fly correctly. So if I could somehow travel internationally, I would be literally having to travel by boat.
Yeah,
that's even less fun.
So it's not in the cards for me, so I'm just going to be happy traipsing all over the U.S. and discovering all these nature sites and go to zoos for stuff I want to see that's international.
That's sometimes the safest and cheapest way.
I will get a passport because I can still technically go into Canada without all that shit, and eventually I will go up there just to torture a gnome in his own home area.
Yeah, I'm fine to be around in other countries.
I'm trying to figure out where the gnome is. I thought he was coming by to join the stream. Bad gnome, get in here.
Could you go to Mexico?
No, and I don't want to. That's what I said. I can't travel internationally. I can't do all that stuff.
Not even here for 2 minutes. Yeah.
You said you were going to try to show up between 5 and 6 your time. I have every reason to be giving you shit.
It's 47 minutes after 6. If he's in milestone.
He's in Eastern. He was supposed to be here between an hour and a half or so ago. And I realized he said, I'll try to be there at 5, but I'll probably be there about 6.
Tried and failed.
About 6. No, you said about 6.
He's 48 minutes late now.
You did not say 7. You may have meant 7. It's not what you said. That's why I was getting irritated. And I will give you shit when you come in here. Trust me, I love you.
And what that guy said before about the judges sending kids to to private prisons. Remember? Did any of you see or read the book Holes?
Seriously, Vanessa, you haven't been to South Dakota? Okay, when you go, contact me. I will show you what's up because I grew up in the Black Hills around Sturgis and all that stuff. And South Dakota is one surprisingly you haven't seen because honestly, most people that travel around the country to see historical parts or nature parts of the U.S., the Black Hills and Sturgis are two of the big things everyone wants to see.
Yeah.
I should
But-
check the freaking.
You okay there, Bob?
Yeah, hamburger. Yeah, when we're in Seattle in '77, it was kind of the vacation from hell. It was fine. Then we got to where we're going, but on the way there, each way was ridiculous.
Did you
But on the way back, though, thinking we couldn't find a place else. So it was like straight through from Seattle all the way back here to Denver. You know. What we went through?
Did you ever see or hear of the book or movie Holes?
I think I
heard of it.
remember the title. That's about it.
I read it, but not much.
I will be
saw the
back
movie.
in a few minutes. I have to go check my medical stuff and take at least a few minute break. When
All right.
Lydian gets here, tell him I plan on torturing the shit out of him tonight.
I'll let him know. You go take a break, okay? Go
You
take
don't
a
have
break.
to worry about throwing me backstage when there's not too many people here. I'll just go off mic and camera.
Okay.
But you guys never really looked into Holes? The book?
Well, I did hear that they were planning a reboot of that series. Speaking of Lydian, there he is.
What's there to reboot?
Well,
That's like
they're
movie.
gonna make an all-female version of it.
Of course they are.
Of
It's
course.
Disney. What you expect? It's
Oh,
Disney.
no.
But you know, and Disney's gonna backtrack this because they're not gonna do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Wait.
just waiting. I'm waiting for that post. Well, we thought about it. It sounded stupid. We're backtracking.
It'll go as well as the Ghostbuster movie with the whole female cast.
Mm-hmm.
It'll go as well as
That
that did.
flopped.
I don't
Which-
remember that one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's why I never even seen that movie. So it's
the-
like
Don't bother.
Yeah.
I'm not
It was
bothering. 'cause
terrible.
like that.
I was offended in the first 5 minutes. The show was so bad. Please.
To
I
be
did
honest,
see.
let's-
I did see Frozen Empire though. I did see Afterlife and
yeah.
Frozen Empire, which I
Yeah,
feel
it's
like
something-
are the successors, the
The
real
proper
successors.
sequel. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
let
not
me
seen
let me
Frozen Empire
let me
yet.
summarize about the movie Holes. All right, it's like basically there was a family curse. Some kid kind of got falsely accused, sent to
Mhm.
prison, and was forced to dig some holes.
Yeah.
And then they found some treasure at the end. Because it carried the ancestor up the hill and breaking the curse. Supposed curse.
Yeah.
What
They
are you
also
trying to
ran
say,
away
Jasmine?
from prison.
Oh, no, I was just saying that, yeah, the Ghostbuster female version, it was pretty bad.
There's just been so much going on lately.
There's also a Forrest Gump book.
Well, yeah, that's where they got the movie from.
And it's nothing like the movie.
Actually, no, I'm gonna wait till Rosetta comes back for this one because
Also, it's highly hilarious because to make you think he wrote it himself. Most of it,
Yeah.
there's a lot of misspellings.
Yeah.
I think they're trying for that Flowers for Algernon feel there. Thinking.
And I'm gonna be honest. See, what's really weird is like Forrest got NTR so many times. I'm just saying.
So was he just sitting on the bus stop all day, just telling anyone who sat down his story?
Yeah, and off from a piece of chocolate.
Yeah.
Done waiting for Jenny.
And I tell you, it's the NTR scenes. We all know what happened with Jenny.
But doesn't he technically have a shrimp company to run?
He is a sole proprietor and owner of the Bubblegum Shrimp Company.
Yeah.
What do you have time to sit on a park on a bus bench all day?
It's a very good shrimp company. They do lots of money, so he's got lots of free time.
Yeah.
Bob and I have actually been to Bubba
And
Gump.
that's all I got to say about that. Actually, they found the voice. It was really, they had no idea what he was going to sound like until they got the kid. It was going to play young Forrest. Okay, that's because that was his actual accent.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there it is. That's the kid. And so Tom Hanks is just imitating that kid all the time.
Yeah,
If
didn't
they,
that kid end up going in the military, honey?
Could be. I don't know.
I'm
Forrest Gump actually did go into the military.
Well, yeah, it's just
The book, it goes into more detail about
well, books.
he was on punishment one day.
Books can do that.
yeah.
He got punishment for this because he put all kinds of the food into the boiler to try to make it better or whatever, and then it exploded. Right when someone important was there.
Probably Westmoreland.
But yeah, I'm just gonna say with Forrest Gump, it's okay movie, but I feel bad for him that he got like basically NTR'd by Jenny when Jenny was sleeping with different men. To be honest, but like he didn't deserve to be with Jenny.
Hey, Levistro.
Oh, he loved Jenny. Jenny was birthday up to his mama.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in my perspective because I'm just saying if I do like my childhood hit friend and you know what the thing is and what will happen is things happen, you know, with if let's say if you have a female childhood friend and then you don't know what goes on afterwards, like later on, then say, oh, we want to be with you, but you don't know very well how you get to be trustful if she's basically slept with different men. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, Jenny was popular.
Yeah.
She made herself popular.
It was the 60s. What can we say?
Her father didn't help.
Again, it was the 60s.
Yeah, the 60s is where all the whole hippies and liberation happened.
End of the 50s. Because he was in Vietnam, wasn't he?
What the fuck?
Okay, what's the tune there, Rosetta?
It's a Disney film.
Let's decipher what message she's trying to send.
He's singing a Disney film. The film's called The Gnome-Mobile, and it plays the same child actors that were in Mary Poppins.
Okay, that's one I missed. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna say this: like with certain movies, things gets messed up. To be honest.
Well, again, you got to, with a film and with a book, you can go into what everyone's thinking, and you go very in depth all the things. Whereas a movie, it's like you got to show. You have to show, not tell.
Actually, in the book, Forrest and her lived together for a few years.
And that gets a little troublesome trying to show that in a movie. It's like,
Oh, trust me, the Stuart Little book is vastly different. But I'll get into that later when Rosetta's here.
He was a wrestler and he did okay.
Yeah, I think that would have been a bit trouble, trying to portray that with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
He was also an astronaut.
That really would have put You can only push established history so far. Okay.
Okay, honey. Just a quick question. Which film of Tom Hanks was it where he refused the Oscar because of having back Oscars?
He refused the nomination. It was Apollo 13. Because there was buzz about another. No, please, guys, it's getting embarrassing now, guys. There's other actors out there who need this. I already got 2. I got enough. Okay, I'm fine. Trust me. No, he won for Philadelphia, and then he got Forrest Gump, and it's like, okay, that's enough. Okay, I'm done. I'm retiring from competition.
By the way.
It was getting a little embarrassing at that point.
Yeah.
But I believe he was also in Hollywood for a bit too.
Well, knows where.
In the book.
Well, but yeah, of course.
And the highly amusing thing was, they crashed into Papua New Guinea in the rocket.
I agree, Vanessa Key. There are
Yeah,
certain
some of them.
there are certain films that would have worked way better as a TV series because it felt like a TV series vibe to it in most scenes. It's like could have saved that for TV at least.
Well, a lot of novels look like they go the miniseries route instead of one movie.
I know at least one of his NASA coworkers went native.
Oh,
it took weeks to find them.
Yeah.
And
yes. Oh, sorry.
Was that Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know how any of you feel about it, but they're making a Harry Potter series now into a TV show.
And we'll see what happens with that. I
You
think
don't need to feel anything about it.
I think Joe Rowling has still got a pretty good hand in there, so I think it's a bit of a slapback at all the kids who pretty much turned on her. It's like, you fuck you, I need you, I'll break you.
But to be honest, they need to stop listening to a lot of grifters about what J.K. Rowling saying her opinion. Just appreciate her work and don't worry about what she said.
Then a lot of what they say she said she didn't say.
Or it's half
you're writing into it. It's like she's a demon on Twitter, on X.
But the thing is, and the thing is, accusing J.K. Rowling as a TERF, it's like it doesn't make no sense at all. And the point is, she's just saying her facts, nothing much,
Well, it's gotten to the point. It's like being called a TERF is now a badge of honor because it's like, look at the other side. You people are idiots.
Yeah.
You people are fucking insane. You call me a TERF? Hey, guilty as charged, asshole. At least I believe in objective reality. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And all because she was for most of their movement, but one or two things, and they came for her.
Well, it's like she said, I have no problem with trans people, but it's like, that's the objective reality. Women are women, men are men. They never the twain shall meet in that respect, okay?
Yeah.
Stop trying to pretend you could be changed that. And that's where the thing.
Every time you mention that on my air, I get flagged by YouTube. You promised me to try not to say that, Bob.
I didn't bring it up. I'm just going in there.
No, every time you say that word, I get flagged on YouTube. We've had that discussion.
Which word? I said several.
The T word, I think.
Yeah, several keywords too. Yeah.
That rhymes with cartoons, to be honest.
Yeah, that doesn't matter to the algorithm what you're using a word for.
Apparently I really regret diving into the world of Stuart Little now. Because I did watch the movies, but the book has really had me in all sorts of what the fuck. Like, what the hell?
I really want to sing the No-Mobile now after I did that in chat. I love you, Lady Ed.
What did they do in the books that's worse?
Oh, you're going to... Let's just say... you know how Stuart Little gets adopted by the family, right? In the movie.
Yes.
So let me see if I can explain this as best as I
Let me give him one line before you do that. Pretty much almost all children's stories are way worse in the books than the movies.
I believe wasn't the original A Little Mermaid way darker, like she fell in brook?
All of those folktale movies were.
All grim. There's a reason why they're called grim dark.
And he and the queen
Cradle.
King.
We love ya.
And the king or prince or whoever divorced her and got a new woman or whatever.
No,
That
no, no, no.
depends
somewhere.
depends on what
No.
version.
The
There's
oldest
a
version I can find, based on the actual mythology it was based on, Ursula basically mutates and changes the king into a creature forever, and then runs his trident through Ariel's heart and kills her.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the huge one right there. So
Yeah.
apparently,
turns to foam.
So basically, here's the thing, and please stick with me on this, please. Oh, I'm waiting until Bob gets situated because he has to hear this too. Because I'm like, oh my goodness, you could just see the wheels in my head just spinning a little bit. But I do love like Disney classics and everything. Despite despite the other stories about it, but it's like, yeah, I'll just go with this one. I like the happy ending.
By the way, if you guys want to delve into really messed up by comparison, and you think that you found a movie that, okay, it's a little messed up, but it's fun, do not watch Disneyfied Alice and then try to read Alice in Through the Looking Glass.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So basically, what
Especially considering what he was, the guy who wrote him.
Well, they wrote it in between hookah hits. Come on, all right?
No, that's
Yeah.
not what's dark. There's things in there you can actually tell if you read closely what his proclivities were.
Mm-hmm.
And one of his proclivities was collecting artwork and photos of his severely underage cousins naked.
What?
Oh.
Mm.
What?
Well, they did the sequel a few years much later after the original live action version.
For what?
Alice. Looking Glass.
Alice, yeah. I don't know how accurate it was.
No, those are a train wreck too.
Look Tim Burton's version.
God, I have a lot of rants about that. But look, with the whole Alice thing, you've got to take everything with a grain of salt because he was really a creepy fucking monster. But also, I try to separate art from artists. There's a lot of things about my childhood that are in those stories because I was very into it as a kid. So,
hey, Fish Chosto, what's up,
it's
buddy?
complicated.
So apparently,
You might want to just go as far as the Jefferson Airplane song, and that's it.
Anyway, let Anime rant on his. Shut up, everyone.
So apparently, Stuart in the book, in the Stuart Little book, apparently Stuart is not a mouse. He even though people keep saying he does look like one, but
he's a small human, isn't he?
He has the same vital statistics as a mouse, and he is very small and everything. Now, this one is going to be really on the nose, but in the movie they did adopt him and everything. But in the book, Mrs. Little literally gave birth to Stuart Little. And I'm just like trying to piece my brain together on how that happened. But then again, this came out. Yeah, she literally gave birth to a mouse, and somehow people are cool with it.
No.
No reason to adopt him. This is your kid, even though he's small and furry and has a little tail.
No, they said
we accept furries here. We love you, Fatal.
No. From one, it was a child that looked like a white mouse.
Okay, you guys want to know which one really, if you deep dive into the original version that wasn't even released because it was so dark, the publishing houses wouldn't release it. Delve into the story they based Matilda on, including the fact that one of the versions, Miss Honey wasn't a nice woman. It was her and Matilda plotting revenge and using, actually using her magic to alter horse races and other stuff to get money to get revenge and shit. It's like really sick shit.
I would say if you hate children, read any Ronald Dahl story.
Well, to consider that Stuart Little's written by the same guy who wrote Charlotte's Web,
White?
E.B. White, yeah. Stuart Little was 1945. Let's see. Let's look at the wiki.
Most children's stories are really sick when you actually look at the unedited versions.
Well, the original, the Little Red Riding Hood, it's like, no, Little Red doesn't come out at the end. The woodsman doesn't come in. She gets eaten. The lesson is don't go in the woods. There's wolves out there. Yeah.
Again, Three Little Pigs did not survive either in the original.
No.
The lesson was learn your lesson the first time, because by the time the one that was responsible tried to rescue them, it was too late.
So in the Three Little Pigs, they have 3 houses and they couldn't blow down the third, right?
Well, yes and no. By that point, the wolf had actually tracked them enough and other stuff that he actually managed to get them in the original story because of the irresponsibility of the others.
Oh.
I love Matilda. I love Matilda. And I love the movie rendition they did of it. But, oh, dear God, don't delve into that book if you have a weak stomach.
How do I find these versions?
Well, what happened in it?
By the way, the book version of Labyrinth is actually pretty bad, too, because you find out that the reason why all this was going on with her is because she was going through psychological trauma after her mother's new boyfriend tried to physically come on to her when she was 14.
Lovely.
And the whole scene in the mirror, in the magic ball, and him coming on to her was supposed to be a parallel of what the mother's boyfriend did.
Where do I find this stuff?
I wonder was their local library.
Or your local Amazon if you're an e-reader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dig into bookstores, Amazon and stuff. You can find a lot of these. And yeah, history. Kids' stories never used to talk down to kids. They were written to help warn you about things.
Yeah.
Do I need to do a resuscitation of the spider and the fly again? Because I do that often.
And how do they do that? By frightening the jeebuses out of the kids. Frighten them, scare them shitless.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the toys were. It's like, don't
That'd
do
be
that.
an interesting story, Fatal.
Yes, please do, Fatal.
So in happier news, I got rent done earlier on Friday after work, and I bought some things and all of that. So what I bought was I bought like a binder thing for my autographs, because I figure if somebody asked about them, I just have it right there and I could flip and be like, here you go, rather than hold up the frames and everything, because those things are all over the place. Unfortunately, I will not be able to fit the tuxedo mask one, given how huge it is. So that is probably the only one I'm most likely going to be hanging up. I did buy a Blu-ray player for the PC, because this one here crapped out, unfortunately. So luckily I managed to buy one on sale. And then I also, and the Lego minifigures that I do have, I did buy a display case, because I'm going to be building that Tokyo skyline pretty soon. And I'm going to have it like be the centerpiece of it and have all the Legos around, like all the figures around it and everything, to make it look stunning. I did buy some anime. I kind of went a little crazy, but not overtly crazy. I'm careful with what I buy and everything.
Oh, what did
No,
you
you don't go crazy collecting it all, and you don't vap either. I mean,
so I bought.
You only spend half your paycheck on it.
So I bought the Van Dread complete series anime. I bought the both seasons of Medica box, and also Tiger and Bunny season 1 and 2, because I really like that anime, really fun to watch. I did buy Aria the Scarlet Ammo, and then finally Black Cat, the complete series, actually. Both of them.
That's old school.
Yes, and it was a lot of fun. I had a little too much fun shopping, but just so much fun. But once they're here and everything, I do plan to do a video update actually of my anime DVD collection. However, I weighed the pros and cons of each, and I've decided to just do a live stream of it and explain, because I'm gonna go into I can go into a lot more details of the ones I have.
He wants to ramble like an autistic kid on Special Interest Day.
Isn't that well? You could say the same thing for a banker on that day too.
Well, that's what part of what eBay, YouTube's all about, show and tell time.
Oh, speaking of which, I wanted to actually go into something with you that I have stacked back here that I'm going to be doing.
Go ahead.
So go ahead, see this big. I'll show you. So I'm fixing my hallway to be this little like magic nature kingdom. So next to my bathroom on the wall is this gnome puzzle we did, along with this giant butterfly puzzle we did. On the end of the hall, connecting this room with our bedroom, we have a giant like Josephine wall, like starry scene with all these animals in it. And these are some of the things that are going to go onto the wall into an art piece grid I'm doing. One, I have to have a good scenic.
Ooh.
That's the simple one. There's going to be a line where I'm going to put 3 shaped ones together into this little art grid I've designed. This is one of them.
Oh, nice.
Moo.
This is one of them.
Wow.
And then the one that's going to be between those two, tying the image together, is the one down here.
Poor Orner.
Iggle.
Oh, that looks phenomenal.
Very good.
That's gonna
now,
look amazing.
once these are up there, the section to go above the gnomons. Okay, the one that's going to go above these nature ones here is going to be this one.
Oh.
And these two are going to go above the little nature scene I've been setting up with the gnome and fantasy stuff.
Are you gonna?
Hey, that connects nicely.
Are you gonna show us pictures when it's done?
I'm going to be trying to. We're also cleaning walls down. We're touching up paint in the hall and other stuff like that, and we're fixing a lot of it up. I've got 3 big puzzles up already. I'm trying to find another tall shaped one similar to the gnome to go on the other side of the butterfly and the gnome to kind of make it look squared together. But yeah, I'm literally trying to turn the hall into like this little fantasy nature scene walkthrough, and it's going to take a lot of these to do it.
I'm sorry, Ornery's reactions have me giddy right now. She's just looking at these things like, "What the hell are you building, human? What the hell?" I feel uncomfortable.
Because I'm sorting these into their quadrant section, because this puzzle actually has quadrants you can break it down into. It is over 2,000 pieces. And this I'm going to try to probably put into the living room. This is what it's like. And it's over 3 feet.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So this is going to be one of the main pieces in my living room.
Nice.
And I think what I'm going to put under this in the living room is actually going to be the giant white tiger diamond art I did years ago.
Ooh.
Basically, I'm tired of my art taking up 5 billion parts of the house, but not actually being visible. So we're putting it up everywhere.
How much does that diamond art go for?
The what tiger one I did was it's a grid of almost 3 feet by about 3.5 feet. It was one that took me a couple weeks, and it was like $60 when I got it.
Wow.
So that one was big. I have a swan one I'm going to be doing that was gotten as a romantic piece for me and my husband, which is literally about 6 feet long.
Giggity.
Hey, Fatal, just if you want to go into further details about all that, just send me a message. Because I've been thinking about doing another Jeopardy template on my end. I've just been so unbelievably busy.
Once I'm done dealing with all the winter crap and I've made my trip in just over a month and all that stuff, I do want to start trying to do more of the Jackbox and more fast-paced games with you guys again.
Ooh. Yes.
Because those ones were one that everyone just got really into. It's fast moving and keeps you going.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
I did.
What I'm doing to the walls in my house with all my nature and fantasy art.
Oh, we love it. I love that big dragon one though at the end. That big dragon one's gonna be really.
I also have stained glass diamond art that's a dragon. I've got a bunch of dragon diamond arts actually, but I've got one that's a stained glass dragon pattern that is actually a do me a favor, somebody figure out about the length of 120 centimeters in inches.
120 centimeters in inches?
Yeah. I thought that would be around upper 40s to 50.
It's about 5 feet.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh, that's
47 inches.
Hey,
yeah, so that's
Sunflower,
about 4
what's
feet,
up?
but yeah, I have a dragon one that's that size. And it's stained glass red dragon, wings out and everything. That's gonna go up in my artwork too.
Also, I did buy some Comic-Con tickets already. I figure I'd do that now because it's 3 months away, and I'm like, I need to get it done now because I'm gonna go because there's a lot of there's some VAs that I do want to meet if I can meet them. And also, it's the 10th anniversary of this convention, so I'm gonna go.
That costs money, you know.
They always do.
I know.
Making a note to everybody who's semi-close to me, by the way, they are actually talking about hosting a Comic-Con event in July in Cedar Rapids here.
Ooh, sweet.
Ooh.
But I will also be. I'm going to Fan Fusion again. 4 years in a row. I'm happy, but I don't know who's gonna be there, so I'm gonna wait and watch the announcements. I am going to.
Website you can go to?
Yeah, I follow both of them and everything. They have all their stuff together, and right now, the passes are on sale as of right now. So I got them for a good discount price, but luckily I managed to get them. The Fan Fusion one I'm gonna have to wait till the 31st to get. I'll wait till the 31st because my roommate's birthday is in March, so I want to get her as that's been a traditional birthday gift for like 3 years running. And she loves going to these, so
nice.
So yeah, it's like so they're going to actually talking about having one of these near me.
Are you gonna go?
Crazy.
No.
Oh God, I am very, very torn on that.
It all depends on who's going.
There's
gonna be
part
there.
of me that really wants to go, but then again, my issues and crowds. Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting debate.
I would love to go. What's going on, Sunflowers? What's going on, everybody?
Not too much. How you doing?
I go to the Saratoga Comic-Con for a while. I've been.
Oh, it might be okay.
I'll be fuck off. I'll be honest. I don't think most people freak out in crowds as much as I do. Thank God. I mean, I don't like crowds.
Is it mostly because of your medical issues?
It's haven't been trampled once prior to
That played on it, but honestly, I didn't even like crowds before that. That just made it worse.
Yeah.
I've never liked them.
Yeah, I'm not big on them, but I do want to go to Anime Matsuri. I kind of wish that it wasn't as big
Hawaii?
as it is. Anime Matsuri.
Yeah, that's in Hawaii, isn't it? Or something?
No.
Houston.
No, it's in Houston.
You're showing your Canadian ignorance right now.
I've heard a specific anime convention before. I just don't remember where it was from.
That one I've been wanting to go. I've been wanting to.
I
And
want to. I just
I do have
love
my
to.
I already have my cosplays picked for whenever I do decide to go, because I
wish
thought of. Oh, go
I
ahead.
wish it wasn't so huge.
Yeah.
The Saratoga one
You
is
should
getting
see
bigger every
fan
year.
you should see the fan fusion one. You should see it because it's luckily it's in two different it's two buildings, but luckily they are not that far apart. They're just right next door to each other. I unironically enough, before Game on Expo went to the bigger building which hosts Fan Fusion, so they were in the other building across the street. Our first year going there, we got confused for a moment. We're like, wait a minute. Oh wait, it's over here. Follow that group of cosplayers. Let's follow them. Lead us to the anime promised land. Because me and my roommate don't know what the hell we're doing. Although this year, though,
Do you ever?
no, I don't know what the hell I do half the time. I really don't know what I do half the time, but amazingly,
Eat a dick.
amazingly, it hasn't killed me yet. But joking aside,
Bop off. Bop off. Bop off.
but joking aside, though, when we went this last year, when we went last year, oh boy, summer was not fun. It was not fun. I reckon if you guys are planning to come out here for the Comic-Con out here, if you guys ever plan on doing this, where I can meet up with you guys, I recommend bringing lots of water and finding like an outfit to match with the summer heat and everything.
I don't do the cosplay stuff.
You don't have to. You don't have to dress up. I'm not asking you to dress up like Galactus or Thanos.
You want to hear?
Or Frieza for that matter. I'm not asking, but
do you want to hear something interesting?
No.
All right. Boo. I'll tell it anyway.
Wow.
Got ball right on the head there. Yeah.
Wow. Rosetta, why are you being a brat?
That was a tick. What do you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We all know that was a joke.
It was Ticky, being
Lydia should remember I have a lot of no ticks that I do to Steve all the time when I'm not on here.
Actually, that could have been a no tick.
It was.
It was.
What do we think, Anime? What do we think, Anime? Are we Sailor Venus? Are we feeling Sailor Venus today, or are we thinking Sailor
Yes.
Joker?
Oh my
Sailor Venus is definitely a good vibe.
What I was going to say was
Venus.
Sorry, go ahead, Kermit.
What she said. No, what I was going to say was they do have like furry rest stations there where they can take off their hat, at least their head.
When you say furry rest station, I completely think of something.
I was thinking of getting arrested, and then when you said take off their head, I was thinking really dark too.
Oh no!
Yeah, what is for those of you who have been? What is the rule on that? Do you have to stay in character the entire time, or can you like take it off? Or
you can take it off.
Take it all off.
But at the same time, those who are part of the community try to like go the distance, so they buy these expensive suits of like regulation,
some kind of
air conditioning inside.
I would think it would be kind of a pain to take off some of them.
Oh, you should have
Just
seen
as a penguin, for God's sakes.
You should have seen you should have seen the Ryu cosplay I saw a few years ago.
I could imagine that was a pain.
That guy was on stilts.
They don't like anyone going into there but the person and the person who comes there to help them.
It's a macho thing. They want to prove they're tougher than the other guy. Yeah, I do. Oh,
And also the and also Lady Dominesque. Oh my god. I saw 3. I saw at least
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
probably I saw at least
Ooh.
probably 8 different ones.
Mhm.
One was really on stilts, and then another girl was tall enough to almost be like her.
I'm
And
surprised.
the cool thing was,
I'm surprised they allowed stilts in the facility.
Well,
if you know
how
what you're
tall is
doing,
she?
Well, as long as you're
How
not touching
tall is
the
she
tube.
canonically in the game?
7
I-
feet.
7
Still,
feet.
still, I'm kind of surprised they
She would
allowed
rather
it, no matter
hear-
your skill.
What I think happened was how they managed to get those in, because from my understanding,
They do
they
bad
didn't.
searches.
Yes, they do. So what I think happened was how they managed to get the stilts in and everything. They walked normally through security, showed they had stilts, and they got it approved and everything. And then when they got into the convention, they went to the change area, the restroom, and then had a few people help them put on the stilts and everything and help them walk out and all that. That's my guess on that, because
I'm still surprised that security let them through with stilts.
I don't know why that's surprising. There's nothing
Well,
really
nothing
there
wrong
about
with that.
stilts.
No, it could be a danger to other people. Is my point. If they fall, or something.
No, it's
No,
discrimination against gnomes if you don't allow stilts.
Yeah, but we try to discriminate against gnomes here.
But there
That's not
was
my-
one. There was
only
one I
you, that-
saw. Oh my lord. There
But
was
you
one
get
I
my
saw
point,
with
though.
platform shoes.
Love ya. Love ya.
You-
Yeah, but we don't make platform shoes big enough to help that gnome down there.
That would just make regular height. Yeah.
Rotate your
But-
finger so you're doing
but
it
you
better.
get
Come
my
on,
point?
bitch.
I mean, there's better
Ah, ah,
giantesses to do cosplay with than what's her name? Domiscu? Domiscu?
Yeah.
Do you get
Dumbass.
my point, though?
Dimiscu?
Lady Demiscu.
Yeah.
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 Do you get my point, though? When I'm
Yeah, I get your point. I get your point very loud and clear.
I get your point, but no, I mean,
Disagree with it, but yeah.
99%
highly-
of the shit that fans do at these Comic Cons could be dangerous to the crowd if they're not paying attention.
Mhm.
We're reckless, crazy assholes. I mean,
there
So,
was one,
they-
there's a couple of vendors there that sell actual swords.
Several, probably several
to a
vendors.
degree. To a
No, they're
degree.
actual swords.
Yeah.
it depends on the convention. Some of them don't allow them.
And
The,
it also
uh,
depends
No,
in
they're
terms of
and whatnot.
No, some of them won't allow it, period.
Well, the convention here and where I live, they are a little lenient on the metal ones, as long as they are not sharp. As long as like the
Yeah.
tip is dull and everything, you're completely fine.
See, if I
Um,
decide I want a sword at the
Someone
convention, I'm
with
just
that.
gonna take this.
You could, in theory, damage someone with that.
In theory, it's a weapon. Of course you can. That's the
you
whole point of
there
it.
you can damage someone. with
You
your
have to be a
fists,
very big
Kermit.
idiot
If I have
to
to
do
take
that.
anything, I'll take this.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Hmm.
Yeah, actually, you can get away with that though, because that's completely made out of Lego.
Yeah.
Completely made. And they'll notice it
That's-
like right away. They'll be like, "Oh, I see the crevices. I
Oh,
see
it
the
depends on
little the little separators."
See,
depends on who's doing security.
I would want to be Wing Zero, and bringing in a twin Buster rifle, I'm pretty sure would get me looked at.
You
I mean,
If you
there's a
3D
part of me. There's a
if you
part of
3D
me that
print
wants
it-
to really be offensive, wants to really take the Gay Mafia jokes and show up at one of these conventions with a giant rainbow sword with a dildo head.
So,
I'm not sure
so
they,
the
I'm not sure they would let you in.
Oh, I'm not sure they would either, but it'd be funny as hell.
I mean, security would probably laugh as they turned you away.
I think it would depend on
Yeah.
A, is it really, really overtly that from a distance? B, is there anything sharp on it? C, do I just go ahead and do the whole thing and pretend that I actually am gay and pull the victim
So-
card, right?
Oh,
So the
I
Wing
did.
Zero
I
shield
did.
would be
I
out too.
did throw out. I
Yeah.
did throw out the old Trunks sword. I have the new one sitting right
But
by me.
with some of those those toy rifles and whatnot, they do give you like tags to identify them.
Well, yeah, there's mostly security at these conventions are off-duty cops or retired
know.
cops. Either way, they have no sense of humor. They're not into this stuff, so they don't know what the hell you're walking in with.
Well, I
By the
know
way, this is
years
better.
ago.
Go ahead.
I
Go
know
ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know years ago they would distinguish them with like an orange tip on the end of them.
Yeah,
The rifles, yeah.
it's what they're called
Mhm.
beast bonding. You know, it's just a way to identify this is not a real weapon.
Right.
But there's one time they did out here when the StarCon Denver, they one of the games that is do runs, where basically a team of Sandmen or a team of runners. Logan's Run thing. Well, this one guy who's a Sandman thought he saw some runners at the end of the parking garage, and it's raging all over the place. And so he lifts his Sandman gun, runner, and it's like, Denver police, drop it. It's like, oh shit, and he has to watch this. He has to drop.
That's
this.
a cool prop right
He
there.
paid like $200 for this Sandman gun. He has to watch it shatter in the ground. Because
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how weird or fantastical your fantasy weapon is, it may be met with 357 jacketed round if you do something stupid. So it's like keep it holstered, sheathed, or whatever.
Did he get arrested?
Anime,
for
have
it?
you?
Oh, but then he just got a stern talking to and
Fucking.
Now you've done purple hair Trunks. Have you done Super Saiyan Trunks and bulk form Trunks?
I really, you know what? I was thinking that the other day, and I weighed my options and all that. Unfortunately, I would not be able to do the Super Saiyan form because I would have to keep it up and everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, I do know some style. I do know a few people who could probably keep it like leveled and all that, but I would have to be very careful when I'm walking around and everything because there's stuff that does hang and everything. So I want to make sure I'm aware of where my footing is, where I'm positioned, and all that. But this sword right here, though, is probably a million times better made than the old one because the old one, this piece right here, kept sliding off. Like it kept sliding no matter how hard I kept it down and everything, it still would slide. Even when I when I move it like this, it would still slide. This, however, is made way better. Like I see no issues. I can actually.
Well, you can see the quality in the tilt.
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
that's cool.
Here's the case of it and everything.
That's
and the
cool
good
as
news,
shit.
Pretty
and,
cool.
and the good news is the tip of this one is much more smoother and way more flat than the old one because we really after that incident I had with security when I met Tifa Lockhart's voice actress, I was so angry that day. It nearly killed my mood. It nearly killed it, and because the original pose was gonna be it was gonna be me and Tifa's voice actress. She was actually gonna hold the sword and hold me at sword point, like have it pointed directly at me, and I was gonna throw my hands up like I'm being robbed. That was the original idea, and I told her that idea. But when I told her what happened with security, I saw the frown form and everything. She's like, next time but she did say, next time I'm here and they do let you in with the sword, we are doing that pose. So I got an approval for that. And I told her, hey, I'm happy to do this pose. I have no qualms about it. It's gonna look hilarious. It's gonna look very hilarious. Tifa Lockhart, Robin Trunks in broad daylight. Like, give me the Dragon Ray or give me the Dragon Ball.
It's fucking awesome.
But it's good. It's actually good that the security is that tight.
Well, yes and no.
Well, it can be.
Here's the sad part. Here's the sad
There's
part.
no there's not very many incidents.
Well, there's incidents because
yes and no.
Actually,
but unfortunately, the worst was of all that, guys. I got lucky and managed to keep mine because the female security guard loved my cosplay that much. She's like, "Hey, I'll hold on to this sword for you. You could still go in. I'll hold on to it for you. I'm working till the end of this convention. I will make sure you're safe and everything." And she kept an eye on it and all that, so it was sweet. However, not many other
That's fair.
cosplayers are lucky. Heck, some of the security even broke some of the props in half right
Wow.
in front of them.
Oh,
They
Yeah.
can't be doing
Wow.
stuff like that.
that's when somebody's going to get a bill for replacing them.
Yeah, they can't be doing stuff like that.
Yeah, no.
And they actually made some people throw their props away. Like literally forced them. That's how bad
crazy.
this was. And I was home that night and I saw the comment section explode on that one. And I told my story too.
Can you complain to the front desk about it?
What's the front desk gonna do? Nothing.
What are they gonna do?
You realize that? Wait, one sec. You realize that most of these guys. Let me.
Let her talk.
Okay, as I was starting to say, you realize that most of these events, the places that are hosting them have almost no control over the people that are doing the events. They rent the space out, and they usually only have a couple actual employees that run the system there, other than security that's there for part of the time.
No,
so one sec. I'm not finished. So their ability to take complaints is very minimal, and most of these events don't put together anybody to go complain to, or if they do, it's like one little complaint booth at the back of the venue where you have to already go in and go through all the crap in order to even get there to say something.
I meant where you pay for the ticket.
Most of these kinds of events don't tell you shit before you pay for the ticket. They're supposed to be required by law to tell people if there's strobes or any dangerous lighting and stuff at events before you even buy the ticket. And most of them slap a sign up on the door, maybe, and then go, "Oh, we warned you." It's like, these are non-refundable, asshole. You didn't warn anybody.
And also, generally, security is hired by the venue, not by the people running the convention. And they're hired for the day. They're not their own personnel. Like I said, it's a lot of off-duty cops. Because they said, "Hey, we need security for an event coming up, and whoever's free this day, can you go run security at some geek con?"
That's why I started bringing a secondary prop with me in case that does happen. Which, thank God, I did. I had the next day I went as I don't think I debuted. I don't know if I debuted Android 17 that day or not. I can't remember what con I debuted it at. So lately I've been bringing a secondary prop, one of the acrylic made Dragon Balls, the hard plastic ones. Like it's not it may from a glance it may look like glass, but it really is. It's the acrylic looking ones. And I had a security guard laugh because I did ask him about it. He's like, and he laughed. He's like, "Oh, I like this thing." He bounced it. He's like, "Okay, it's in good condition. Here you go. You can have it back. You can bring that in. You're fine."
I'd say you're lucky that wasn't glass, asshole. I'd be charging you for it. But that's why,
I'm careful with
Star Trek stuff. That's why I stick with old Star Trek. Anybody who takes this for an actual weapon needs their head examined. Okay.
So is there any way you can complain?
I knew a few.
It would probably be the local police department, whatever.
I got in touch with some cosplayers who are good friends with some of these people, low key, and I told them what happened and everything. They weren't too happy about that. They're like, "I've heard it from a lot of other people.
Yeah.
I'm adding your complaint to the list, so I have it ready and all that." However, I'm debating whether or not to get like a Jasmine, the capsules where you push the button, you toss it, and out pops like a giant house or anything like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about having that made.
Oh, that'd be nice.
But the issue is I would probably have to get the button like literally like solidified where it doesn't push down, just to bypass like all the weird stuff and everything. Because technically, it is a throwable device, and
Yeah, I mean that's minor.
Nothing's gonna happen with it though.
Say what? Say what? Stick a penis in your butt.
so I'm
so
still
much things
thinking.
can be considered throwable, though.
Well, grenades basically. In terms
Basically,
of that.
anything can be thrown.
Yeah.
However, I'm thinking of just like going through and having it. Like if somebody's like, "Hey, what's this?" Click, 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 and everything. But I'm still debating on that piece, though. I'm still debating on that one.
You know, I was trying to sort stuff. I can't do that with you on me, Cat.
And this is Rosetta's pussy stroking hour, brought to you by Snickers.
And the ornery cat glaring at the camera like, "Shut up! I'm getting attention."
Look at that face. What is with that face?
Like, oh, I'm on camera. I'm on camera. I must vamp. Yeah. All right, I got a little
she is so angry.
She's purring.
Because she's feeling ignored. Yeah.
This is the guy who can yell and scream and glare at people while actually purring at the same time.
There we go.
She's her.
Is she being
majestic in her own way?
Calm today?
Not bad, not calm. Probably
Do they
needs
help?
CBD soon.
Do they help calm you down?
Oh, no.
Okay. I'll get Steve to get you your medicine.
You said those three magic letters.
What's that?
Do they help calm you down?
Yeah, the ornery panther and baby girl always help. Thor is somewhere around here though. He's somewhere, but he's doing good. I told him that he was a little star on my channel in the short section because he some of those shorts really exploded a little bit here and there, just with him being majestic.
Yeah.
I did throw the rap song though when he was laying. I threw a rap song in there just to be hilarious. I showed him it, and he looked at me with those blue eyes in like pure disdain. Like, why did you put music on there? It ruins the majesticness. He was pissed, but he's adorable nonetheless.
And to answer Kermit's answer a little bit. Animals are actually extremely therapeutic with anxiety, autism, Tourette's, and stuff like that. And if you actually notice, A, when I'm holding them and I start ticking and spasming, they don't react to it. And B, often they actually will help me calm my ticks down when I'm in tick attacks to hold them, won't they, Lydia?
So TLDR didn't read. Stroking your pussy calms you down. Got
I mean, he's not wrong.
Anyway,
you're not supposed to agree with that Kermit.
No.
Hey Tom Laundry.
I read that cats are very good at reading our body language as well.
It also depends on the pussy and how you're doing it too.
Okay, let me explain the other day here. I had a very rough night sleeping, so I woke up a lot of tremors and ticking. And I pulled the muscle right here in my neck. It could not get upright because it was just stressed here and I couldn't move my neck. I'm laying there and Ornery struts into the room, walks up behind me, puts both paws on my neck and starts going like this right into the knot. Really, really, really deliberately. And she's digging right into the knot from the ticking. It hurt, but it did get it loose.
It's like ornery. Keep going,
ow,
right?
Ow, keep it up, right?
Yeah, like no, a little to the left.
It's like the little kitten and the big bulldog in the cartoon. Yeah.
She sat there and kneaded the spot until I could sit up.
Mm-hmm.
It was several minutes. She just sat there kneading me.
Mm-hmm.
That's a miracle worker right there.
So sometimes, kneading biscuits, works.
Cats Cats can know where you are in the house also.
Well, that's because they have really good hearing and smell, so we don't have to chance anything from them.
They also know what you're. I imagine they also know what you're doing too.
Usually, like I said, I've got times I'll come in here and I'll be doing stuff with this computer and pedaling for like 10 hours, and the entire time Panther will be right here. He won't climb on me. He'll just lay there and purr and wait for me to pet him every so often. He will be dead asleep. I will get up quietly, tiptoe out to head out to fuck off to eat a dick no to try to run some errands, and literally by the time I can walk into the living room and put my shoes on quietly, he'll be standing at my feet with this look like, where do you think you're going, bitch? If I go at that time, if I leave at that time, hi Johnny, then it can be hours later. I'll come back and he'll still be sitting in that same spot staring at the door and look at me like, you bitch, how dare you leave?
Are you sure he actually stays there until you come back?
When it's so hot to the touch, you can almost burn yourself on it when you pick him up, yeah.
I'm gonna be going soon, but I wanted to show you guys what I got for Christmas.
Yay!
Oh, yes. Yeah. Here, I'll put you on big screen. There you go, Jasmine. Oh, nice.
Super neat.
Is that Dragon Ball?
No, it's a series called The Gray Man.
Kind of looks like Dragon Ball. Sorry.
No, Dragon Ball looks like it's going with markers. Okay,
Hey!
Ooh.
Hey!
Ah.
Okay, that's a good game. That's a good game.
Yeah, I took a while to get it, unfortunately. It's been a minute.
Go nerddom. Jasmine, you're such a pretty hero.
No, that's
Good stuff.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Did you have a good Christmas then, obviously?
Yeah, it was good.
Thanks to a gnome, I spent half a Christmas making the Gundam
Until dawn.
I have yet to play that
nice.
one, Jasmine. I have yet to play that one.
Yeah, it's supposed to be kind of like the quintessential remaking of like a horror film. It's supposed to be really good.
Nice.
I am planning to redo my Crash Bandicoot 4 playthrough.
That's
hey, Fairy Tale. Wait, what season? What?
This is the Edalus arc.
Oh, wow.
Can't even. You had to get it off eBay because you can't even find it anymore. To be honest.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing about anime DVDs. Once they go out of print, oh shit.
Is it not on Crunchyroll
That's because
anymore?
us collectors do not let go of shit once we've got it.
Yeah.
If we run it into the ground rewatching it, that's one thing. Otherwise, it ain't leaving our sight.
I got lucky on that one though. Like half the DVDs I have in here, I got lucky on. The Card Captor Sakura one I have, that one. I was at a Zia Records that day, and it was right there.
Two of the ones I can't seem to ever find again because I wanted to get extra sets of them to store and not just keep rewatching are Kadocha and Steel Angel Kurumi. You can't fucking find them.
Yeah, well, once they go out of print, good luck. I mean, your best
I have them, but I was trying to get them for somebody else and to have the collectors in case anything happened to them.
Your
but
best
like,
is eBay.
Even there, it's like almost unheard of.
I'm still trying to find a Yu Yu Hakusho complete series on
I have the whole season, the whole series.
Nice. Where did you have to go to find it?
Well, at the time, it was still in print, but I went to Best Buy.
Yeah.
See, I didn't have that.
See, you used to be able to go to FYE before they shut
Oh,
down.
yeah.
FYE
Actually,
in my place around me.
I still have FYE over here at where I'm at.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They've just
I thought they all went out.
We went because me and my sister we actually went to one a couple months back.
Mine just condensed into really small store.
Oh, my sister nearly Jasmine, I'm gonna clue you in what my sister nearly got me for Christmas one year.
What?
She almost got me. It's a statue of Goku, and you know those electric balls that you like with the electricity and everything? It's
Uh-huh.
it's him. It's Goku standing in the spirit bomb pose,
Oh
and he's
yeah.
holding that.
I've seen
Okay,
that.
there's an FYE in color in the mills. Okay, so
My sister looked at it and everything and tested it out, but there was a hazard. I can't remember exactly the specifics on what that hazard was, but she got me something much cooler. And the lamp behind me, the Attack on Titan lamp I have, I got that at FYE as well. And I still have it to this day.
I can't believe that there's still FYEs around.
Me too.
I know, given everything. And also there's
I don't remember one being at the mills.
They're still around. You just have to look.
Wow.
I just don't remember one being a car.
Next time I go, I'm gonna look around and see what they have because lately given the fact I have I'm still trying to figure I'm still waiting on some wall shelves and everything, but I am gonna be unboxing both the Super Saiyan Go tanks and the Kid Majin Buu, and they're gonna be facing off against each other. It's gonna be Kid Buu with the death ball above him, that pose he's in right now on the box, and I'm gonna have Go tanks in his pose with the three ghost bombs in front of him. It's gonna be an epic showdown right there.
Come on, you piece of
speaking of which, one of the prizes I was gonna do for the giveaway, I already have 2 of these, so I'm giving 1 away. I'm giving Piccolo away.
And I have my little giveaway for all you nerds when we do the 100 episode special.
Yes, so we're still trying to figure the part I'm trying to figure out is
just to remind everybody what this is in detail. So it's not just any decorative tree you can use for Christmas season. It is
has anime character. Oh,
Pokemon. Yeah.
Yeah, Pokemon.
Charizard, yeah.
And that is an actual puzzle I put together for you guys and made into it too.
Pokemon is kind of
Plasma Ball. Thank you, Vanessa Kitty. Thank you.
I'm not a Pokemon fan. I literally bought it and did it just for the people I like here. So,
did you like any of the games or
no?
Oh, that.
It's okay after like.
Sorry, I thought you bought one of the games or something.
It's purely a selfless act on her part.
You're fine.
Yeah.
No, it was purely I saw it. It was marked down, and I went, "Oh, my nerd boys would love that," and I bought it. It came with that tree and 11 little puzzle ornaments, which I'm going to actually be putting onto like wood backings and adding little details and artwork too. And some of those are going to go into giveaways for you guys next Christmas season.
Cool.
So I plan to try to keep doing this for you guys on occasion.
I'm sure we'll appreciate it.
This group, I'm not.
Just like anime, at some point, I need to put together all those Sailor Moon Diamond Art stickers I got, don't I?
Oh, that's
awesome. I want the Sailor Neptune one.
When I finish those, when I do them, when I remember where I put them, that is.
I want Venus and Jupiter, please.
When I finish it, I will come on air with them, and I will let everybody pick out 1 or 2 and let you guys enjoy it.
Just hold your request until the proper time.
For diamond art?
Yeah, they're little diamond art stickers of the Sailor characters.
Oh, nice.
I've also said I'm serious on it. If you guys want to just give me a little fee and have me fuck off, have me make you fuck off. you want to give me a little fee and have me put together diamond art kits you found that you really want, like specific characters or stuff, or you find like a set of coasters or ornaments in your characters or stuff, I will absolutely help do it.
Oh boy.
Okay? But I do expect a little payback for the hours it'd take.
How much would you charge for like a diamond art of like Shinron? You know what Shinron looks like?
Do a search, see if you can find one that's made, and find out what it would cost, and I can figure out what it would cost to be able to do it for you and ship it to you.
The Eternal Dragon.
I'll do that.
Yep, the dragon.
Because if it's out there, otherwise you have to have it custom printed through custom companies, and most of them will not print any licensed characters on your custom ones. So it gets kind of hard.
Johnny Quest's little dog was Bandit. Yeah. The little, was it a pug? Little
The bulldog type, yeah, kind of a.
Trying to ignore the fact that in the middle of that I was saying, if any of you guys want to pay me to, and I tick fuck off.
Oh no!
And
Yeah.
Lydian's head poked up like, like, how much would that cost?
Yeah, that's only normal. I mean, you can't do it for free.
Of course.
Yeah, like I said, but it's something I do for my anxiety. So if you guys are asking me to do it, I'm not going to charge you a lot either. It's like, give me basically like a minimum wage fee, and I'll see how quick I can pound it out for you, kind of thing. You know?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I know not everybody can do it, not everybody has the time, but the artwork's really good to a lot of people. Can somebody let me know what those symbols that Fatal put in chat are?
Yeah, give me a second.
You have to run that through translator.
I know. I just want to make sure I respond correctly to what he said.
All right. Well, I'm gonna bounce, but
we love you, Chica. And if you do decide you want any of those and you find some that I can help you with, let me know, okay?
Oh, I will.
It literally means
Jasmine,
goodbye.
always a treat to have you on and everything. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
When the
Yeah,
DVDs
Jasmine.
are when the DVDs are here, I will show them off.
Oh, okay. I'll be watching.
Hell yeah.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
Love and peace.
Penis juice. Penis juice.
Hey Rosetta, since it's at the 2 hour and 30-minute mark.
We already took a break. It's not been that long.
Do you want to go? Do you want to take another one at the 3 hour mark?
Probably a little longer than that. I'm ticky, but I'm not painful ticky.
Okay.
But I will.
I'm just keeping an eye on it.
You're keeping an eye on it. It's also that I've been head down doing this most of the time, so there's not much light in my eyes. But yes, thank you for helping remind me to be careful, because that's why I contacted them, as I needed to figure out what to do about this shit. You know? It's like,
Yeah.
It gets worse the longer I'm on air.
Oh, the kanji
And the gnome
that
can
he-
attest it gets worse sometimes just hanging out too, doesn't it?
Yes, and the worse it gets, the more that she wants me to stick around, even if it's 2 a.m.
Oh, fuck off.
I love you.
Eat a dick. Micro penis of the north. Captain Asian Dick, you have no penis. I'll be back on camera and mic in a minute.
All right.
How are you, Lydian?
I'm doing well, Kermit. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I feel like I keep falling asleep. Like
Then maybe you should go
torture,
to
but
sleep.
not really. It's like I don't know.
Well, Shiny, if you want to go and if you want to go off camera and take a nap, you're free to do so. I'm not going to keep you on.
Not really.
I don't want you to. I don't want you to force yourself to stay awake and just to be here. Your
Not
presence.
really. Like it's weird.
It's snowing here, and
It's.
and
Wait, I forgot. You're in the north, aren't you, Shiny?
Yes.
You're up there. Oh, then it's much colder there. So it could be that's affecting it.
Even though we have our heat on.
Yeah, I had to go to the store a while ago and get stuff before this cold snap hits.
Yeah,
I heard it's gonna get bad from what I heard.
It feels like a storage unit effect when I fell asleep.
There's a cold front warning or stuff like that, depending where you are.
Oh, it's already kicked our ass. It's like Ice Station Zebra here.
Oh no! And I also rode my horse today.
Yeah.
Well, it's not my horse, but basically is.
That's pretty cool.
This rate, I might hit 1,800 followers by the end of the night. Yep.
Everyone's connections are going crazy. There's cold front.
So, Shiny, what temp is it over there?
Let me check on my where I am.
We're not getting much snow, but it's freaking ice ball temps today.
Yeah, if I feel cold, that's the reason I fell asleep for. No reason at all.
Time to pop up what the forecast.
Okay.
I love this app so much.
Where I am is 30 degrees.
Yeah, that's where it
30?
is for me too. Yep, me too.
Yeah.
According to what I just checked on what the forecast where I'm at is -4 right now.
Holy
Oh my
shit.
god.
Oh my god.
It was literally depending on sunlight and where I was in town, out of town earlier. When I was doing the nature drive and dealing with finding those sites, it was between -4 and 2 degrees.
Holy shit.
Which to Lydian would be closer to -15 to 18.
Oh shit.
Because he's in Celsius.
Lucky
And the
Canadians.
meet point of Celsius and Fahrenheit is -40.
Okay, I'm now over 1,800 followers on X.
Yay!
Nice.
I don't have very many followers, and I don't really care.
Yeah, I'm
picking up more as we
getting
go
way
on.
to 800, but the only thing
It's
is
60.
30.
It's 62 degrees over here, but then again, I do live in the desert.
And you live in a freaking desert, yeah.
Yeah, I had 3,200 as my high point in followers, and then it's kind of tanked since I privatized.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is supposed to be like 11. Yeah, it's 12 degrees right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh,
we're in the frigid temps over here in Iowa for some reason right now.
Tomorrow's going to be 8 degrees.
Oh my god.
Okay, back in what the forecast.
Tuesday will be 41. So it's going to be
My favorite saying that what the forecast ever gave me when I opened it in winter one year was I popped it open to check the temperature, and the caption on it said it's colder than Elsa's frozen twat out there.
I would venture to guess there's a lot of cosplayers as her every convention.
I love what the forecast is. One of my favorite sites in the world.
It's sad. I think most of
I
them.
want to say this on Wednesday. It's going to be extremely cold. I'm not sure if my job will close at the moment for it's going to be cold temperatures.
I think a lot of those Elsa cosplayers are way overweight and cannot sing worth a shit. So,
according to what the forecast tonight, Jack Frost is acting like a total icy douche.
And
I think one of my favorite ones, though, that what the forecast ever gave me in summer was I opened it up and it said, "It is absolutely fucking beautiful outside. Too bad you're still in Iowa."
Oh my god.
Oh,
I love this app so much.
And don't even ask me why there's a Rule 34 of Elsa. Don't ask me how I know.
Oh God.
No.
Again, Rule 34.
Yeah, don't ask me how I know.
Yeah.
You don't ask those type of questions.
Just consider
not for me.
Rule
Not for
34
me.
is everything. Sooner or later,
Yeah.
if we haven't found it, just because they haven't cooked it up yet. But give it time, it'll happen.
Yeah.
Well, there's an actual Rule 34 website.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Of course, Letty, and I expect you, with your warped sense of humor, to know that. He wanted to say something and stopped himself. Now I want to sing the Gnome Mobile.
No one's stopping you.
I'm trying so hard to be good.
Since when?
Yeah.
Might as well go for it.
Fuck off.
Aww.
It's just.
Well, let's just say that's not the first cartoon character I would look at Rule 34. Because she's, yeah.
Look, any character that's actually attractive and female. I don't care if she's skinny or big or anything. If she's well proportioned and female, Rule 34 is going to go nuts on her. And by the way, I have seen a lot of people sharing Rule 34 shit about, let's just say, the older sister in Lilo and Stitch.
What about men?
Nami?
Nani,
yeah.
yes.
Nani, sorry. I confused the two so badly. It's not even funny.
There is
Eagle.
anime, I'm sure you know too. There's a shit ton of Sailor Moon Rule 34.
Oh, absolutely. I'm well aware of that.
Do it for good-looking men too.
Yeah, but not as often as the females.
Depending what circles you go.
I'm saying an average is there's more perverted artwork made of women than men.
And then there's
more
also
artwork made based on women than men. Statistically, that is because if you're looking at the traditionals of artistic lining and design, the female body lends itself easier to art than male body does. Not that both can't be very artistic, but it's easier to make art of female than male.
because the female body's better looking than the male body. We only got things hanging off it and stuff.
Hey, I don't agree with the better looking part. I love to see a good wang. I mean,
and then there's fanfic stories. Yeah.
I actually enjoy some of the fanfic stuff, like with Dragon Ball. What was that? Dragon Ball.
You start getting the slash fiction. It's like
not abridged, but that's good too.
Yeah, but some of those fanfics go so creepy so fast.
Oh yeah, it's not that hard.
I'm trying to think of what it was. It's Dragon Ball. It was on YouTube for a while, and it was pretty good. What was it called?
Someone's got one Dragon Ball XXX.
Well, I'm talking about fanfics.
If that title has been taken, grab it now.
Well, I'm talking about fanfics where they actually extend the story and turn it into their own. That's not perverted.
That's boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of that stuff is good.
Okay, look.
Most of it is creepy as hell.
Very good fan fictions of any genre, any culture, any franchise, but most of the fanfics are usually creepy and usually shipping characters together. It should not be shipped together. Like the just mass amounts of stuff you can find online shipping Kirk and Spock, Kirk and Picard, Spock and McCoy.
Also, to be fair, the good part is the eye of the reader. One thing.
Yes and no. There's an amount of the person's taste and stuff like that. There are also objectively bad artistic designs where you don't understand artistic angles, stuff like that. The basic rudimentaries of how art is done.
I'm super into Harry Potter fan fiction for some reason.
Then watch out for the ones involving Hermione.
I'm just wondering how much of this time is spent on Rule 34 digging into Harry Potter.
And
what is he doing with his sorcerer's sword?
I'm sure there's plenty of stuff, shipping Harry and Ron.
I don't
Oh
look at.
God, can we stop thinking about that?
I don't look at the male stuff at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now
You're
this is
not
the thing I
the
don't get.
connoisseur.
This is the thing I don't get, and yes, it's the numbers averaged out a little bit more for a long time. But if let's talk about these people in this whole communities for a while. If it was really about supporting people's sexualities, then how come?
And some of it is.
Don't interrupt. Then how come the average of people very, very much support girl on girl and bisexual stuff with women and multiple women? But one sec.
Men love
Let me finish
lesbians.
the point, and then you can respond. But those same people will blast and attack, demonize, or do gag reflexes to any guy on guy stuff or male bisexuality. Same as female bisexuals are considered normal and healthy, and it's just part of sexuality. But men who are bisexual are told, you're not bisexual, you're just gay and won't admit it.
I don't know anything about that stuff, but I don't read it if it's male on male. It's just my preference.
Well, that's personal preference. I'm not bashing that. I'm saying this is a social construct I'm questioning.
I can really only address the Star Trek stuff. It's like actually a lot of gays are rather offended by the slash fiction that cropped up with the Kirk Spock stuff. And a lot of it's like they're just friends. They can be friends without fucking each other.
That wasn't what I was referring to.
Yeah.
I was referring to the social stereotyping.
Yeah.
That means that gay and bisexual men are not as accepted as much as gay and bisexual women are, and the men are treated like they are disgusting for being that, whereas women are treated like they are sexual and beautiful for being that.
Depending on how it's written.
Well, the honest one's going to say, no, it's not normal, but we like that better than the other stuff.
This isn't okay. This isn't about writing style or stuff like this. This is about a social normative behavior that has existed a very long time and still does.
I don't know.
You can have the ugliest woman out there, and again, I'm not saying that you do. I'm saying this is one of these things I want to understand a bit because I think it has to do with the psychology of humanity. You can have the ugliest woman out there. She's bisexual. They're like, okay, accept her. Generally speaking, there's pigs that won't, but generally speaking, people accept her. You can have the hottest guy out there. The moment he says he's bisexual, it's everybody's calling him ugly, disgusting, vulgar, ew, gross. Why are you just gay and stuff like that?
And to be fair, not all fan fiction needs to have sex in it. Not all of it does.
No.
But then what's the point of it?
But my whole thing is going beyond the fan fiction. You got to follow what I'm saying. My whole thing is going beyond the fan fiction. There is a really big social normative against men having the same ability to have the same sexual proclivities and lifestyles that women are accepted as.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's my answer.
Which is fair. But it's also just something to make you all think about because this is a social normative issue.
I've never thought about it, and I probably won't think about it outside of this.
Because really, I think one of the most unequal treatments from both sides of the aisle is how gay and bisexual men are treated compared to women.
I wouldn't know anything about this, but if you do, you do.
I am sorry about that, Vanessa. And yeah, that's the thing. I don't mind. I don't care what people's sexuality is as long as they're A, not trying to force it down my throat, and B, making sure that they're being responsible and consenting adults. I do have problems when you're, doing things like some of these thoughts are doing where you're trying to see how many people you can screw with no condom in one day and shit, because you're putting everybody's health and safety at risk. But at the same time, it's an adult decision who you're going to sleep with. If you want to be a hoe, male or female, then male or female, you get to be a hoe.
Yeah.
Also, you get all the diseases that go with that.
There are times I hear stories and I do think thinning the herd. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but
did you hear about? I don't know if I talked about this on here, but did you hear about that woman who gave $800,000 to that Brad Pitt or whoever it was lookalike and scammer? It was an AI.
That's a long, complicated thing. The whole issue with the AIs and the fakes and scammers is getting really, really bad now. And it's not just scamming out of money like that. There's also, they're literally tracking down people's information, finding out what they look like, finding out their body type, finding out about scars and personal background traumas. And they're making deep fakes of people and blackmailing them with them.
Yeah, to be honest, is like I seen a lot of these bots on Twitter, private DMing, say, "Oh, fake job scam" or "fake money scam." You know the whole deal.
MLMs are also epidemic, and that's all those housewives just trying to pyramid scheme everybody out of money.
Hey, Eagle, will you check your Discord message real quick and read the bottom message underneath of what I sent you?
But in Bob, some of the story is better without the
holy shit,
the romance stuff.
That too.
Well, yeah, that's what you're acting, but I am now at 1,918 followers. This guy's done good, and I'm still picking up more.
I mean it.
Well, we know where things are now.
In which way?
We'll tell you later. But for now, we're having a great time. We'll talk about it later. Also, congratulations to Captain Bob on that achievement.
No,
wait, is it like bouncing? Is it like bouncing back and forth? Is that's what's going on? Is it going to 18 or 19?
No, it's got right account said we shot it, and I'm just getting rolling them in. So I'm over 1,900 now. So
there you go.
What are you talking about?
X account followers over.
Oh yeah! Congratulations, Bob.
Yeah.
By the way, all I got were porn, or what I suspect were porn bots. Most of them.
This is a change. Usually it is a porn bot. I'm getting something.
Well,
porn bots, scam bots,
Are you Kermit the Frog? Are you Kermit the Frog on X and Twitter as well? Oh, okay. It was about if you chose to be Kermit the Frog and X and Twitter, I think that's your own fault for getting solicited with bots and porn stuff.
I keep this separated from my Twitter.
Fair.
For a good reason. I keep it all as separate as I can. Everything.
Okay.
You know what? I mean, I might be too paranoid. But in this day and age.
Okay, now get back.
Keep going, Kermit. We're listening.
I will say, anime, don't even worry about it. It just proves what I told you already.
But keep going, Kermit. What are you trying to say? Go ahead.
That I might be being too paranoid in this day and age, but I never know.
I don't think you're being too paranoid.
You're not paranoid. Nah, you're good, man. If you're having moderate success and everything, you're doing something right.
I'm not really.
Well, a little line from Strange Days. Not a matter of whether you're paranoid, whether you're paranoid enough.
I mean, I believe I have like 3 followers on my YouTube channel, and I don't post content. Just did it so I could get on to to talk to people on YouTube.
I would just start this thing just to so I could comment on things.
But yeah.
They're going to do a lot of follow backs here. Oops. And the connection's going weird on me here. So, God damn it. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go heat up some food real quick and eat something. Are you?
Okay.
Can you host the channel?
I'm fine.
I want to say 5 minutes, like 5-10 minutes.
Take your time.
At this rate, I might actually monetize on X, by the end of the month.
Good for you,
Well,
Bob.
I hope it works out for you, Bob.
I hope it did. I mean, everything's online. Just enough impressions in a certain period, and it's like then Elon starts paying you. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps at this point.
You know what my opinion of it is, but I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to congratulate you on your hard work.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you, Bob.
That's how adults can disagree.
Yes.
I'm happy for you, Bob.
So am I. I'm very happy. Thank you. All right. Let's see.
I just realized we have a Pokemon name in the chat. And
yeah.
So you're into the Pokemon thing, Eevee?
Yeah.
Okay.
But even though I am gonna rebrand my name at some point because someone kind of like trying to take my followers away and my the whole deal because she doesn't know I was the first one here, no one else.
It's just what it is. Sometimes we have to rebrand ourselves for different reasons.
But at the same time,
I change my name from time to time just because.
I'm trying to maintain a certain brand identity here.
Yeah, at the same time, I am gonna rebrand because I'm just gonna get rid of the cosplayer name because just to avoid a lot of cosplayers putting me to their stupid drama. Which
All
I don't
I
want
can
to be
say
part.
is, sorry.
You say?
I was about to say the name Lydian is technically legal. Yeah, that's how old it is.
But yeah, I'm just saying, I just want to avoid any cosplayer drama situation because I don't want to be in some stupid black book list or whatever, just like what happened in Instagram. But I'm glad it got taken down, which my name is in the clear anyways.
Yeah, that kind of sucks when that happens when you're associated with someone else because of a name confusion, but clearly it's not you.
Yeah.
Just don't overstress people too much. No matter what happens, you don't have to feel guilty for anything, and just do what you need to do to make yourself stand out the way you need to.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell everyone out there, stop apologizing to people who don't deserve it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna apologize. I'm just gonna say this: if in a statement, I'm working on a video statement against someone who keep thinking out loud, whatever. It's gonna be telling them like, look, I don't lie to about nobody. I do have anxiety in the sense I'm not the same person who I was years ago. So I already changed. It's 2025.
Yeah.
Move on.
I do agree, Rosetta. You should stop apologizing to people who don't deserve it.
Yeah.
I take it that has to do with what I sent you as a message.
You sent me a message?
That's right in the mic.
Okay, well, it probably still does actually, but yeah, just check the message and don't say a word.
Besides, I'm just gonna make a video statement when I'm writing down because the thing is, I want to make this person to be clear that this person needs to learn to move on from this because, like I'm trying to close the book, he doesn't want to close the book. He just think I'm a liar.
People who get obsessed will never let you go. And the thing is, this is not telling you to be quiet. Please don't interpret it as that. This is me telling you, don't feed them. Don't give them oxygen. Don't think about them. They are not worth your effort. They're not worth your time. They're not worth your attention. They're not worth your love. Block them every time they crop up and ignore them.
That's true.
To hell with them.
Yeah. I'm just gonna block him because the thing is, if he acts like this again, if I don't need respect, that's the thing. I'm just gonna make a statement there so some people will understand I'm not like a bad person what they think I am, to be honest. Even
That's
one of my
their problem, to be honest. Then,
yeah, it's their problem.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, if they're taking things out of context from me, they should just rethink to themselves and ask.
Don't stress it. They're
that's the
not
thing.
worth it, literally.
That's
I
true.
know that sounds like I'm telling you just don't talk. It's not. It really is. People like that are not worth your attention. I have spent
true.
too long in my life caring about the opinions of small-minded assholes and their lackless hearts.
Yeah, that's true.
They can do what they need to do to try to justify the bullshit they're going to justify. In the end, they don't matter.
Yeah, that's why I'm just gonna say in my statement. I don't lie to nobody or anything. I have, issues in my personal life, and sometimes
we
I
all
can't
have issues in our personal lives.
One thing you will find out is every time somebody doesn't like something you say or do, every time they don't agree with something you say or do, every time they want to come after you for something you say or do, the first thing that they're going to do is unmask themselves.
That's true.
But like I said, everyone has something going on in their personal life.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's what a majority
And I said
forget.
before I said before this person said, "Oh, let's remove him because he lied to me." No, that's not true. I'm just saying. Because remember, I showed you the comment that guy made. He said I lied to him. I never lied to him. That's why he doesn't really care anymore.
That's his problem, then.
Yeah.
I'm going through it now.
I'm going through it now.
I got
But I'm trying not to say a word because I'm trying to keep peace between people. But I have had the same bullshit circles coming after me. And then new ones just decide they have to throw their 2 cents in because they can't possibly just accept that somebody's different.
Yeah.
Person cannot possibly just be themselves without being after something. And it's the same tired bullshit. And you know what? Don't beat them.
That's true.
Don't give them oxygen. Don't give them time. Quit responding to it. Quit responding about it. Quit saying, why are they calling me this? Just tell them to fuck off.
Yeah. That's gonna make my.
Hey, Third Four, what's up, buddy?
I'm just gonna make. That's why I'm just telling. I just tell him to f off because look, that's what I say in my statement. In like when I got showed these comments, I'll tell this person to f off. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was at the I probably told this story, but I was at a bank the other day, and one of the tellers without telling me hers, asked me my favorite food, and then I said pasta, and then when I changed it to gelato. And then she changed her she said she loved gelato back then.
Brother, they're making accusations at me right now, calling me racist, calling me a
God.
member. Yeah.
I mean, I'm currently collecting screenshots of evidence of the harassment against me, so keep going.
You're gonna sue them?
I am too. I'm keeping little tidbits of stuff that I'm keeping for a rainy day. But yeah, it's a group effort, and what you do, like she said, don't give it any validity. That's what they're after, because when you respond to stuff, that's their signal that you're validating it. You're giving it to them what they want, which is to bring it to life, to air. So the best thing I can tell you, ghost them, block them, ignore them.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's the thing. The thing is, so when someone accuses you of racism, right? They're just trying to get a reaction out of you, and if they do get reaction out of you, they're trying to go, hey, look, see, look, he or she is racist, blah blah blah. That's that sort of thing. But the thing is, you got to turn the tables against them, and you know, in a way that they say, you know, I can't use this. He or she's got too much to back this up of you know, something else. You know, that's what you need to do.
Just crossed 2,000 followers.
Just don't care what they think.
Or you just say,
That's it.
I'm sorry you think I'm racist. I don't care what you think.
No, don't.
Well, what they're trying to do
Just
is
don't even engage.
you,
Don't even respond. Just
what they want you to do is catch you get vulnerable and emotional and say some things you normally don't because you're in a emotional state, and then that way they'll keep it as evidence and use it against you. That's all it is. It's a trap. And so, yeah, best thing to do, treat them like they don't exist. Leave them alone.
And like I said, I know when people come on here and we're talking about the things we're going through and the people who mistreated us, I know it can sound kind of like the advice is, well, stop talking about it. We don't want to hear it, but that's not what I mean when I say just quit talking about them, ignore them. I'm not saying I don't want to hear. I'm saying you shouldn't let them into your head that much.
Yeah.
You shouldn't let them cause you any pain.
And the thing is, if they're so upset, if they acting like so negative towards me over what I said, like, look, they need to realize I get it, but at the same time, they shouldn't tell me what to do a lot because, like, I'm just stating my opinion, not like giving advice, whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is like, and even this person think I do lie, but you know, I just could tell them, look, I don't really care anymore. But if you think I'm a liar, it's like, okay, you're just being like, I'm not sure how I say this because you know how this person tried to slander me off as a liar, which I didn't do anything, and tried to span me. That's and want me to remove me out of the group. That's the thing, you know.
Listen, I've got a question for everybody here. Okay, now hear me out on this. Okay, okay. Let's just say for example that there was like this one guy that was like racist his entire life, right? But years later, he actually changed his ways and was more open minded, and he's actually trying to help people instead of being like a big massive bigot. Now let's just say for example that somebody from like the left or something like that went something like, oh, did you know that this guy was racist years ago? But the thing is, the thing is, if this person is actually trying to change his ways and he said he regrets his past, what's your thought? What's your thoughts on this? Even though somebody was racist in the past, they can change. Am I right? Anybody can change.
Gotta
right?
give someone a chance for to redeem themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, people change.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, I refer back to it all the time. That was the point with All in the Family and Jeffersons. They were screeching bigots, but both of them grew a lot through their shows and became nicer people.
Yeah. But they think that since you've got like a bad past, they can just use that against you, and it's absolutely freaking ridiculous that they think they can like do that. The thing is, it can work like both ways. It can work, but at the same time, it doesn't work because there are some things that can, but there are some things that can't. You know what I'm saying?
God damn it!
What's your thoughts?
What?
I said, what's your thoughts?
A person.
It's always a case.
Go ahead.
It's always a case by case basis, right? Because things are not as simple as they are, right? So it depends on when were they that way, right? Comparatively, like someone from our parents' generation would be different if they were that way when they were teenagers or kids, right? Comparatively to someone our generation who may have been that way, right? It's all or where they live.
Yeah.
But I do believe all people can change too.
Yeah.
Well, I say, oh, sorry, Karen. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing, Freaky. I mean, when somebody has truly reformed, you see signs of it in their life.
Yeah.
When a person has truly repented of something they've done that they wish to turn their back on,
yeah,
there's signs in their life that you look for that tells you that
Yeah.
this person has truly changed their ways. I mean,
Yeah.
a person that continues to constantly hold something over your head that, you know, and again, this is something that comes from the religious world, because I'm a bit of a religious little bit myself,
Yeah.
you know, but if you have found peace with it, if you've, you know, grown from it, you know, they don't hold it over your head anymore, unless they're just that dick of a person, unless they're just, you know.
Dick of a person seems a really relevant term right now for a lot of the shit I'm dealing with.
But the thing is, I mean, I think we can all agree, but there are certain people that can never ever be redeemed, like animal abusers and diddlers. Those are the sort of people that can never ever be redeemed ever.
Well, here's the thing: they've done things that have permanently changed the outcome for someone else.
Yes.
Right.
And
So,
by the way, I'll mince that slightly as the Christian. I don't believe that they can be redeemed free of their sins and the damage they caused to other people on this earth. Does not mean their soul cannot be saved.
that's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Exactly. So.
Now we're turning into a religious chat by Eagle Rider.
Yeah. But all I'm saying,
jumped in for a few seconds there. I wouldn't say that. But.
Well,
I mean,
look,
you know, all I'm saying is, I mean, there are some people who can be redeemed, but there are certain people that can't be redeemed because of, like, you know, certain things. You know what I'm saying?
It's more.
Yeah.
It's more of the freak.
You are accountable for the damage you've done, and the likelihood of being able to be broken of the mental damage you've done to yourself in most things is extremely bad. That means when you've committed certain crimes, your rehabilitation rate is extremely low because it changes the mentality of your brain. It's not impossible, but the statistics are nearly impossible.
You see, action speak.
Is it true that nothing is that almost everything, no matter what the statistics say, is truly impossible?
There is even the most hardened. There have been some of the most violent and sadistic killers in history have actually been changed very, very, very rarely. And it should not be a legal precedent to say, oh, yeah, we shouldn't, you know, go to the people who should. But we can't necessarily say they can never have a rehabilitated heart either. That just does not negate the consequences of their actions or sins.
Yeah,
And then I looked at private chat.
Yeah, the thing about, you know, if you murder someone, you know, that's a permanent thing. You know, there's no going back and erasing that.
Yeah.
You know, abusing animals, you forever change that animal's life and outcome. You know, kids, same thing. Don't have to say that word. You know what I'm talking about. Now, if you're talking about something like destroying property or stealing, or, you know, that's something that can be forgiven, redeemed. You know, you don't hold that over someone's head forever.
I mean, especially when it comes to kids, you know, like, you know, boys will be boys or kids will be kids. You know,
it's like the car is not traumatized by being stolen. It's just, you know,
right.
The owner may be, because suddenly it's like, I go out, you know, where's my car? I know I parked there. Now how am I going to get to work, you assholes? You know.
But yeah, I totally agree with you all.
But yeah, there are fruits in your life that present themselves mentally, physically, you know, spiritually, if you believe in that sort of stuff, that will show to other people you have changed, you have found redemption or closure of some sort. If people continue to hold that over your head, well, then the problem, in my opinion, switches to them. It's their problem at that point, because they can't deal with it and let it go. So That's the way I look at it.
This is about to turn another Bible study.
No, because we're actually
I hope
there isn't that much religion in what we're talking about right
Yeah,
now.
because I got my Bible right here.
No, this is just being a human being. In my opinion, it's just being a human being.
I'd rather you didn't do that, but
No, because the recent stream and I were trying to do a full-on Bible study.
Yeah, there was a weird stream that happened on me and Bob's channel where somebody kept pulling up social and religious arguments on things, and me and Bob went full biblical on correcting what was said in chat and started pulling up biblical verses.
I actually crack out of my Bible the first time in about 30, 40 years. Stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
it's just common. Well, this is just common sense, everyday stuff too.
Yeah.
I mean, if you watch people long enough, you notice patterns, right?
like
There's a
cats
pattern
watch
to their
us.
behavior.
Mhm.
If their behavior has changed in a different direction, yeah, I mean, you can tell. But if they're still dealing with it, haven't let it go. Well, you know what time it is. So
I can think of several people who've changed their patterns of behavior as of late, and they're really not the person they used to be. That seems to be very common lately, in fact.
We'll name no names, though.
I'm not. No, I said several. Like I said, there's two people that were very important to me and my mother, who we've known for over 14 years, who went completely crazy weird this week.
How is your mother doing, by the way?
She's not doing too bad, actually. She's been doing a lot better here, and she's actually found a church and a group she fits in and all this, so she's not feeling as alone as she was.
My parents returned from the city yesterday. Or today. No, yesterday. They went to two off-Broadway plays.
Okay.
And they enjoyed them.
Cool.
I'm sorry if my stories are boring, you guys.
It's not that. I'm just dealing with a lot right now and trying to go through some stuff.
To be fair, when aren't you dealing with a lot or going through stuff?
Mostly that's a lot of stupidity and a lot of people who don't know when to shut the hell up.
So are we playing the Cards Against Humanity?
No.
No.
We need a moratorium on it for a bit, and we're going to deal with some rules for all of us.
Are we gonna do Dungeons and Dragons or not yet?
We need to. We have not gotten it set up yet, but we definitely need a Dungeons and Dragons group, and we need to do more Jackbox, and we need to actually come up with like a schedule where we're rotating which games we're playing and not just doing the same thing.
Is this on Steam?
With Dungeons and Dragons?
I will play some.
One sec. Lydian was speaking.
With Dungeons and Dragons, we have to be in agreement in terms of what platform. There's so much ways that. Well, yeah, version is another story. What platform?
I'm not doing online platforms. I'm doing it with my books and my dice. Otherwise, hell no.
But I don't have any of that stuff.
There are ways to access it without actually having copies. We can send you scans of pages you need for information. We can do all that stuff. You can use an online generator to roll your die, but I'm using my dice. This is it.
Listen, I want to find my dice first. I don't have to go buy new ones.
Yeah, see, and that's.
I don't want
with me just mentioning that. Look how much craziness I just kind of brought up. Version,
I don't want to
virtual tabletop, or just physical with
I hate technology. I'm not doing digital gaming.
It's going to be
says the Native American that's on a PC.
It's going to be paper character sheets in front of you with a pencil.
Unfortunately, doing the work I do and the art I do, there's no way to promote myself without being involved in the internet culture. That doesn't mean I'm good with technology.
You know what?
I'll
thing
because my dad was a techno nerd.
Won't it be hard?
God bless his soul.
Wait,
what? Kermit, what's up?
If you have all the stuff, Eagle, will you be the DM every time?
No, I don't want to be DM. I like to play. I like to cause
Or
chaos and evil acts. I mean,
or shall I say? Or should I say, thank the great spirit in the sky?
Honestly, I think we should go old school and Bob teach us advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
You don't want me as
He's-
DM. I'll be
No,
vicious.
please, God, no.
Oh no.
I can't.
If Bob was DM, he would take all his stress at life out on us.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
go to,
because,
if you do one of these things with a character, I'm going to go. You're in a wheelchair. Oh, where are you? Well, every dungeon is going to have very steep stairs.
Well,
Oh, no,
then
that
that's
part
their
we would all like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will never understand this whole. I want my character to have my disabilities. It's like, why? Don't you want to play to escape that shit?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you know, they are working with their disabilities when they make stupid choices.
Oh, that applies to someone I'm totally dealing with too.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Oh.
And I will play as many of the games as I can. Probably a couple of rounds.
Just don't overstress yourself on it too much. If you can play, you can. If you can't, you can't. We don't require people to join in the different games we do in order to be a part of the group.
But sometimes the word games
Play with yourself.
Whoa.
I remember last time when they say eat a dig, you say eat a dig in a funny way. Was that a?
But
that's a tick. That's why.
The tick voice isn't quite my normal voice. Actually, it's either that high-pitched voice or I turn into an AI.
So I just had a thought. Say
What's up?
when you do
Did it hurt?
No. Dungeons and Dragons. Wouldn't I be behind or whatever if I come back after like 2 or 3 sessions that you guys have played?
There's a lot of ways you can make that work. There's plenty of D&D groups that have always been open to people coming in when they have an opportunity and could be anywhere from weeks to months apart. And they'll just basically work you out of the story in these times you're not there.
Like I'm off studying or whatever.
Yeah, this is why this is a conversation that we need to have. It's something we're planning towards. It's not something that we're necessarily starting next week or something.
No, because it takes time.
I understand it takes time. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do, Kermit.
And you know I won't not ask the
Making one more
question.
attempt to find my D&D books.
They're all.
Hold on.
There also needs to be a store, I don't know, we have to figure out, don't they usually have like overacting storyline or an end goal? Don't we have to figure that out too?
Usually with
That's a
D&D,
DM.
it's you have rotating periods of sort of end. You never really end.
No, but
And yes and no. There
that's
are
how I
different
understand.
ways that you could go about it.
I said
There's
usually.
a,
There's other ones that will do really specific. This is over and this is done. But then again, you're also always progressing the skill and the knowledge of your characters and stuff. So that while you may have certain campaigns that end, it does it fully. Is what I was getting at.
Like which one are we
yes.
gonna do eventually? Do we know yet?
We do not know, Kermit. Everything has not been decided. We'll find out.
And again, as I said, this is the normal. It's not the all campaigns because there's always people who play their own design and ideas. We don't know yet.
I was going to say
one sec. I was trying to say something. So we don't again, when I say this, I'm talking about the general overall behavior most of the game sessions have with most people. You're trying to progress and level and learn as your character. So there's an amount of repeating and rotating story, but there's also an amount of this campaign, this dungeon, all this kind of stuff. So it's complicated. And that's why it needs to be talked about in detail, flushed out, figured out with each other. And we need to fuck off them. We need to do the right thing to make sure everybody's on the same page with how we want to do this and how much we want to roll over in the next round, how much we want to end each session, kind of stuff like that.
Can you send when it gets all figured out? Can you send me a DM of like a PDF?
If we end up needing you to have like a book file or something for it, we can always send you some links for some stuff for it or something. We're not going to leave people with no ability to access the rules we're playing under. Obviously.
Thank you for that takes stuff off my mind.
We want everyone to feel welcome and included here.
Yeah.
All right.
But
but eventually I will need a PDF or some other type of rules and
Whatever you'll need, Kermit, we'll make sure that you're set up properly.
Once we know what we're doing, we'll make sure everybody has access to what we need and all that. That's the stuff you do once you know what you're doing.
All right.
Do me a favor. Why am I in the middle square? Get me out of here.
Because if I'm in the middle square, I feel like I'm in the middle of a bukkake.
The Brady Bunch. You're Alice now.
This feels more like a bukkake with the girl in the middle.
Oh God.
Alice. You're Alice now.
No, Bappy, you
No,
little
please.
asshole.
Oh God, please no. Oh God.
What's wrong with you, idiot?
Yeah, I might gotta eat something a little, but I'll be
Doing
back.
on the bottom like a bitch. There you go.
Thank you. By the way, Eagle, thank you for letting me know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I like I said, I've always wanted to make sure everybody's as included as possible. We don't have to be assholes, and we don't have to be woke. You can always find this middle ground where you can be kind, considerate, but also have some standards of let's not be big crybabies. You gotta find the middle ground. One sec here.
The things that I were talking about asking were general things that need to be answered at some point.
Yeah, as much as it's gonna be extremely cold, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go to the gym this week.
Fair.
If I walk. Cause I tell you, I don't live in the city, but I'm like a little bit off grid away from the city.
Did you guys hear that? TikTok is apparently back.
Yep.
TikTok's what?
Thanks to Trump.
Apparently back.
Thanks to Trump.
Trump brought it back
Yeah,
already?
But he's not even in office.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's assured to come. No, we'll work out something here. Just give you a little time to work things out and properly divest you. And so they made an announcement. Thanks for the efforts of President Trump. So all these libtards have been trashing him over and over again. You got to thank him for having their thing back.
And then you know what will happen is Trump will do something to make the libtards happy in a way, but at least they'll make them love again anyway.
I think it's just confusing the hell out of him. But he's supposed to be evil and fascist and stuff. I think no.
And then they'll love him.
How this does not compute.
Exactly.
How do I hate him when he's
Yeah, and watch a little pea brain short circuit. Just I'm trying to think for the first time in years.
Yeah.
You don't need to hate him or whatnot. You could be critical of him. And that's
true.
the part that's not
They don't know
sense.
the difference yet. That's the problem. Yeah.
I don't agree or like everything that Trump has said.
And we are not going to go down any political roads at this time.
Mm-hmm.
But I like him in general. That's all I'll say.
I tell you, I like him in general in the way that he's a bit of a businessman. Like, I'm not saying how bad he is or anything, but like, here's the thing with Trump, because he does things right, but at the same time, when it fails, he had to make things up. To be honest, I'm just saying.
Again, we'll put that aside for now because
we're on air.
Another can of worms we don't want to open.
I'm just saying in a business perspective. I'm just saying business and politics. You know.
I think we should go off this subject.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Besides,
we all know what you're just saying. I do that a lot too.
And we don't want to get into that debate right now.
I know. I'm just saying we want to get in, but I'm just saying.
Don't type, Bob. Just do a lot of just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know.
That's my everyone's way around of getting around it.
Yeah, and besides TikTok, it's back, so hopefully they'll do something about the data situation. If things goes well, I might go back. I might think about making my TikTok.
My concerns is is not because it's not really exactly for intelligence purposes. It's more societal degradation. It's like my concern is getting some of the more unsavory characters off of TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
The teenagers doing little 30-second dance routines, whatever. It's the one. No, you're really this, and then you can tell your parents to go through that. No, you need to get the hell off. I need to check your hard drive.
And I'm gonna be honest, teenagers shouldn't be on TikTok at all.
They shouldn't be on social media.
I agree.
Agreed.
Same thing with YouTube. Same thing with other sites that has where the real adults are at. To be honest. And I'm going to be clear, I prefer they should have their own separate internet, to be honest.
Did you see the Red Book is opening another server for the idiots that have come to them from TikTok?
Yeah, and they're suddenly shocked that they're getting banned for even less than what they did on TikTok. So guess what? Now you're dealing with the Chinese directly.
And the thing is,
they don't play shit with you.
It was hilarious though to see.
It's like some gal shows a little too much cleavage, banned.
Remember, in Asian countries, they punish stupidity and ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me cut in real quick. Rosetta, why don't you go ahead and take a break? We're at the 3 hour and 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
Why don't you take a break? Anyway, please continue the conversation.
Well, what's stupid is you had so many people that had a business set up in TikTok, and now they're bitching because I'm fixing to lose my business. Like, why did you start a business on that platform in the first place?
I couldn't exactly hear you, Anime. I was kind of talking to Steve.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you and Steve. If you want to go ahead and take a break, go ahead. We're at the 3 hour and 30-minute mark.
Yeah, I gotta start working on the dinner, but I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
There's a lot I have to deal with.
Do you want me to put you backstage?
I'm fine. I'll just make sure I'm off camera and mic for now.
Alrighty. We'll be here. Anyway, Outlaw, what were you trying to say? I am so sorry. What were you trying to say?
No, it's just the people bitching and whining about, I'm about to lose several $1,000s a month because of my business on TikTok. What do I do?
Well, right on a different platform.
A lot of people
find a gopher and fuck it.
A lot of people use TikTok as a supplement to their marketing.
The gopher, then the gopher hole.
I was saying, if they're worrying about losing business, how about go onto eBay, go onto Facebook Marketplace? There are places where they can do.
How about develop an actual marketable skill?
Okay, the thing is, the problem is, it's like what Bob says. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to something like YouTube or TikTok or whatever like that, I mean, the thing is, I mean that's not like that's not a talent. That's not like a skill. And that's the thing that everybody wants just to like just make videos just to get by, and what, that's not the way to do things. I mean, YouTube and something like TikTok. I mean, I don't use TikTok, but what I'm saying is, when it comes to something like this, the main thing is just like to make either get people interested in something, or talk about something, or make people laugh, or or talk about our interests and all that sort of stuff. But the thing is, many people just want to like sit on their asses and just. And the thing is, nobody has skills like that. I mean, the thing is, I mean, YouTube should not be a full-time thing, and unless you're like someone like I don't know, like PewDiePie or something like that. And many people just go, you know what? The thing is, let me please let me finish. But the thing is, I mean, many like millions of people just wants to just do this and it's I mean they don't have any skills to do anything else like carpentry or electricity or anything like that. And you know what? I find that just really really sad. What do you guys think?
If your business is solely strictly on TikTok and it's not as a supplemental thing to promote your business,
then I gotta
and specifically going more to like artists or music, video killed the radio star,
and
bitch. Learn from the past.
Some of those people probably are very talented in whatever they do.
Yeah. Well, I remember this episode. I remember this episode from South Park. I remember this episode from South Park where it had like these like Andy men, and they says, okay, I've got to fix this, I got to fix that, and all the Andy men was getting all the money because they was like fixing stuff and trying to do things for people. And let me finish.
Let him finish.
Let him finish.
Or you will be muted.
It's when it came to that episode, I was like, he says, I'm gonna go to so and so to do this, and he says, I don't know. It seems like nobody can do crap anymore, and I'm not gonna lie, he's absolutely right. I mean, many people just doesn't know how to do things normally. They just rely on other people,
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
I remember that episode. That episode was really had a good point.
And then they both made so much money that they raced each other to the moon.
Yeah.
Nothing is. I'm glad someone could swipe out. Well, you're doing YouTube. Yeah, this is a little more involved than just lip syncing and dancing to some video for 30 seconds on TikTok.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't. To be honest, I don't like doing 30-second videos because if it's kind of too short.
No.
Yeah.
Most stuff is very long form.
Well, the algorithm is the algorithm, right?
Yeah.
The algorithm is the algorithm.
And the thing is,
my big objection with TikTok though is not the people that the teenage girls dancing in the bedroom or something. It's the people doing the influencing. Jeffrey Marsh comes to mind. That creep.
And anyone that's been on like YouTube, Twitch, or anything like that, they could tell you for long enough. They could tell you the style shifts because of the algorithm that creators had to kind of do, or some creators got screwed over. Rosetta, for one, her short clips of her nature videos and stuff like that, because of the algorithm and how YouTube promotes it. There's a time where she got good traction on those videos, and then they did something and it dropped off because just the way they wanted to shift things.
Or the idiots who try to follow some of those dangerous trends that come up on TikTok.
Yeah.
Like iPod challenge.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say this in a situation with TikTok.
The thing is, I'm one of those people like long people. Oh, sorry, Karen. Sorry, I do apologize. Sorry.
All right, with TikTok, we know there are some consequences happens because we all know about the Logan Paul influence, which kind of ruined the trading card hobby. Not just only that, it's also TikTok itself because after that it leads to a lot of violence going on, just like what happened with like a bunch of grown men fighting over trading cards, which to be honest, I don't know why they wasted so much money on trading cards. And one of them, I'm gonna tell you this, got really broke and is in 26K of debt because his wife was mad at him for spending that much money on Pokemon cards, or how he was being a scalper.
I mean, the thing is, when you've got a wife, I mean, there are some things you just gotta go. You know what? It was great while it lasted, and just like
yeah,
like just like move on to other things. I mean, I'm not saying that once you're married, you just like give up the things that you love. All I'm saying is that you just need to like take a break from it and just go like, you know what? I mean, I am gonna put stuff away, but there are some things that I'm still gonna be interested in. Like for example, like Star Trek, for example. I mean, if you're a Trekkie, then and if that's your passion, then yeah. It's something like that, You need to have a balance, but
it's within reason.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
And some women and some husbands and wives do the influencing together.
I mean, if you're trying to build a relationship and you're a fan of Pokemon and you're wanting to buy like a $10,000 Charizard card, but you're trying to start off with your marriage that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
No, but
we're in debt. We're gonna buy this card.
Yeah. Over
you got to prioritize things.
Do you know what I mean?
And the thing is, what I know why he's in 26K debt was he used a lot of things to get all the Pokemon Steel products, and not just only that, he's trying to get enough traction and all this stuff. Since let's say this guy is a Whatnot streamer. If you know what's Whatnot is, it's a live stream that they do a lot of these auctions where they sell Pokemon cards into the highest bid.
That's crazy.
You're spending $1,000 on a piece of cardboard.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So spend so much money on sealed piece of cardboard products. I'm just saying, instead of waste on that, he should put his money to invest on gold and silver instead of trading cards.
Or things like seeds.
What type of seeds?
Like crop seeds, herb seeds.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a 90s kid, and I'm one myself, I get why we're so nostalgic over the Pokemon cards. Because that was such a world-changing, revolutionizing thing when we were kids. I mean, hell, I still remember my first pack getting a Charizard in it, which that's a true story, by the way. It wasn't a first edition or nothing, but same thing with the kids before us that got baseball cards and stuff. I mean, it was just so revolutionary at the point.
My brother got all his cards stolen out of it out school.
But we bonded, and met people through those cards, man. I mean, watching the show and trading with each other and stuff. I mean,
the show was okay, but the Pikachu in the games isn't that good.
Yeah, but the problem is they just going after rare cards. But what happened is, why they selling packs instead of just open the packs and just sell the card, and the book save it up for the card
shop.
They
make more money that way.
Yeah,
it's all about making line go up.
Yeah.
I know some card shops that do some really shady shit where they would open all the card packs, take all the rare ones, replace them with other cards, seal them back, and then sell the rare cards, the sought out ones, like individually.
Yeah. Just like what happened with the Moonbreon, because I seen how it happened in the one that stream got banned for it.
Well, it's no different in the Hot Wheels. Brother, it's no different in the Hot Wheels world. I mean, they do the same shit there.
Anything that has like blind opening gambling type thing, most shady shops will just break the packs and sell them individually, and you'll make more money that way.
Collectors are collectors, no matter what the field is.
Mm-hmm.
And everything, or just about everything, has at least one collector.
And creepy dealers are creepy dealers too. So.
Well, it's very bad on the Hot Wheels community because we have people that are scalpers on the inside that they'll open the
Do you remember
packs
the
of
Red
like
Baron?
Hot Wheels.
You remember the Red Baron Hot Wheels car make
Oh
town? Do
yeah,
you remember that one?
Oh god, yeah.
That's a classic.
You're not wrong about the scalpers. They want 600 for that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Brother, there's
not
people in
wrong.
my own
You
store.
are not wrong.
I mean,
they'll go back there and cut the boxes open and take the ones out they want, and then shelf the ones that'll be peg warmers. You know, the ones that nobody wants, and they hit multiple stores. It's a lot of them is these retired guys that are going around these Walmarts and Targets. Same thing with the Pokemon cards. They're going around and buying shit
I
up.
see them digging through things all the time.
Right, and they're buying up all this stuff.
I'm willing to do a replay. I'm willing to do a replay of Hot Wheels Turbo Racing.
It kind of sucks because at least when I was a kid, it wasn't as bad. You can go to a toy shop and you could see like every single toy from a set, at least on the shelf. Like, but nowadays you go and all the ones that are like sought after or whatnot are like gone. And not there.
Well, Walmart's locking new stores is putting all the Lego sets behind a closed cabinet now.
Also,
you got to get somebody to cover.
Stealing Legos, man, that's bad.
Isn't like Lego worth its weight in gold and more or something?
That's ridiculous.
Also, the scalpers have to take a huge gamble at what people will want.
Yeah.
Well, that's their issue. They can go fuck themselves.
The scalpers, they'll go in there, they'll buy like maybe 30, 50 Hot Wheels because they're all like $1 and some change each.
Yeah.
And then they'll go online like with anything else, and then they'll bump it up to like 15, 20, 30 bucks. And it's like, who's gonna pay 30 bucks for a Hot Wheels? I can go pay $1 for it at some store.
Yeah.
But they've gotten smart. They've gotten smart, so they go around and they hit every store within like a 10, 20 mile radius.
Yeah.
Corner of the market, basically.
And the thing is, if any products get reprinted, guess what? They're gonna lose money, to be honest. I'm just saying.
Or they like PlayStation 5s. They do it. They still can't unload them all.
Well, they're great to price them, but nobody can afford them. Kind of defeats the whole purpose.
And and I'm gonna be honestly clear. These scalpers, let's say this, how it'll happen, because it might be shitty economy or something like that. Could be, or their jobs didn't pay well, or they didn't have a second job or whatever like that. To be honest.
Well, eventually someone's just going to get fuck this. I get unload this thing. It's taking up space and moving on to the next thing, and then it's going to collapse the market because now suddenly someone selling one for $100. Hey, there we go, and then.
And guess what?
Everything the scalper sells has to be quick, so they can move on to the next thing.
And the thing is, scalpers.
These speculate bastards, they damn near killed the comic book market.
And here's the thing about scalpers: they're in a fear of missing out, or I say FOMO.
Yeah.
But what happens when that FOMO goes out? They're out
scalpers.
$2,000.
Well, they don't care. They'll dump this shit, move on to the next thing because they made some bucks in the meantime.
And guess what?
Scalpers
what if they can't sell it?
The comic book market, from what I do know, since the 90s, because that's when the variant covers are being pushed marketing wise heavily.
Well, one guy that I used to watch, when he couldn't
Joker.
sell it, when he couldn't move product, he would go donate it, which I don't know if he's trying to save moral or whatever, save a little moral face to himself or
Or
whatever.
sell it at a lower
I
price.
can't hear anything you're saying, or almost anything.
One guy that I used to watch, when he couldn't move product, he would take what he didn't use. Like he would get a whole case of Hot Wheels at a time, and then the ones he didn't want, he would donate to people.
Yeah.
And so
And even though, let's say
But
one thing for sure, like with
But he
scalpers,
still probably made money.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Picked out the one or
So-
two that
oh.
were really collectible and then dumped the rest.
Yeah, if he's making like $5,000 and he's donating like maybe a box of 20 Hot Wheels, is that really morally? Oh, I saved myself.
Depending on Hot Wheels.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's trying to save morally, but
I'm just gonna say this: like, if anyone don't buy from scalpers, guess what? The scalpers end up trying to had to cut down their price to a certain amount so people can buy cheaper.
They
one sec. I want to comment more on the donation. If he is, depending on how he's registered his YouTube channel or business, the product he buys is business expenses. Anything he donates can be written off as a business expense.
Yeah.
yeah.
So either way,
So
it's
he's
kinda-
probably saving on taxes and profiting from scalping, and taking advantage of people in need by donating and writing them up as tax expense.
I know the channel, the guy, the Gary from Neurotic,
he could
writes off everything he can on his taxes.
Well, yeah, and I used to do the same thing when I had to write off stuff before they changed the law, so I no longer have to do that because now I'm no longer really paying. No, when they changed the rules,
he writes it off as business expense.
yeah, that's the thing, you can do that. I mean, before they finally towards some sanity there, because like 7,000 is not enough for a personal deduction. You make sure that everybody pays taxes, even people who work at McDonald's. When they change it, but that's one thing when the tax laws changed some years back. Then
Well, I was going to say,
personal deduction is now 20,000. Now it's like, okay, now you're longer.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't know how you scout people with trading cards unless you run a game shop.
Yeah,
it'd be a little bit harder for the average person to go out and buy them and then
flea markets.
resell them. Yeah,
flea markets, conventions.
Yeah, and to be honest, like instead of like wasting so much shipping and making those price, make it price decent. Like I know you know how it is, you know. Okay, let me continue.
I've seen the prices.
I'm just saying.
Pretty high.
All right. I'm just saying.
Just to avoid the scalpers.
Yeah.
And then it might go back down after no one starts buying them. But
if no one's buying them, so they'll make their price go down to back to market price as it is because they need to make them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think I can't remember what stream it was a stream or two ago. So I think it was me. I can't remember. Mentioned that I think 3D printing. I think 3D printing's going to take away a lot of this.
Yeah.
Once people start buying 3D printers and starting to make their own stuff themselves.
Eventually, replicators will be a thing.
And don't mention, here's the other thing. You know how some scalpers want people to been buying up all those New York Comic Con tickets when it was years ago, and it's because of Dan Lee, and say, oh, I want you to pay over $500 for a 3-day pass. Nope, I ain't paying that much for a 3-day pass or a 4-day pass. Like, why do you want to pay so much to a scalper over how many days of pass you want? Because the thing is,
I don't want to see Stan Lee.
Yeah.
I just want to see what's available. Why would I pay all that money to not see Stan Lee?
Well, you can't see him now anyway.
Yeah, you can't see him now.
Or maybe
You can, but it'll be quite illegal to do so.
Yeah.
Okay, that's harsh.
It was during the Stan Lee era, but now when Stan Lee's gone, so I think New York Comic Con's kind of like scalpers can be scalping anything at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, if they,
Scalpers always find a way.
and the thing
Well,
is, the only
Sadly,
thing
they do find a way. It doesn't matter if it's something that's old or brand new, like the Pokemon stuff, or anything that's just coming out, or those in limited supplies. They will find a way to get them. And you see prices are in the thousands or 3,000 because
they might not get.
up there.
To be fair to them, they may not get every single item they want, and they'll have to get what they can get.
Well, they really like a product that's real cheap to buy, for retail price, like cars or. Now the trading cards, I think the last time I went to Walmart and looked at Pokemon cards, they were like what, $4 a pack, something like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess you could take $50 to $100 of retirement money and buy a few of them, and I don't know.
But
I guess
it's
if that's how much you want.
The older the packs, the higher they go up for, especially.
yeah,
if
the
you're
thing is, I save up like,
looking for those rares.
and the thing is, I kind of like buy 2 ETBs, one to keep it sealed and one to open up.
Yeah.
It's the best way to do it.
Yeah,
Especially with some of the anime figures I have. A couple of them are still in the box because I ain't
Yeah.
opening that up.
Yeah,
All right,
like I got.
I'm gonna have to. I'm sorry.
When you
I'm
leave
gonna-
here, Freaky, I'm gonna send you something.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna. I'm out of bed. Good night, guys.
Good to see you, Freaky.
Okay, Freaky. Good night.
Good to see you, brother.
Bye.
Take care.
Yeah.
So you're saying like the more valuable and higher cards are in the more expensive packs?
No, remember, like, it depends on what you're looking for. Sometimes, like
Even
right
you
now,
get what-
Pokemon
even-
call it the
even you-
demigod pack for the Eevees,
Even-
so like you might
yeah.
get something good out of that. But
depending here's the thing
on
is,
how old the pack is, you might get something good if it's all the original in the original. How the cards are printed out, they might be worth more, but it really depends on what type of Pokemon it is and what type of card it is.
Well, I would really love to. I really love to find like a whole. I would really love to find a whole box of jungle and base fossil set.
It also depends on the market too, and what people. That's the biggest thing.
and I'm just gonna say
goes
this.
up and down fast.
And I'm gonna say this, like let's say this: if they're not printing any more of the certain sets, hold on to them until you could sell them online.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
That's true as well.
Ooh,
blue that Cyber Dragon?
No, Rainbow.
Let me.
Rainbow Dragon.
Speaking about holding on to product and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Blue Eyes. Is that just a Blue Eyes?
No,
No, it's the rainbow. It's the
Rainbow
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 dragon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This I
Your
haven't
light is
opened.
making it hard to see.
It's
Sorry.
a little bit,
and
it's the lighting,
Rainbow
it's the shadow. So
You should get it graded.
well, it depends on the
probably.
grading.
I'm gonna turn the lights on.
My room's a bit of a mess, so that's. But
Like mine's not. Come on.
All right, guys. And I'm just saying, if if depends on how old the product is, if it's not printed anymore, it's the best way to sell it instead of just scalping new products.
Ooh.
Oh, I got some of the waifu cards too. So.
Oh, that's got his story.
Nice.
Like all my cards are downstairs right now, but
yeah,
I have one of the limited edition Dark Magicians that at that time was worth about $30. Because when I was showing off all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards to my classmates, a couple of them were like, "Oh my god!" Like, do you know how much that's worth? Like $30. I'm like, really? $30? But then one of our other friends bought his cards. He had the original pose and the original design, still in great condition. And everyone was like, including myself, because I used to have that card before I either lost it or was lost in the wash. We all know those days.
Oh man,
those days of keeping your cards in your pocket and not realizing
Cards,
that
baby.
I kept my cards
Card.
in my pocket and it got washed.
I know that feeling.
How much that's worth now? It
I
was
had
the original print.
I had a rainbow hollow Valkyrian the Magna Warrior.
Yeah,
Many.
even I got some Yu-Gi-Oh collectors one that vintage the first edition Air Neos, but I am holding on to it. It's in my binder.
Hang on 1 second. I have a few more here.
I remember when the Egyptian god cards were the big thing.
Oh, this is where I
Now I've
got
all
that.
3 of them.
This is the 10 I got.
Ooh.
I'm gonna get one more.
What is that, like all the protagonists dual decks?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna show one at a time.
Ooh, obelisk. That's the one I've got.
I remember when this card first. I remember when this card first came out, and then, of course, the OG.
Exodia.
The OG. I wish.
It's worth nothing.
Slifer.
Look at the rarity. Look at that.
I
Rarity.
love Slifer. That's like my favorite dragon of all time.
Are you guys gonna
think
stream
I have wing.
longer?
Oh, Wing Dragon of Ra? Hell
I
yeah.
might have him. I'm not sure, but
I've got him too. I've got him. Let me see if I
The
can.
worst of the god cards is it takes raw because it takes forever to get raw.
Anime.
You should see. You should see my mask. You should.
Oh,
see
we're
some of the-
usually on quite late into Sunday.
Yeah. You should see my Master Duel videos sometimes. Silent. There are some wild ones.
The actual game is another thing.
And well, the deck that I run the most on there is the Umi deck. Gravekeeper if I'm in a really bad mood, like Gravekeeper if I'm in a really bad mood. I have been tinkering with the Dark Magician deck because now that on that game since Dark Magician Dragoon is now unbanned, I've been using him a lot lately.
Yeah.
So right here in my hand, I have a WWE Chris Benoit trading card.
Whoa.
Chris Benoit, the year right before he
passed away.
Before that incident.
Made by Topps. It's a 2006 Heritage Chris Benoit card.
You might want to hold that. That's worth a lot.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how much it's worth, but I'm holding on to it anyway.
Okay, Stephanie, we'll be here. Don't worry. Oh, I mean, well, we could still talk about Chris Benoit and everything. We could still talk about him.
Yeah, since
I
we're not employed
I don't.
WWE,
But the fact of the matter is, let me be very clear here.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Benoit, among the top greatest performers I have ever seen in the last 35 years.
Yeah.
Oh,
definitely earned his WrestleMania moment. Definitely earned the Royal Rumble wins and all those accolades. Outside of that, 3 people died in that house that night.
Yeah.
Something happened, but of course, with everything that's going on, all the medical stuff and everything, I'm not going to disregard CTE or anything like all the other people who talk about Chris Benoit do, because of whatever reason that it rubs me the wrong way. It does.
Well, the autopsy report showed that he had the brain of a 75-year-old Alzheimer's patient.
Mm-hmm. But he was there. He was there that night. So only Nancy and Daniel had no way out of that. Literally had no way out of that whole mess. Now part of me wishes that this was further investigated and everything, because the way this was handled, looking back on it, there are a few things that strike me as odd and everything. But until then, we really do not know what went down that night. We really do not know. However, I do feel bad for Chris and everything, but I will take it that far to that degree. I'm not exonerating him of what happened or anything. I'm not exonerating that. I'm just saying up until that point, I felt bad for him. And you could just tell, like you can just see it. It's sad.
Anytime I talk about Chris Benoit, I talk about Chris Benoit, the performer in the ring. I keep his private life separate. And I look at what the man did inside the ring, which I was, like you said, I was just blown away by the athleticism of that guy.
I watched his United States title run. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I actually liked his title run, especially against Orlando Jordan, and then his run with MVP. Oh my god, that was just too hilarious. They kept going back and forth with that. That's just so funny. And also the time when he was teamed up with Cena and everything. Oh my lord, that was
Cena.
Yeah, a lot of the behind the scenes is like because they just brought back ECW.
I saw where
the plan from Vince's side was going to be Benoit was going to be the guy.
Yeah, they were going to go. They were going to go with that.
But
I saw
Benoit, again, too many headbutts. He's suffering some severe, too many concussions. He's got severe brain damage at this point.
Yeah.
He saw, apparently, the speculation is he saw going back to ECW as a demotion. He didn't see the chance to be the big fish. He saw you're sending me back to the minors, and that didn't. And that was gnawing at him, and it just finally. Roid rage at the wrong time. It's like, like every dog can be dangerous, but some dogs are built to do more damage. And Benoit was one of those things. Like,
even in this card, I agree with Jazz. I agree with Jasmine on this one. I agree with Jasmine, and it's like, it's like now if he was Now, a major demotion would be going to developmental territory. Like, we got to send you to we got to send you to Florida and everything to develop more of your skill. To him, that would have been a demotion right there. It's like, again, I'm the top guy. What do I?
He wasn't quite in his right mind at this point. That's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, even his signature move was the top German going in. It's like,
and Harley.
Sometimes you don't land right, and you really
Harley
hit.
Race tried to dissuade him from doing that. Harley Race himself tried to do that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even in this card art, man, he's just he's huge. He's jacked. I mean, dude was a powerhouse.
Yeah. But he's about my height. That's why I nicked him the Wolverine.
The rabid Wolverine. Yeah, that was such a cool name.
But it's so sad because we could have seen a lot more. I mean, he was supposed to win the title at Vengeance from CM Punk. It was supposed to be CM Punk versus Chris Benoit at Sunday's Vengeance of 07. It was the Vengeance pay-per-view. Yeah. It was the ECW title that night. However, given everything what we know now and the more of the insight from you, Bob, something happened between Monday Night Raw, that Raw before Vengeance. Something happened between there and Vengeance. Something happened in that spectrum of time.
Well, with that level of brain damage, it could have been anything.
Yeah. Well, and leading into the weekend, because everybody heard from him before that weekend. Everybody heard from him.
It could have been his coach got burned that day, and that's it. Roid rage is on, and there's no stopping at that point.
Well, it caused, because I remember it was a big stink in WWE at that time with the steroid policy, the drug use and abuse. You know, they were clamping down hard on people who were using substances to boost their performance. I mean, I remember, who was it? Triple H was one of them, and
Vince was handing the stuff out like candy at one point. So that's part of it. The speculation of why Vince kind of put the clamp down. It's kind of the 10 Commandments talking about never speak of his name again. It's like because it's going to run back to you, Vince. That's why. And you got to answer for three
I've
guests.
already got my opinions on
I
that guy.
believe
Anyway.
Vince McMahon had his hand in indirectly getting a lot of wrestlers killed.
I do too.
Or
well,
if not directly.
Not
Ashley Masario is one
not
of them.
assassination that thing, but I think it's more like them winding up dead.
Look that up when you get a chance. Ashley Masario, she's one of them.
Hmm.
Owen Hart.
Oh, well, Owen Hart was a stupid stunt. Thing, really. You know?
CM Punk, they almost
whose
killed
bright idea
CM
was it
Punk
to ride down on the top of the cage? You know.
CM Punk too, because CM Punk developed a staph infection that they like to not have caught. The medical staff backstage like to not have caught, and it like to killed him.
Mm-hmm.
He contracted it from somebody in the ring, and they knew about it, and they weren't treating him properly. He's talked about it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, I remember that famous here's the story of what happened. Apparently in the Hell in a Cell Armageddon, it was Randy Orton versus The Undertaker, and apparently Cowboy Bob Orton, great legend, respected.
Yeah.
Apparently,
that arm never healed. He's always got that cast on. He's probably got that cast on to this day. He's still around.
Like I broke my arm, but joking aside, though, when he got busted open by the Undertaker didn't know that
40 fucking years, same broken
arm. That Bob Orton had hepatitis C.
Oh.
So Undertaker was not the best mood to find that out and went off. That's why we didn't see Bob Orton for a while after all of that. But here we are years later. They reconciled everything and everything's all done. But need to know basis is important when going to the ring. Need to know basis is important in any event. But
the little screw job on Owen Hart, not Owen Hart, Bret Hart. Yeah. When
I remember
Vince just ordered ring the bell, he just gave the belt to Shawn Michaels.
Actually,
behind the scenes stuff on that one. It's like John and John's. Hey, I nothing to do with Bret. Triple H.
You can make a 3-hour movie with all of that. You can make a 3-hour movie with just that alone, in my humble opinion. But Undertaker did have a point, though.
Yeah, well, the competition between Vince and Bret. Let's just say it ended very quickly with one punch, and Vince not knowing what day was for a while.
Yeah,
I remember. He caught the arrow, like bam, and Bret walks up.
I remember watching the documentary because remember this was happening at the same time they were filming that Bret Hart documentary, Wrestling with Shadows, and in that footage, that crystal clear footage, you could see Vince walking out of the locker room. He was wobbling and everything. You could see it in real time.
What happened? Yeah, because I watched that. That move right there, that whole Montreal screw job, that exposed a shit ton of the business.
Yeah.
And it actually destroyed a lot of the industry and what turned it into what it eventually became. I mean, Vince McMahon's on record, Bret screwed Bret. No, Vince, you screwed Bret in front of his hometown in Montreal.
Yeah. And it was all because of the fear that he wasn't going to give the belt when he went to the WCW. It's like, no, he was going to surrender the belt, asshole.
Shawn Michaels was supposed to drop the belt to him in that match, from what I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
he was supposed to win
to put it in perspective, Jasmine, Vince is partially to blame for that. He doesn't take the full. It's not the full blame here.
Yeah,
look,
here's
the factors that went in. Because remember, Vince McMahon at the time signed Bret Hart to a Wayne Gretzky styled contract for. It was a 20+ year contract. Remember, this was not heard of. This was never heard of in any sport that I can remember up until that during that time. Nowadays, we see it. We hear about those like, Jim Bob Orton got signed to the Dodgers for 10 years at this amount of money. It's natural now, but back then it wasn't, because no one's ever heard of a 20-year deal, and we don't even know if he was still going to be there. And he spoke with Bischoff, and then Brett went to speak with Bischoff and see what deal he can come out of with that. And unfortunately, that's what kind of set the thing in motion. Now, I understand, like, weighing your options and everything. I can understand that to a massive degree.
Yeah.
But how that was handled, I wish it was handled a bit better. But then again, moving on. So with everything that's happening, Sean, yeah, you were right, Outlaw. Sean was supposed to drop the belt. That was supposed to he was supposed to win the belt that night.
Vince was a
look at that! Look at that autograph!
Awesome.
Look at that autograph right there.
Brett the Hitman Hart. Nice.
So what also happened is Bret Hart did not want to lose it in Montreal. He wanted to go in as champion and win and still be champion, and then relinquish the title the next day. Which in Detroit, I believe it was in Detroit that he was supposed to do it. Which I lived in Detroit.
Yeah.
I lived in the area. Canada is not that far away. It's not that far away.
Let him call Vince a son of a bitch and everything else in everything book. Now here's your belt out of your shit, and then then.
Yeah, I mean, it was his hometown, for fuck's sake. Like,
however, what also happened was, and keep in mind, I'm going off on what's known and everything and all of this. I'm basing it off of all this. So Brett's like, well, why can't I lose? Why can't I just drop it? Like Sean gets to rematch the next night, kind of like how Kane and Steve Austin had 1 year later at that famous Hell in a Cell King of the Ring, and lost that belt the next night. Now that would from a creative standpoint, that would make the most sense. Sean gets a rematch, wins it on Raw the next night. Bret Hart loses, bows out, goes to WCW. That did not, but unfortunately, that did not work creative wise, and there was so much eggs and everything.
Well,
because Vince McMahon is a paranoid little shit.
That was the problem at the time, because Eric Bischoff was spending money left and right on these superstars, which actually helped lead to the downfall of WCW.
Also, but here's where I understand Vince to this degree, because remember, the WWF Women's Champion Alundra Blaze, Medusa, went to WCW with the WWF Women's title, the original looking one, not the one that we have, not the one we had many years later, and then the current one. It was the original 80s looking one, the original. He threw that in the trash live on air on an episode of Monday Nitro.
Now remember that clip.
Vince had this crazy paranoia that Bret Hart was going to go to WCW with the WWF Championship and do the same thing. But Bischoff came out and said, Vince, I wouldn't even do that if I wanted to. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it. Because he knows how important the title is. And everybody knows it. So now I understand why Vince was paranoid. That part I get. Because if one person does it, what's to stop Lydian from going to AEW with the WWE Championship and tossing it in the garbage live on air?
I just love that he threw the gnome completely under the bus for an example.
To give some people more context, with like Bret Hart and Bischoff, they're from wrestling families, and they know the business. They respect the business.
You guys done rambling about wrestling that isn't actually technically wrestling. Anyway, That is not an insult against the sport, by the way, or the people who are in it. It is not wrestling, though. That's a whole other rant. But you guys done rambling about that. I wanted to show you guys something.
What's up?
I got a package. I got this.
What we got?
Well, first of all, you see the package labeling.
Nice.
And it comes with player sheets and information and all that.
Okay.
And it's a special set that Dadman sent me. These ones here with little miniature red pandas in them.
Aww.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Let me show you guys this.
Yeah. Pull out the dice. Let's see them.
And let's actually look at this. You can actually see the little figurines and stuff in them.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's pretty.
See,
this is why I love creativity. This is creativity at its finest, people. And this is why we strongly encourage.
Let me see how I can get this in the camera here. You can actually see there's just this little red pandas in each one in case of them.
Aww, he's cute.
That is awesome.
That's a birthday gift I got from Dad, man. It just showed up in the mail. And yeah, it's a full gamer set.
That's a plain old 40-year-old dice.
Awesome.
Which I still need to find.
I just had to show this one because I was so excited. We were talking about wanting to start a D&D group, and couldn't these be a great dice set for that?
Yes.
Oh yeah. That'd be fun.
Okay, back to your rambles. I just had to share because we're nerds.
But yeah, I mean that's why Vince was a businessman. I mean, he knew that eventually he was going to have to buy his competition. That's what he did.
Well, because Vince also, his dad started.
What also didn't help is because there was because not only did Brett get told one thing and something else happened, because we've seen this happen at WrestleMania 9 in Las Vegas at that time. Because remember, he did lose the belt to Yokozuna. Clean, I might add you. He lost clean, which is completely fine because Yokozuna, by all rights, deserved the championship.
Yeah.
That's A-okay with him. He had no problem losing to Yokozuna and everything. However, a certain red and yellow person came in and pushed all he went full backstage politics and went in, slammed Yokozuna and won the belt. That and Bret Hart felt sidelined on that because he's like, he wanted to fight Hogan at the time. It's like, hey, I got it, but Hogan, his usual chicanery. He's like, no, man, I'm gonna put Yoko over and everything. We already have this thing going, and that doesn't work for me, brother. With that said, there's been a long line of things that Vince did to Bret Hart that led up to the Montreal Screwjob, and this was the one thing. I did feel bad for Earl Hebner though, because he did say he ran out of there and got into the first car that he saw and drove out of the arena.
Yeah.
I don't blame him because remember the fans back then were the rowdiest ones you will ever see. Even in because it was Philadelphia, Chicago, Canada. A few other places in those days, they were the rowdiest that you can get.
Well, I mean, Bret Hart talks about
because you got a lot of ECW fans in there too. So
athleticism is a cutthroat community, anyways. Yes, again, a long time ago, but I did do things like volleyball and traditional wrestling and stuff like that, and it is a cutthroat culture. You want to win, even if it means to humiliate all of your own teammates, even. There is a guttural, I want to be the number one, screw all you, that exists inside that culture. And that's what it always is going to have that existence. So, yes, of course, naturally, the infights and the drama happen, honestly. And I'm going to say this as the girl who bashes women for it all the time. There's more infights and drama in athleticism than any little girls' club. Because it is cutthroat. You want to be the best.
Yeah, I mean,
people
when
like a
Bret
good
Hart,
villain. They want the heel. They want the villain to stay on
yeah,
top
Also,
and someone
Alan,
to
go to
beat the
Discord.
villains.
yeah,
Sorry
I
about that.
mean, when Bret Hart lost in that match, he ran to the backstage. Remember, he talked about that in the documentary. He was looking for Vince. He was fixing to kill him, like literally.
And then
He did
Undertaker.
a clocking him. He did
Yeah,
clock
and
him once.
Undertaker actually was there that night too, and he literally stormed the Vince McMahon's office, banged on the door, and he's like, "You get your ass in there, and you explain yourself."
Yeah,
You know, like he was mad. I can envision him being one angry person. If a guy of that height is angry, get out of his way.
I mean,
especially still in his physical prime too. It's like now
Yeah.
he's kind of beat up and old now, but I still wouldn't piss him off.
Exactly. I mean, Bret Hart was at the peak of his prime right there, and
Also,
it's just a shame what he could have been, man.
And so basically, it was the people in that locker room that night. It was British Bulldog, Owen Hart, and Bret Hart, and then Vince came in. Shawn was somewhere in the building. I don't know if he was. I don't know if he was in the same locker room as them. I could be wrong on that part, but I'm going off on memory here.
Sean's going, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I don't know what happened."
and then
Don't
and then Owen, and then Brett, and then Davey Boy Smith and Owen Hart were there because remember, not long ago, Bruiser Brody was killed in Puerto Rico at the event in the locker room by Carlos by Carlos Gonzalez.
Yeah.
He's Cabana, Carlos Cabana, I think that's his name. And that was covered up like crazy. There's a whole story on that one. So they stayed there because they don't want that same thing happening because they're well aware of what happened. It's like, hey, why don't we stay here just in case? We don't want another murder in the locker rooms. So that's why they were there. That's one of the reasons they were there was that and a few other things. With that said, I'm happy that they, right, even though it took a long time, but thank God they reconciled and everything. But man, that was that the stories and everything that was chaotic.
There is a lot of blood on Vince's hands for a lot of things, man.
Actually, I feel like this scandal that he was in that finally removed him from WWE was a long time coming.
They've probably been sitting on that for a while. The second he steps out of line.
Yeah, but I'm glad that Triple H is and TKO are now in charge of WWE. So, and it's been better. I mean, I've been enjoying what I've been seeing lately. So, that too. Because remember, with that Owen Hart accident, oh my God, you won't. And good luck finding footage of that, guys. You will not find it.
No.
Well, that's why I feel
gone from the internet.
Well, that's why I feel so strongly that they're trying to make up for a lot of that with Natalia, or what's her name, Natalia Neidhart.
Yeah, Jim Hart's daughter.
They're trying to make up with a lot of that through her, and which she does. She seems to have a pretty good career.
Yeah, and I'm not going to deny the talent and everything, and she does deserve her flowers. And people, and I've had people asking like, "Hey, Anime Night, how come Owen Hart's not in the Hall of Fame yet?" I'm like, well, because of this, that, and the other, and his wife, and his wife. Like Bret Hart has stated multiple times he would love to see Owen in the Hall of Fame and everything based on talents and all of that, but I think it's now his ex-wife now is what's really holding that back. I'm trying to dance around this as much as I can. I'm not trying to talk smack about Owen Hart's widow or anything. No shade thrown or anything.
Let's say she does not have exactly warm and fuzzy feelings about the wrestling industry.
Yeah, and
to be fair, considering everything, I think that's justified.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
I agree. Nice and flashy. Yeah, the lower in the cage and he's on the top. I think you probably stand more towards the middle there.
To those who have been in the middle of these situations, these cultures, these traumas and stuff, I will never blame them for not liking the place where those things happen to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, because honestly, we can be as blunt and as crass as we want to be, but let's not victim blame in any shame.
No.
That goes for anybody out there, anybody talking. Let's just treat people who've been through shit with some respect.
Yeah, it breaks my heart, man, because I used to watch a lot of those divas years ago. And Ashley had a very promising career at one time. And I can't remember, she went to that troop show in Iran. I think it was 06, 07. And just, yeah. What was allowed to happen to her. Fucking terrible, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also think there's a level in society to, we can look at things, but when we're in a culture, it's very hard to stay unbiased. It's very hard to say that. I think that's why it actually is have benefits to bring people in on discussions who aren't mired in a culture, but are mired to wanting justice for everyone in every culture. So we can discuss the issues that will get too personal for people deeply involved.
Mm-hmm.
And to spread awareness to people outside of our whatever cultures of what issues we're dealing with that get us that emotional.
Speaking of which, McTal, it looks like they're bringing back the Hardcore Championship.
Oh,
which is perfect timing. I did not. Now, truth be told, I did not like how the 24/7 title looked. Let's be clear on that. As goofy as it looked, however, for some weird and comedic reason, R-Truth actually made that title way more hilarious than it should have been. But I give him full credit for making it work. R-Truth was hilarious. So.
I remember when he started, yeah.
And then all the crazy skits and everything. Oh my lord! It served its purpose, but still, the title of that design of that thing was atrocious. I'm still trying to get used to the United States title look and everything. I'm still trying. To some degrees, there are certain things I do like about it, but I miss the flag and the U.S. flag in the center of that, and with the side belts and everything. I miss it. And the animation for it whenever it was on the line was gorgeous. Fireworks, the American flag on the screen, everything. It was gorgeous. Not I also do miss I do miss that one. And I do miss the European title, but I will give them credit. They actually have they actually have the United Kingdom title and everything. So I can accept that because it does work. I'm happy that's getting the recognition it deserves. So I will level there.
Well, wasn't that kind of the whole point with the Intercontinental Championship?
They're two different titles and everything. Yes, they were completely different titles. But I feel like looking at the history between the two titles, I feel like the Intercontinental title made a lot more sense. But the European title was really had its worth and everything. I will give it that. I will not, for the life of me, understand the women's tag team titles. I will never understand that. I thought it was way too chaotic and everything given. I mean, don't get me wrong, the wonderful ladies on that roster are wonderful, they're talented and everything. Not denying that. It's just you gotta have a bit more in that flux to make it work. Now, I will give them credit. They are actually coming out with a secondary title for the women, and I feel like that's a better way to go about it rather than, here you go, here's a tag team title just for the sake of this. Not even fully thought out and everything. It's like, okay, you know what, ladies, here we go. We're going to give you a secondary title underneath the women's title. We're going to give you that to fight over as well.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they should have done that first and then slowly introduce the women's tag championship in that order. But again, this was Vince at the time, and Vince off his rocker as usual. It's like, Granddad, what the hell are you doing?
I remember at the time they created the Divas Championship, and I was like, why? You've already got a women's championship. But I can kind of see it now why they created it, because they were going in that direction, trying to amp up the women's division at that time.
Yeah, you were talking about attractive women, right?
MGTOW, you will agree with me that the Divas title was atrocious.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm
Yeah,
like,
it was pretty
we
bad.
need to grade it even further.
It looked like a third grader designed it. It's like a butterfly.
What about,
Really?
actually, speaking of more titles, Outlaw, that ECW title right at the tail end of that run.
Dude.
Oh my Lord!
ECW was a good show.
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
That's one case where
I'm
Vince
probably
fucked up.
going to steal you soon, Lydian. Also, Anime, I sent you something I thought you might want to look at since everyone was asking me what it's looking like so far.
Eagle.
Okay,
Did
hang
you
on.
get
Yeah.
But anyways, we all know about Melanie Max worrying about gooners already.
Hold on. Let's.
These are
Hold
part
that
of my.
thought.
These are bits of my haul right now that I'm working on decorating.
That's good.
These are puzzles I put together and made into art pieces myself.
Actually, those are pretty impressive.
Also, the last one here, we all get a laugh with. It's actually a little jumbo sized. I think it's a bit bigger than the actual real life gnome.
But I gotta know, I do like the color, the background and everything. I do
The
love
butterfly and the gnome are going side by side. I'm trying to find another puzzle similar shape that's narrow enough to go on the other side of the butterfly to offset that together be a 3 set. The big wall I have on the other side of the hall is going to be where those 3 giant shaped animals are going to go, and then the banner one with the art and nature scene is going to go above those. In the big space above where the gnome and that is where I'm going to put those couple box ones that are really pretty. I have this whole plan I'm working on.
Did you ever look at the? Did you ever look at the story I sent you on DM?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure what to say for a while. My brain kind of shut off. It is cute though.
I'm glad you found that cute. Its name was Piggy Sue, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice.
So from one piggy to another with that day. I mean, never mind. Let's be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's shiny.
Right.
There was a lot of those divas that were attractive, man.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm gonna be honest with as much as I know about the woke left worry about gooners, we know about the woke right, like Melanie Mack, are worried about gooners as well. It's like, what's her deal? It's like, is it because she got divorced by her husband and she want to find a way to cope her way to just blame on the gooners for everything?
Well, there's a difference between legitimate concern with actual acts that are, as you'd say, gooning here because YouTube's a little pussy. There's a legitimate issue besides fighting the actual issue with that versus blinders where you see them in everything. Everything has to be ultra censored. That's just the new Puritans. That's just the new victim blaming. That's just the new slut shaming. That's all the new, you're horrible if you don't fit into this box shit.
Yeah.
We can dismiss them with the Puritans of the past and tell them to go F off with the Satanic Panic or, the Walshes.
Yep.
Well, to be honest, like
what I will say here is I'm only going to speak on this one last time before I really close the book on that person. She really fell off. Like you could just see it in real time. She fell off. Now back then, back in the earlier days of her YouTube channel and all that, I do agree with her on some things here and there.
Yeah, same here.
Technically, I still do on a technical level, but she alienated everybody with what she did. She alienated everybody, her backers and everything. She alienated almost everybody and got the and the criticism was warranted in everything. It was warranted. It was legitimate enough and everything. However, it just goes to show that these people just do not care, and let that be a lesson to anybody who has a bigger channel not to fall, not to turn against people, and go after an entire group that you're involved with, a community, a
You
fandom,
mean like
all
literally almost every big channel that was supposedly our friends, our allies, and connected to our community has done to each other at this point?
something like that. But
It's like I want to say it's like a big reality check just switched off again, and all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
like now you self-expose yourself. You talk the big game, but behind our backs, it's something else. Like you're saying a different story.
It's
In
kind
a
of
way,
like
it's not
everything goes
thinking at
back to
the
the
same
same discussion we've been having this entire stream.
Mhm.
Integrity and honesty, compassion, and working with people you have disagreements or fights with versus just being a jackass.
And yeah, and I'm just gonna say this: if she's worried, if anyone or Mel's worried about Gooners, well, why you sending your simps to attack VTubers and other people who make lewd content?
Then why aren't they going after the people trafficking the native women? Why aren't they going after people actually trafficking
Yeah.
kids from both countries over the open border? Why aren't they actually doing stuff about the actual issues?
Yeah, and here's the thing: why they going after that? Is it because they don't like how YouTube is becoming like, and they just want to report YouTube for these VTubers doing these type of content? They say, oh, it's
They are
lewd.
disgusting, puritanical pieces of shit. That's why.
Yeah, that's why I figure out the whole situation how all those VTubers got demonetized or get their channel nuked because of
They're being
I
mass
guess it.
spammed and flagged.
Yeah. And I guess it because they let's make the Gooners cry when they lose their favorite VTuber. Anyways, that's the problem.
I don't care
It's
about
all
any.
ridiculous. It's all ridiculous because it all comes back to the same thing. Whiny ass, puritanical sacks of shit who want to control everybody else's actions and don't think the rules should ever apply to them.
Yeah.
If you want to tell other people what to do, you cannot be mad when it comes back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
And this goes to also people who get offended at everything or, oh dear God, how dare you say this? It's like, because I fucking can, bitch.
And yeah, let me tell you this. I do have VTuber products on me, so do you think I'm a Gooner? No. I'm a fan.
Let me put it this way. I have the same argument for all of these people in all of these discussions. You should be very, very, very grateful that I am very
Yeah.
slow to make actual enemies.
Yeah.
Are
And
you
the
trying
thing
to say
is,
Screw with the people I love. Fuck
yeah.
around and find out, people. And that goes for attacking these VTubers. Do you know how many VTubers are in my inner circle and friends?
Yeah.
Some of the sweetest, most innocent people. A lot of them are little housewives trying to make money to pay for things for their kids.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That's cool.
That's cool.
That's awesome. It's great.
Yeah.
yes, we love hearing stories like that. Whoa, hold
Yeah.
on, Kermit. I gotta mute you for a minute. Hang on.
Yeah, you're having mic issues again.
Yeah.
Hang on one
Yeah,
second,
hang on there,
Kermit.
buddy.
Go ahead.
And the thing is, this whole war against the Gooners, it needs to stop, to be honest. But if we want them to make them give them wake up call, they need to worry about what's around them. Like,
Actually,
It doesn't need to end. It needs to be refocused on the actual people doing this shit.
yeah,
my wonderful roommate, she has so she has so many stickers and everything on
better?
yeah, yes, I got
Yes.
oh sorry,
Yes.
yes, sorry, Kermit, sorry about that. Yes, it's good, my friend. We're good. I had to mute you for a moment while you were adjusting the mic and everything because
Yeah.
I could hear like
It
the
was
reverb.
really loud.
Yeah.
I thought he was trying to speak.
But you're good. You're good though. You're good. My roommate also has a pair of balls hanging on the tail end of her truck, and the reactions people see are so hilarious. Like they had to turn their head twice. Like, wait, what the hell?
You know, I'm kind of conflicted on those because on one hand, I get why a lot of people don't like them out in public around kids, but then again, you're out in public around kids. 90% of the chance they're going to be seeing those hanging off animals anyways. It's not like they look like human ones, you know?
Yeah.
I always laugh whenever I'm walking to the car with her and everything, and just a few a couple point and laugh at that. It's funny. It's so much fun. The humor is there and everything. And it's just humor. Just laugh.
Good way to make someone think it's a guy's truck and don't fuck with it.
And
I know. I think it's funnier when it's a woman's truck because then it looks like you cut them off your ex or something. I mean,
yeah,
right there. You're right, correct there, Eagle. You are correct. Both of you are correct.
So yeah, I'm just gonna say this is like, why worry about gooners while there's real problems going on, like there's traffic and all this stuff, you know?
Because real gooners are one of the biggest problems in the world. Real people doing that shit to kids are one of the biggest problems in the world.
Yeah.
The problem is they're going after people who aren't those people instead of the actual criminals.
Yeah.
It's like, what was it again? Was it the Emmys or Golden Globes? But I remember a tweet that you kind of reposted. It was, we did have a Native American actor who was nominated for the awards, and he had the red hand on his face, and he's actually bringing up, like, we need to talk about this. Don't ignore it. You should talk about it.
He was being spammed with the most anti-native shit and people claiming that this was all these different violent movements and stuff. It's like, no, the hand literally means a voice for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and children. That's literally what it means.
Yeah.
And he was being spammed with the most racist shit for doing it and told that he's promoting violence and stuff. It's like, at least
he's calling attention to it.
About people.
Exactly. Like when we have and I agree with what you're saying, like do some research. Like this is something that aren't we saying on this channel and it even outside, like this is a topic that we should be talking about, yet people's true colors were ironically shown that night. One simple research would have been like, hey, he's bringing up a good topic. We should be talking about this.
That's
like
true.
even when I saw the movie Wind River, like a great movie by the way, I liked at the end of the film, at the very least, they wanted us to talk about this more often. You don't know about these crimes that happen.
The Highway of Tears in Canada is heart-wrenching,
Yeah.
and it is literally where impoverished Native women who are kind of pushed, often forced into sex work and stuff, are being mass trafficked, murdered, kidnapped, other stuff of this highway constantly for decades. There have been multiple serial killers caught being connected to this highway, and the authorities do almost nothing about it because it's mostly Native women who are impoverished who end up missing.
Yeah.
It is insane. Lydian, pay attention, idiot.
I'm paying attention.
No, you're not, because I responded to you. You little asshole.
But yeah, the point is like, what if people gooning to fictional characters, they're not doing any harm.
Well, let's be clear, that's not it. That term everyone's misusing literally means people who are brainwashing and sexually abusing children to make them accept it and go to them. Yeah. It is a psychological abuse of children to make them want you to abuse them.
Yeah.
It is not something to joke about or make fucking light of or compare to artwork or shit.
Yeah.
And in fact, using that term broadly for everything is really disrespectful to the actual victims.
I know.
I kind of wonder about anybody who actually get off to drawings. It's like, you got really low tolerance, don't you? You know.
The thing that gets to me about this, they're like, well, they're getting off to drawings. It's like, yeah, but they're drawings. They don't look like people.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing, but it's not the same, you know?
I'm thinking these are the kind of guys that get off on a stiff breeze. You know,
well, one of them would be sitting up there hosting the stream, and I think he does, and then he faps.
I think he's nothing.
Yeah.
Love you, anime. I'm just making sure you're paying attention.
Well, you ain't wrong, because I do have if I do see that one booth, that one hentai booth, I'm gonna be buying more. So
Yeah.
it's my money, people. You can't get mad. Don't get mad at the player. Get mad at the game. Don't,
Yeah.
don't hit the player.
Yeah, you're not exactly helping the.
And it's my money. And it's my money. And
Yeah.
You're still not exactly helping the case, though. You know.
I know.
The fact that I took that cheap shot and he's like, "You're not wrong. Look, I have the mapping material right here."
I mean,
Yeah. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution arrest. Yeah.
I do have 5 stacks of toilet paper over there.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Exactly. got you.
Your Honor, the state rests. Yeah.
And hopefully his
I
wrists will too, or he's gonna get carpal tunnel.
Wait, anime. Wait.
Hold on.
There's a knocking at the door. Is that the FBI anime?
And they wonder why
better be.
Japan is
Well, they
beating
better
us
be.
in
They better be.
animation.
They better be bikini-clad women with a lot of things. So, yes.
Yeah. and
They're
here's
not
the
gonna
thing.
have jokes like mine. Let's get that shit.
They're here to check your hard drive. You better have it, you know. In the
Well,
order.
anyways,
God
I
bless
got.
Japan.
Anyways, I got guilt tripped by a vampire VTuber, but since I end up buying her blanket and her daki, so I'm not gonna show it off.
Well, don't feel guilt tripped into buying something that you don't. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it.
Yeah,
it's one thing to
I
show
mean, I have a couple
something, but you
impulse
don't have
buys,
to. You
I
don't
know.
have to impulse buy or have your arm broken in place to buy something.
I know that, but it's just it's just a joke I say because how she'd say, oh, she doesn't care about her love, whatever, like if people love her, it's just joking around,
Mhm.
Besides, to be honest, like honestly, I still support her in a way, just I don't want to make her feel bad, in a way.
Well, getting back to that, getting back to that topic a while ago, I mean, some of these people you guys are naming that are the bigger time, more subscribers and whatnot. There comes a point where I have to wonder if they're really doing all this stuff, reviewing anime and all that, because they're really passionate about it, or if it's just for money. It's just another grift for them to.
And honestly,
more clout chasing. Yeah.
Is both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to
Some
do
of them,
is
they started because they loved the stuff, but then they got tastes of clout and money and started going.
Yeah.
They got
Yeah,
addicted to it like a drug, and then kept pushing.
There's one I watched called Jamie Uwu. Don't judge me. She's kind of hot. She's really hot. She's into anime. She does a lot of the reviews, but after a while, it's like she kind of starts looking like these, Insta thoughts, and it's like, are you
Don't make me
really
pull up
doing
that
it
old
because you're
copy
anime?
pasta for furries.
Are you really doing it because you love anime, or are you just trying to grift off of the culture?
We've asked that question beforehand, and that's why we call them tourists, those who've never truly been a fan of stuff. We're kind of hopping on to things like
and Joker and I both know
DC Extended Universe when they were kind of popping up. The popular kids got into it because we were now becoming more and more mainstream, and when it became more mainstream, everybody started to complain about the hobby that we once loved. Now we're seeing it going down, at least on the Marvel and DC side of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
and the
we
funny
created
thing is,
Comicsgate. That's why we fought back and you're not taking away our hobbies.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, Joker, you and I, whenever we call these people out and call them tourists, they break at the seams. They just fall on their butts when they're called that, and they get highly defensive. Like they get highly rabid, and it's like, oh, we found.
I don't know where. Guys. Did you guys see that video of that woman who got rear-ended someone or something, and when she got caught, she started acting like a literal baby?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not uncommon. Karens are fun.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
It happened.
No, I don't think it was by a cop. It was just by the other driver.
That's not uncommon. Karens are a whole bag of cats.
Well, Anime, you raise a good point. You know, how many of these folks really enjoy the culture outside of the anime and like the Japanese food or their traditional dress or their religions? And
Some of them might.
I mean, they might.
Some of them might.
Well, like
But
I
it's
said,
all
I think
they
a lot
might.
of these people who've turned into these clout goblins and demons started on Teenage Juice, started on the right footing. They really had the intentions. They really were trying to fuck off. They were really trying to do the right thing, but then they got attention. Then they got clout. Then they got Teenage Juice. Stop it!
They wish they got it. Yeah.
And the thing is,
And after that, after it just kept happening, after they kept getting more and more endorphin hits on this attention, it shifted to the point where they're doing things that contrary to the original ideals and beliefs. It's like I know people who, when I first met them, when I first interacted with them, they literally were doing things like going to every tiny channel they could find just to talk to people and meet people. People who did things like throwing donations onto small channels and flying out to help somebody who was in a self-deletion mode one night. Stuff like that. That's not what they are anymore. Everything to them is the bottom dollar now and getting more and more clicks and views, and they're not who they were. And though I don't think it was fake when they started, they changed.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Lydia, would you stop sending me demented shit trying to make me forget what I'm saying?
Like with Japanese culture, like the cars. Oh my God, the cars, man.
I'm selling this comment out. He literally just messaged me going, that's why people smile when a Karen is crying as she's being rear-ended.
He's not wrong.
Kind of like Mars Girl's ego getting rear-ended by on both sides of that. Now that is admitting. Now she admitted self defeat there, which is a wonderful thing to see. Because me, Shiny, Joker, Jasmine, Neary, and a whole bunch of everybody that's in the know, we're all moved on from that.
Yeah, we're all moved on.
In Mars Girl's case, that fat ass of hers, she's obstructing traffic.
She made an 11-hour live
video.
Oh, I thought it was a live.
It's a video.
It's a video.
YouTube premiere.
And here's the thing
that's even worse.
She's being
That
like
long
Gino
it is a
Samuel.
video? What the crap is wrong with you? Get a life.
And she's being like Gino Samuel, trying to do long documentaries like Christian, of Christians. Like, you want to make long documentaries of Vic? My God, man. Like Mars Girl, Kaylin, please stop. Just get off. I'm just saying.
Not a live stream.
It's not a live stream. It's actually, I'm being corrected here. Thank you guys for correcting me on this one. But an 11-hour video, detailing from start to finish of her rambling and everything, of everything. It goes to show she will never move on. This self-defeat here should be a wake-up call to anybody. Because remember, it's not just the people who are left on the ISVW side, but the KV side also went after her as well. Told her, "Hey, we really need to stop. You really need to stop. We're trying to. If they're moving on, if ISVW is moved on, we are too." The more sane people on the KV side are seeing that we're completely gone and everything, doing much better with our own stuff.
To be fair with that, as much as I support him, there is a really psycho cult on both sides of that. That's like obsessed with every little
I'm
thing.
gonna say this.
Just let go. Oh dear God.
I tell you,
Sorry about what?
It's both sides. Like both I stand with Vic and both KV need to move on. But honestly, it's better to leave Mars Girl alone. But I suggest to report her
This
video.
is the only time we're gonna talk about her, and that's it.
Is that still going on?
These people are still obsessed.
They're trying to.
They literally are still obsessed.
I'm just saying, people. Here's the thing. I suggest to just report her video. in a way that so she won't gonna get monetized because I know she's doing it out of
The
money.
fact that no, here's the thing. I understand doing an 11-hour video. That part I do understand. I mean, yes, she needs to get a life and everything. I will agree on
Yeah.
that. But to blatantly put a fundraiser,
Yeah.
to tie a fundraiser to that, that's a low blow. That's a low blow
Well,
right there. That
Yeah.
goes beyond comprehension and understanding.
That is
In air
definitely
quotes,
good. Instead of releasing the video and then get money from it.
Okay. What am I trying to say right now?
We really, this
She
is the
says
whole thing.
going to a
Constant
company.
epidemic we're having on all sides right now. It's the same freaking issue. The same. Fuck off. The same penis shot. Fuck you. The issues we're having on both sides. It's the same issue, and what happens is the same insanity. The problem is what I've been talking about for years. Our culture is so divisive. Our culture is so divided. We've been being played against each other for so long that everything's becoming extremist, and those who are rational voices have almost no voice.
And the thing is, with I said with Munchkin advisory, he needs to realize I'm not fighting against him. I just tell them, please, just move on
Let me
from
make
this.
you a piece of advice here. Whether you talk about what's going on or not, don't name him anymore.
Yeah, I
Every
know.
time you name him, you give him more attention.
I know.
Also,
I'm not
real quick here, Joker. What were you trying to say, buddy? We are terribly sorry.
Okay. So,
what were you trying to say? Go ahead. The floor is
well,
yours.
at least for the fundraising part, I guess some people
Yeah.
got the quick screenshot of what she was trying to say. The fundraiser
Yeah.
is for. If it is genuine, then okay, fine. I better see receipts. But it's kind of like we're all saying, you just need to move on. It's been how many years? He's basically got his own
nearly
anime.
a decade.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, that
Dubbing,
was what,
they're dubbing
10 years ago?
projects. I think he's in a better place now.
Yeah,
And
he
so
is in a better
everybody else.
place.
It's time to move on. It's old news, and you're just stirring the fire again. We don't need this.
Yeah, we don't need that.
We're at the point where where all of us are doing so much better mentally and in our personal lives too. We're doing so much better than ever, and we're looking forward to new stuff. We're focusing on the new stuff coming out, like with the new animes and everything.
Yeah,
the new
and
stuff coming.
also we should also focusing on my goals need to be completed, and also since I know
we have
here's the
bigger
thing.
goals to accomplish here,
Yeah.
and everything. I completed mine, by the way. I already completed mine, but I'm still going to keep continuing to grow.
Yeah.
As time goes on, because I have a lot of stuff planned out already. Fingers crossed that I get the approval. If not, then I'll find out the issue and update you guys, and we'll see what we could do on that part, what we can do, how can we remedy that, and then appeal and then apply yet again and everything. But
just a matter of time.
But I suggest to wait because since once the president comes in, how this internet censorship stuff needs to stop anyway.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Be careful about what you say about this topic.
That's
Well, I'm not
Anime's
saying the
channel.
name.
They have more
Not-
freedom here, anyways. But I'm not going there for obvious reasons because I don't.
I'm not
believe
saying
that
the
it's
name, but I'm just saying.
on both sides.
Yes, Lydian, I see your hand. I see your hand.
Yeah,
I see the gnome hand. What's up, buddy? You have a
yes,
question?
down the hall. Right there. Yeah.
Be careful. You'll need a step stool to get up on it. I mean,
I'm just saying.
Rosetta, are you picking on me right now when I'm trying to help you out?
yes, I love you.
So
Lydian,
anyways,
what were you trying to say? Well, Lydian, you have been so
Rosetta?
patient.
he just joking around.
Lydian, see a private message. Can you help me wind down the stream so that I have a chance to leave? I need to speak to you afterwards.
Oh.
I do as such. First thing she does is attack me.
Okay.
You sound surprised.
Okay, guys.
It was just a cheap shot. You know that, Lydia, and I love you like pieces. You're my brother.
Yeah.
And that's what shit's open season. Yeah.
So you're about to head out, Eagle.
I've got to go. I got to go over some stuff with him, and I've just
Yeah.
there's been too much going on this week, and with what I found today, I've just
You can just join back in if you want, anyways.
yeah, if I get a chance, sure. But I mean, like I said, what I found with the poachers and stuff today, I've been kind of up on edge.
Yeah.
Sorry, I took the cheap shot, Lydia. And it was just so in front of me.
That's why I moved them closer to you to make it more hilarious.
So much.
Just sitting there. It's just sitting there laying. Had to be taken. Okay.
It's just sitting there this top.
And anyways, I'm just gonna give a lesson to people here. Like, if those who are trying to get so much clout on the internet, please do not post drama. That's the number one thing you shouldn't be
on
doing.
whatever you need to talk about with Lydian.
And to everybody out there who thinks that this is for attention, bear in mind, the person I hurt the most with my ticks is literally one of the people I consider one of my best friends in the world.
Yeah. And here's one more thing: do not feed the troll, which most people should been saying for a long ass time.
Hi guys, I love you, and if I get a chance, I'll pop back later. I don't care if you leave this up on my channel, Anime. Just make sure you remember the rules of monetization, what you need to work on for yours, anyways.
Yeah, actually,
Bye-bye.
Rosa, I'm gonna go ahead and end it on your channel.
Okay,
So that
I
way
guess I could always turn it
protect-
back on if I come back.
Yeah, just to protect your channel, just to protect it. So
No, the advisory "Don't feed the trolls." That phrase is older than most of you guys. Okay, so
Well, the advisory "Don't feed the trolls" really was weird to me growing up because we nicknamed my parents the Troll and Ogre, and I was often in charge of feeding the troll his diabetic food. Anyway, bye guys.
All right.
Bye. Good luck.
Okay, there we go.
And this should go
Now,
straight
there
through.
we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's been around how long? About 10 years now.
For as long
I
as
mean,
there's been BBSs and stuff, like don't feed the trolls.
yeah, I'm like, you either sided with them or you didn't, and just move on. Just fuck it.
And the thing is, I don't say anything bad to my haters anymore, because the thing is, if I say anything bad to them, they'll say bad to me back, because
Well, again,
they're the ones who started
You're
it.
giving them attention. That's what they're after.
Yeah.
That's why someone
the
comes
thing
into
is-
one of my streams causing problems. First, I just bam. Out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not even
addressing
going
it
to
is
engage.
literally giving them validity, which is what they're after.
Yeah.
And this really isn't a new phenomenon either, because even going back in the day when people, again, family history, going back, I can't say ancestor because I didn't have any kids, but it's like just half uncle.
To be
Had
honest,
a
back in
public feud in the newspapers and the personals with John Jay, who eventually
Yeah.
became Chief Justice, but he was a part of the. And they would conduct this fight in the personals, and back and forth. Well, this guy's that's in that. Well, he's on. Lots of people ate this up. George Washington was a big fan of this fight. This is 18th century Twitter fight. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, and all they
Nothing
do is-
new. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, because these people in the area who's been desperate for clout, they need to rethink their bubble. Like, is it really worth it? Not really. And making drama out of people, like farming drama out of people they don't like, it's not gonna help out very well, because that's the thing. It's like they just want to say, oh, this person is a racist, this person lied to me, all this nonsense. Like, my God, if you don't like that person so much, just admit it and move on. Because, like, honestly, if this person who thinks I lied, well, how about this? Why don't you just tell me the truth that you know you like me, and that's it. Because I didn't lie to you or anything. I'm just like, oh, I have mental issues. I'm not even lying. But, like, don't you even learn a thing or two not to take things out of context? If so, okay, I'll accept your apology about your misunderstandings, but shouldn't make that mistake again, to be honest. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that part.
Because the thing is, people shouldn't be taking things out of context. Like, I'm not lying, because the thing is I'm just like back then I was like old, mentally unstable, like
Young
in a
and
way that was,
inexperienced, what we call it.
huh? Huh?
Call it young and inexperienced.
Yeah. And the thing is,
I
these
bet
people
otherwise
keep remembering.
more mature.
Yeah. And they need to they need to just move on from it. I know some of my friends kind of got back to me, and they kind of forgive me, to be honest.
Good. It's a good thing.
And they forgot about me because they know I'm not like a bad person, but this one person still isn't gonna move on from the situation what happened to me, because they say, oh, let's kick him out because he lied to me, and I'm not even lying. I'm just like don't know what to do. That's the problem. I'm just confused back then, because you know how anxiety works a lot when I get confused a lot. I'm, I'm just
Right.
saying.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
but yeah, like I'm just saying, people shouldn't be just like telling people, oh, you need to stop doing this or that's doing this, because it's not gonna help. Because the thing is, they need to acknowledge people's opinions and just acknowledge what they have to say, and don't try and be all acting like a jerk to others, saying, oh, like this, or trying to make them to ask questions and make them understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Well,
thing, like,
brother, it goes back to the whole thing that I keep saying. Several streams back. I mean, people have lost the ability to have a conversation.
yeah,
They can't separate ideas from people. They can't compartmentalize and differentiate things. And
it's true.
unfortunately, every bit of this has trained people to talk in identity politics. It's
Mhm.
it's terrible. You
Yeah.
know.
And the thing is, I usually question these people who, if they're against lolis. Here's the thing: I just say, if you're into anime, why you whine about these type of characters?
It's
And
like
some
I
of them
said.
know.
That right there
It's what I
is
said
one
like many
thing I
times.
will
Like
never understand.
Mhm.
this is what I said many times on different streams on different channels. That everybody has their limit. If you know your limit, you'll be fine. But if you cross it, then that is on you. Only
Yeah,
you know what you like versus everybody else. You don't have to watch it. You can still say, I just really don't like this trope or this cliche, but fine, whatever.
that's
And I also
that's
would like
right.
to
Hang on,
remind
hang
people
on, hang
just
on.
remember your favorite VAs, either in the sub or dub, they might be
Our
voicing
adults.
some characters you strongly
Joker.
dislike.
Joker.
Let Joker speak.
Oh,
And it's
it's
got the no
Kermit. It's Kermit. I'm
limitations.
done talking.
I was going to say if you don't like the trope or whatever it is, just either skip that part or don't watch it.
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and think about this. When I look at the loli characters and the Shoto characters, guess who is voiced by adult women and even some adult
Mm-hmm.
men as well.
Oh, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like think about it. Like, what are you thinking? Oh, it's voiced by a child. No one's voiced by a child.
Right.
Like, think about it. Like, if I play as a teenager character, I'm an adult voice actor who played as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And same
Yeah,
thing. It's the
they
same thing when you see live action shows. Like most adults, they portray as teenagers, and they do what teenagers do in their times.
Because legally speaking, if you have an adult actor play a teenager, they can get
Yeah,
away with a few things here
yeah,
and there. But when you hire actual teenagers or even the younger cast, there's a whole lot of rules, regulation, what you can't and can do and cannot do.
yeah.
Also, it depends on how much they're enforced too.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of loopholes and leeways they can easily get around these days.
You know,
But
I
that's a good
have
point.
Mhm.
I have a story about for this. I I I volunteered at the food bank. My first my first shift, there was a guy, and you're not supposed to do this. There was a guy who had like earbuds in. I don't, and that's against the rules. But no one made any deal of it, so I didn't make any deal of it.
Yeah.
Probably best.
Probably for the best.
As long as he's not causing problems.
And for all I know, he had a dispensation. I mean,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, right. You're right.
Whoa! But
Speaking of which,
we were also as far away. We were also as far away from the office as you could get. And I imagine if you caused trouble, they would start enforcing the rules.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. A lot of these rules are put in place. No one's like, we're not going to bother unless you cause problems. Then you're giving us ammunition to wipe your ass out.
But yeah, people need to realize the thing. But I will work on a video talking about relates to who plays who about the situation, how these people went about. They don't realize the truth anyway. As in, like, the tropes that they don't like, and they don't realize who they played as. Like, are they really adults or children? And I tell them they're adults, and I'm gonna show some facts who played these characters. And here's another fact. And think about it, like back in 1993, these the Power Ranger cast, like, are they actual teenagers? No, they're actual adults.
Adults,
portrayed as teenagers.
Adults at the time, yeah.
Adults at the time.
Yeah.
That way they can
Using
work
the new
them.
one, still adults.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. People need to realize they're just adults playing as teenagers, And even if you see teen drama, well, adults are playing as teenagers. Like, they need to have, like, sometimes, it's supposedly they need to look young. They need to have, like, a right body type if it's possible,
It's funny enough. I was actually talking about that one day at work. A couple colleagues of mine. I was like, "Oh, I'm watching this vampire show that I'm watching."
Yeah.
And my coworker brought the fact that the Vampire Diaries, they had all these nice young looking people, and I'm like, that's how they get you in. Like, you see this attractive vampire, I'm like, ooh, you're gonna watch it. So that's how they hook the young minds in. They hook the teenagers in.
I will be honest, the attraction stuff doesn't always work for me.
Well, I mean, yeah, Joker, that's sex sells.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it has to have
different strokes and all that. So.
You're saying, Kirby?
It has to have a story.
Sex is one thing, but that story really needs to hook a lot of people in, especially when you're
I'll give you another example. Has any of you ever seen the show Mayor? No. I forget that. I'm blanking on the show name.
No.
It's no. Continue talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So you were saying about those shows?
Who, me?
Yeah. So what are you saying about those shows?
Like, part of the...
Yeah, I mean, sex sells. I mean, think about, like, what I just said a while ago with a lot of these, like, you guys talk about VTubers and stuff, and a lot of these chicks that review anime and stuff now that's looking like Insta thoughts. Sex sells, even in our little niche of the world.
Our little no matter what sex does sell, and like we said, like she kept talking about for that vampire show, the Vampire Diaries, that they had like all these young, beautiful people on the show. I'm like, that's how they get them in.
Yeah.
That's how they get you in. But as Kermit says, that that's one thing, but you need a good story. And I always remember the lyrics from Sturgill Simpson, "Good Hook." Oh God, like where's the lyrics? But part of the lyrics for that song is, you know, when everybody's worrying about a good look, which what they need to worry about is a good hook. It's true. Like why buy in the hand what's fee in the hand? Like it's a really good song, and it's true. Sure, Vampire Diaries Big Hook was actually a lot of them were their adaptations of books, but a lot of them were for at the time. Like they were all the young adult novels or two even. So that's why they were
Yeah.
doing so much, and you had a lot of young, upcoming actors and actresses to be in the show.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the point that people should realize and think about this. Like, why would you put an actual young child there in a show or a young teenage or an actual teenager? Because the thing is, we all know well how child stars end up, to be honest.
Yep. Sadly.
Because yeah, I seeing a lot of child
Oh,
stars
I
grown up to
remember
be
the
bad.
show now. Godfather of Harlem. He's a
Yeah.
older guy, but he has a attractive wife.
They usually do.
Yeah.
But he spent time in prison, and things change.
That too.
Yeah.
So 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 he finds a solution to get what he wants, and he only has to kill one guy.
One guy. Okay.
Oh, Riggs, what the hell?
Give me a name. I'll make him guess.
Oh my God, man.
Oh, Riggs, we love you,
Jesus
buddy. That's
Christ.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well,
Give me
she
a name.
also
I'm
loves
no,
Serena
Riggs is a
Osaka.
good. Riggs is good dude. He's good dude.
The Avatar might. I don't.
Well, to be fair, Venus would marry Usagi in a heartbeat.
And honestly,
She would.
It's actually a very convoluted. It's actually a simple plan, but things have to fall into place for it to happen.
yeah.
Riggs, God damn it, man.
And the things that fall into place he uses to his advantage, of course. And he went one. He leads a He doesn't kill anybody in this sequence, but he leads a mob boss.
No, we're not gonna bang you, Riggs. No, we needed the laugh. We needed the
No,
laugh.
it's kind of funny.
It's funny.
At one point, the mob boss, another mob boss, comes in at him, and the people there, and then he's so focused on him, he didn't notice the 3 sharpshooters on the surrounding roof, and one of them gives him a fury wave. I don't know. I thought that was funny.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say this, like, people need to learn to be responsible what they watch or what they read and all this stuff, to be honest. Because, like, I'm gonna be honestly clear, like, one thing for sure, it's gonna take a while for people to wake up and realize they need to take their responsibility on themselves, to be honest. Hopefully the next generation will basically learn, basic responsibility and self-control. So people should understand more better that they need to have self-control in the way that they shouldn't be blaming fiction over problems. Like I said before, violence over video games, sexual content over anime. Same thing with all the stuff we all know about it. Like the same cliche, but at the same time, these people who are trying to do drama on the internet, well, I'm gonna be honestly clear. Like
What's up, DJ? Go
do
ahead.
they really miss high school so much? Like, do they miss being popular? I'm just asking.
Some never really graduate in my mind.
Some people never grow up, brother.
Yeah, but the thing is, look, if you want to be popular after high school, just work hard for it instead of like doing the same exact thing back in high school.
My mom was dealing with stuff. She was in her 70s with a senior choir, and some of them were still doing this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, for Christ's sakes, you got grandkids. Grow the fuck up.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like people need to learn to grow up because the thing is, at the same time, you know how childish these feminists are. They say they don't want children and all this stuff, but like at some point, that something will hit the wall, and don't want to have kids. To be honest.
Most of them will more than likely have children.
Well,
yeah.
A lot of these feminists are in self-denial anyway. I mean,
yeah,
they know that most people don't want to engage with them sexually, but so it's damage control. They have to reverse that damage being done to them by throwing it back at people. That's what a lot of it is.
but at the same time, if they try to go back to the man that they were against, guess what? It's too late for them, to be honest. Because, believe me, that one feminist Karen cosplayer, well, I told you before, she had a bit of a deception of me, and guess what? If she tried to turn back to me and apologize and say, "Oh, when I made things up," nope. I'm just saying, look, screw off. After you did something to me, I just move on anyway. It's too late for her, of course. That's it. It's like same thing to other people who did damage to me. Well, it's gonna be too late for them anyway. I'm just saying. And the thing is, these people who have issues with other people they don't like, they need to look in themselves in the mirror and realize they're the problem, not me or anyone else. I'm just saying. But I'm not saying like if it's I'm being right whatsoever. It's like if they have an issue with with their own personal self. To be honest. And
farts will always be funny.
What's the joke now?
What's the joke?
Farts will always be funny to Riggs.
Yeah, farts. Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, as much we're moved on from the big drama, and I just want to close the book. That's the thing, because I'm in the new book. Well, the book's still open. I had to close it.
I feel like all of us have the right mind frame to close it as well, because look at us now. All these years later, we're doing much better than ever. We're still here.
Still here.
Joker. While I still have you here, I did make some purchases. I had to spend a little, So I did get some new DVDs and everything. And also the DVD player is on its way, the Blu-ray player. Fingers crossed, it'll be simple to set up. And I'll pay attention to what's being done. That said, I got Vandred Anime DVD Limited Edition box set, the complete series. I have Medica Box Season 1 and Season 2. Tiger and Bunny, the complete series. Arya, the Scarlet Ammo, and Black Cat. Oh boy. My DVD collection is gonna quadruple when I'm and the funny thing is I'm gonna be sorting through all of them. It's almost alphabetized, but I gotta get back in there and switch around a few of the DVD covers because I realized some of them weren't exactly filed right. So I inadvertently have a card captor in front of Burst Angel, and I don't know why. It's supposed to be in front of a different anime tell that I have. But that's the trade school stuff that I learned of filing sorting. So that's the craziness of everything.
Oh yeah, Riggs.
Riggs, we love you, buddy. Thank you for your presence. It's greatly appreciated. Same with you, DJ Ronnie G. Your presence is greatly appreciated. And it's gonna be a lot of fun, though. I mean, with the convention season starting up pretty soon, I'm getting the cosplays ready and everything. I'm gonna be wearing my sniper mask one to the Game On Expo. I'm gonna be bringing that back. Everybody loved that cosplay, and also the Android
Is the voice
17.
actor there finally? If he's not, I'm gonna keep saying I'm the one who met him.
Remind me again, Joker. Remind me again.
The guy who voices Lego She in Beastar is also the same voice actor for Sniper Mask.
Ah. Oh yeah. I hope he comes back. I hope he comes back because Robbie. I hope he comes back.
That's not Robbie. Lego She
sorry.
for Beastar.
Oh dear. I got the two names. Beastars, yes.
Two different
Okay.
actors.
Two different actors. Sorry about that. But I do know who's going to be there, though. Johnny Young Bosch is going to be there. So I know what autograph I'm going to get and everything. I already know.
Yeah, you're going as Dante, right? From he's literally the voice of Dante right now for the upcoming Devil May Cry anime right now. And don't say, well, they got rid of no. So, despite we having two new voice actors for some of the male, both for Dante and Virgil, literally Johnny is the biggest Ruben defender out there, and he says if there is a Devil May Cry 6, I will literally go over there and get him off the couch and get him back in the booth personally. So
I can just imagine. I can just imagine him like going and literally doing that.
Like he would do it. I'm like and Ruben is still
it.
the voice for Dante, but hearing Johnny, Ruben said like they picked the right guy. They picked the right actor. So I'm like, good.
I'm now approaching 2,200 followers.
Sorry about that, Bob. You were saying?
I'm now approaching 2,200 followers. Just the past
there you go.
Hours.
Good.
Got a shout out to the right account. They're going nuts.
Oh yeah, brother. Some call me a space cowboy. Others call
Some
me
people
again.
call me Maurice. The populace of love.
Hey, Rexus Prime, what's up, buddy?
Talk about me, baby.
That's an interesting story.
I'm doing the wrong.
Wow, I think we had a very fun. This was fun. We're actually this is good. I'm ready. I'm excited for episode 100. It's gonna be a big one. Gonna have a lot of fun. Oh, Joker, if you're wondering where Fatal is, I have an update on that. He is going to be working the nights from now on every
So he can't
Sunday.
be on.
So it's a scheduling issue.
Yeah,
Who is?
Fatal. The guy that's usually here
Personal
with.
issues aside,
Our resident furry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're
our
talking
our sheep boy. We like to call him a little sheep. A personal things aside, like I still feel
Yeah.
bad for him, but good. He found another place to work. Good. We'll miss you, Fatal, but hey, you take care.
Yeah,
I
told him outright, like we understand and everything, and
Yeah.
it'll be a while, but we anticipate his return and all that. So I told him we'll be here. We're not going anywhere. We're not gonna go anywhere. So
Yeah.
he still has a place here.
That's true.
But as of this moment, he told me I should take over Jeopardy and everything.
Woo.
Well,
But
not really.
I could get some. I can get a few things going with that. I have no
Unless you've
problem
got
with
something
it.
better than Jeopardy, it's fine, And by the way, they're about to finish up the Pal World stories because they need to finish up with the final boss and the World Tree ending. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Hopefully that goes out well. Isn't that still in early access?
Yeah.
Speaking of stuff that came out of early access, I can't believe I saw the day that 7 Days to Die came out of early access last year.
Yeah.
That's like finally.
Yeah, I have that game, and me and a friend of mine, we built up like we took over a house and almost made it into a fortress. So we're getting that going along. It's actually hilarious how that's coming to be and everything. I turned the zombies off because I really wanted to focus on the building aspect and then turn it back on and start farming because I wanted to level up. I wanted to get my character up to speed and everything.
Yeah.
But lots of fun things coming pretty soon. Also, I heard Dogman is coming out at the end of this month. That looks interesting.
That looks cute. That looks
Also,
adorable. So
I had to pre-order that Yu-Gi-Oh game, to be honest. The collection series.
Oh, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Oh.
It has all the Game Boy, Game Boy Color to Game Boy Advance Yu-Gi-Oh games.
Oh, I remember those. I do remember those. Those were really tough back in the day, but once I
Yeah.
figured it out, it became easy.
But I know the only thing is they kind of like fixed up a lot of issues. So hopefully once it released, you play. But also just be aware the Western versions of the game has Harpy Feather Duster, two different arts, so it's gonna be in random.
Oh dear.
Yeah. But while Japan, it's gonna be random with two original monster cards. The vanilla monster, the normal. I'm just saying.
One thing I always. Go ahead.
But the thing is, it's gonna be quarter century rare.
Yeah. That's one thing I always did like about, Yu-Gi-Oh and all that. The unique monsters.
Yeah, it's the early days collection. So you play, you could play not just only the dual monster ones. Also, they have Dungeon Dice Monster. They have
There we
Captain Monster.
go. Yeah, put some respect on the put some respect on the Dungeon Dice.
Anime like the Dungeon Dice. You like Duke Devlin?
Duke is
I'm
actually
always sexy, baby.
Duke's an interesting character. Oh, what's with that? What's with
You've
that?
You ruined the flow of the show.
Yeah.
You've never watched the abridged series of Yu-Gi-Oh?
The abridged is a masterpiece.
That shit is so great.
No,
man.
no. No,
Justin
I said I
Timberlake.
like Duke. I said I liked him.
Justin,
Like,
really
how
fun
long does it take
character.
to get through one filler arc, which felt like forever?
Yeah.
I will never forgive them for doing the Noah arc. I hated that arc.
Oh, that was terrible.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that
God, I
arc
freaking
It
hated
took
was
so
that.
long.
really bad.
I
I felt like
all
I
the
felt
Bible
like I was
puns.
being. It felt so like it's like, oh my god, when are we gonna get to the boss? When
All
are
the
they gonna
freaking
get there?
Bible puns in that game, that arc.
Oh, that was bad.
Exodius.
Yeah.
His arc was literally Noah's arc, which he was literally cheating throughout the entire duel. And you tell me the
Yeah.
Big Five can't win one single duel without cheating?
Joseph Wheeler, we're going to steal your life points and then your body.
Oh, guys, look. Oh, guys, look. Five-headed dragon. You know, if you just have a strong monster that is not light, you can still do damage regardless.
Oh, I hated that
Like
arc
five-headed
so
dragon,
bad.
really. Hey, guys, just pull out a hammer shot and you win. It says literally destroy the highest attack monster. Five-headed
Well,
dragon has 5,000 attack points. Boom, destroyed. Like, look, that's all we had to do. All it took was one spell card, or Rickeki, Dark Hole, and then they win. Yet they gotta act up as five-headed dragon's the most. Like, at the time, yes, at the time. But you could also one, use a trap card against him. Also use
Yeah.
backfire. Use backfire against him, and you still win. But for drama reasons, we gotta like this is gonna be a tough battle to win. And play the actual TG game. No, he's not. He's not that hard to defeat. Very easy.
I'm afraid I'm going to steal your life points, Joseph. What about that guy that was really obsessed with penguins?
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny. This is
Okay, this is the early days collection.
I'm gonna steal your soul.
Oh, very nice. Like Taya had the weakest deck out of all of them. You somehow made Joey look better, and she only won because plot point demands it. You gotta have Dark Magician because you have Dark Magician Girl. Yay!
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I remember these. I remember these.
What
Yeah,
a
with
great
Taya, it's
series.
so different because everybody knows who the dominant female is of that whole thing, and
Oh,
it's Mai. I mean, come on.
yeah. Come
I'm
on.
sorry. What they did to Mai is just sorry. No.
Oh, the
radio girls. They weren't really that good. Look, I like GX, but even then,
Move on, God damn it.
Dub was a little bit more sassy, which I like in the Japanese. But even then, after a while, it was like, come on, you
I mean,
it took till 5Ds to get a proper female character, which I actually liked.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, Miss
OD Maya
Rhodes.
Valentine herself.
I mean, my one duel I enjoyed was her and Joey in the
Yes.
what was the fourth? What was the fourth season? The one right after the Noah's Ark and the Battle City tournament. What was that? The Atlantis Arc. Rise of the Dragons.
That's the arc. I thought you were going to say it was Duelist Kingdom.
Well,
Duelist Kingdom. They had some good duels at Duelist Kingdom and everything. They had some good ones. And
you mean the season where the rules didn't count yet?
Yeah.
and then what Battle City happened, and then Awakening of the Dragons. Really good.
But Yugi was hot in the moon, and like he made the moon fall on the game and killed the castle monster and shit.
That will forever be funny. Just watching that moon fall right at
Or
top. Like,
no, you do not need to destroy Blue Eyes White Dragon 3 times. It's just one time, and that's it. I might fall. Like you. How? How would you fall? The game's fake.
Kaba was going to kill himself over a card game.
Brother, I won't save you because my precious dragon is more important than you.
Kaba was going to literally kill himself and throw himself off a cliff for a card game.
Even though he's an asshole. But seriously, Kaba does make Zane look better by comparison. Even though Zane is an asshole.
Oh God, I love Kaba. That's like my favorite character on that whole series.
Okay. Think about going the subject back to cosplay. One of my friends said that his cousin would come to conventions because he has a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and we both said, you know what, the perfect cosplayer he could do? He could literally do Kaiba. Just be Kaiba, walk around with a bunch of briefcase, and that would be perfect. But then when I do him or wants to do him, I can say, at least I don't lose to Yugi all the time.
Hey, did you see that one guy in that cosplay?
Rich boy has to play me.
Who was that he was cosplaying as? And he had a dual disc that could make a 3D Dark Magician appear with a projector screen on the dual disc. Did you see that?
I saw that on Instagram.
Dude, that was sick as shit.
That was sick. I'm like
a little tiny spinning. Yeah.
Like once they actually get the holograms working, I am really coming out of retirement for Yu-Gi-Oh.
I'm so playing.
I will dust off my deck and everything.
Have you guys?
Even if I'm 85 years old, I'll be like, hey, great grandkids, I'm still gonna beat your ass.
Yeah, they look at all of our old cards and we still win.
Have any of you guys watched that channel where these guys they duel each other, but they use like anime accurate cards and they actually use like 3D projections in the videos?
No, you have to put the link in. I gotta.
Well, there is also the Yu-Gi-Oh.
James.
All right.
What's up?
There is also the
black guys, but I can't think of their names.
There also is the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Celebrity Tournament, which they have the AI version of Trump, Obama, and other celebrities in there.
Yeah, Darth Vader, Dark Side.
That was funny.
Star-Lord.
That was funny.
Which one?
Kanye West.
Yeah.
You have Hillary Clinton.
Sorry, everybody, for the noise, by the way.
Nah, you're good, man. You're good.
All right, let's continue what Joker say about the AIs.
Ultrons. Yeah, you had Ultron.
Yeah.
They just did the loser bracket with Gordon Ramsay versus Darth Vader.
And Darth Vader had his
the proper deck he should have been using.
Yeah, the hamburger deck.
But even
hamburger deck.
Yeah,
I remember that card. I had that card. It was a ritual summon monster in Gen 1.
Start playing like Ash, Striker raids or like Ash or Telements, like just to either be part of the meta, and everyone goes like, "Really? You got to be that person?"
Yeah, because
I
know.
have a feeling our hentai goddess Donald J. Trump will defeat Ultron.
Yeah, it's a high chance.
Dude, that hamburger card was so funny. Hamburger recipe or something.
No, I have a better one. Instead, he'll defeat the Corporotron.
Yep.
Of course, ritual monsters was like a new thing even in Gen 1. I remember.
Yeah.
What was it? Yugi had
Blackluster Soldier. And then 5-headed Dragon Master Rider with Kaiba.
And then Pegasus had Relinquished. It was like a new thing, and then they picked it up in Gen 2, I believe.
Well, technically speaking, not really. Okay, so here's ritual monsters were rarely used in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Along with the fusions. It's when they did GX, the creator for Yu-Gi-Oh! He basically said that if you're going to do GX, we should really start using the fusion, since fusions are rarely used in the original Duel Monster series. So that's why we had more fusion archetypes. coming out. And
Yeah.
then 5D's whole gimmicks was synchros, Zexels, of course, overlay units, and then the later stuff has been like how you say their name?
Pendulum.
Pendulums to links.
Pendulum summon? Yeah.
Yeah, pendulum summons and then like links summoning. So
yeah,
I kind of
There
like
you
they
go.
all
Here's-
have their own different themes. So I'm like, yeah,
Here
that's
you go.
pretty cool.
Links in the background. Links in the
Yeah.
background for the channel for them
Okay.
guys.
Thank you.
Oh, it's really
speaking
funny.
of
I think
pendulum
they're also
summons, that is how my high school friend, we were dueling, and it's like I didn't care if like I was making sure that I'm like I was gonna win, but here's the thing: he had the most beautiful hand out there. I wish I got this photo of this so I can show you. But no, because of the pendulums, he got all 3 Egyptian gods out against me.
yeah.
But how did I win? I decked him out.
Oh my god.
Well, he also had the spell card where literally nothing would affect the god. So I'm like, oh my god. Here's the thing: I still ran Pyramid of Light, and I'm like, oh god, that's right. That doesn't. Even if I did use Pyramid of Light, they would still be protected. So I'm like, shit. So but by the luck of me, I survived one of the final attacks. So I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I survived this. I would have been slaughtered because I think Obelisk had 400. I think Slifer had 600. And then Ra maybe, I think it was 400. So I'm like, oh god, I would have been destroyed right then and there. But nope. That one card saved me. I'm like, oh my god. That was funny.
Yeah, these same guys, they duel with anime accurate duel cards.
Yeah.
I want a set of those actually. I would love a set of those. I don't know where you'd get them though.
The original dual disc. I remember cards being destroyed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those. I did see a cosplayer with a modified one. I don't know how he did it, Joker, and I really wish I had a photo, but I was so fixated on it. He had literally had like the little hologram like stuff and everything, to where he had literally the monster like levitating over the card and spinning in circular motion. I don't know how he did it, but that was really cool, like hologram and everything. And I'm like, it's almost a real thing. It's almost there. We were that close. That close.
You were saying, Herbert?
They've created an actual medical tricorder, at least research and development wise.
That is insane, actually, because we all thought years ago as kids we're never going to see this, but it is interesting how cosplayers are doing it, or YouTubers are doing it, but also the actual company Konami is investing into this tech. So sooner or later, that reality is becoming real. I think that just is pretty cool,
We probably won't get warp
Yeah, I can't
drives
wait.
in our lifetime.
That's the sad thing. Probably it'll take them a couple more decades to get it right, but even then, it'll be interesting.
And here's the downside with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early days collection. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monster 6 Expert 2 will be Japanese only, but you can enjoy the experience of that in Worldwide Edition Stairway to the Destined Duel.
Well, you kind of get the experience in virtual reality, but I mean, who has the money for that?
But the sad thing about virtual reality, it's still not quite there yet with the technology. I'm glad it's starting, but there's only been like a selection of games that have really wowed us with how VR can truly be implemented in a game. I still am going to say it. Half-Life Alyx is about as damn as close as going to get to right now. Because that is a damn good game.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm just saying, like, if all the Yu-Gi-Oh games gotta be there, like, the old ones that's in the very first one from 1998, and the capsule monster that we didn't have a chance to play for the Game Boy. But at least we're getting Dungeon Dice Monsters and Destiny Board Traveler in there as well.
Oh, I forgot about Destiny Board. Yeah.
Yeah. But hopefully, if you got the Switch version, we'll maybe try to do like a game session. Unless we all have PC versions, we'll play it like that. To be honest.
So that's like Pokemon. Like I keep saying, I want to play a Pokemon game where you don't just have to battle or nothing. You can go fishing or do contests or breed or other things besides battle and
The
gyms.
closest you got to this is at least Scarlet and Violet, but still the sad thing is it's Scarlet and Violet.
How are Scarlet and Violet? I kind of want to pick those up.
Joker, how do we tell him? How do
Well,
we?
I think the biggest problem with Scarlet and Violet has been I don't know exactly what's going on over there at Game Freak, Nintendo, or the Pokemon Company in general.
Do they even know?
No, I think they're just rushing things out to get to a new generation. I think this gen is my least favorite, but it's also been the more frustrating experience because the idea is here. Sadly, it was just a broken mess. It was a broken mess of a game.
Did they fix any of it?
I think you can definitely look up videos on like how the state of Scarlet and Violet were, but I think even as a longtime Pokemon fan, I think I stopped playing the games after Black and White 2, got back into Sun and Moon. I thought Sun and Moon was actually a pretty damn good game, actually. And I don't care what people say
with the
they're the weakest. I think they were pretty good games.
Is that the one? That the one with the Alolan region?
The Alolan, I actually like the Alolan region. I don't care.
That game had some promise. Yeah, I like that. That game had some promise.
Scarlet and Violet. Let's agree here, Joker. You and I, and many others, we really wanted to like that game. We really
I know
wanted to like it, but there were so many glaring issues to where it was too much.
And I think the problem is they changed up the formula enough, but they were still much holding on to the past. Like, I get it. It is an RPG, but I don't need well, again, I would like the battles to at least be faster. Even the older games, you got the option to remove all those texts, which is a good thing. They do speed up the battles, but at the same time, it just I don't know what it is over there. Just the crunch, the time. Something does need to fundamentally change. Not even just on the hardware standpoint, but fundamentally, Pokemon does need to change. And I think Outlaw's idea of there shouldn't just be follow the standard path. If they can improve upon Scarlet and Violet, do whatever you want. Doesn't matter if you have to be a Pokemon trainer. You can do all the the Pokemon contest or be a connoisseur or anything. I think that would be a really cool thing. Heck, even just the idea of just being a professor would be a cool idea. Give me a good hook with these games because
I mean,
the goal
look,
is to collect them all, but let me do something more than just that. I mean, there's only so many times I can do a battle frontier or do all the gyms again and then fight the villains at the end. I need something more. I need to do more.
Variety.
I need variety.
Is there any concrete evidence of what Gen 10 will be?
Well, it's gonna be more like the Californian region.
Is that the rumor right now?
Yeah.
Well, we've been to New York, so we've been to New York. We've been to that region beforehand, so we'll just be in the
Well,
capital.
more often I looked at. Here the thing is, more often I check the Unova region. It's more like NYC, the eastern part of New Jersey, and some parts of Long Island.
True. That was the Unova.
Yeah.
Unova. So again,
Yeah.
What about the Florida zone?
I think the information is still too young, but if they're doing California, I would like to see like more of that there will be blood style of California. I think that would be a cool setting actually.
You know what would be funny?
Style?
If you travel through long stretches of just burned out forests.
Oh yeah,
And half burned cities.
Mm-hmm.
At least that would be funny to me. I don't know.
Well, the whole premise of Pokemon is variety, right? Different varieties of Pokemon, different types. Yeah, you need a game that's got a lot of value to it, a lot of playable value to it outside of story mode and career and tournament mode. And that's the appeal, I think, of the franchise. Is you've got so many different paths that you could take besides gym battles. And it's just there. The potential's there. Honestly, I'm waiting on a modder to mod that into a game at some point.
And I think that's why I like Sun and Moon a lot. The gym battles were still there, but you had all the island trials. You can do anything you want, even the ultras editions. You got to do like surfing on a manatee. That was pretty cool actually. That was fun. Like I didn't have to always get on a ship or fly. I could literally surf to the next island while setting a high score. I think that was pretty fun to do. I like the ride system. No more TMs. I think that was a really great addition.
That's a good thing, you know.
And I think the franchise is definitely overdue for a big. Let's just get the fans what they want. Let's really look at that and make it fun again, like the early gens were. I still say my favorite gen was Gen 3 because I had Pokemon Emerald. Oh, such a great game.
The remake was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Omega Ruby Episode 5. I thought that was really good because I'm a Gen 3 kid, so I like them.
Oh, I'm Gen 1 and 2 and 3 all day.
Oh, I love Crystal. God, I love Crystal so much.
They kept the free flying in the game.
Oh, that would be fun.
I still say the Johto region is probably my all-time favorite region.
Oh, Johto. You gotta love the Johto region.
Didn't they bring it back?
First legendaries ever caught.
Let's Go Pikachu? How was that game?
Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. It is a remake. I thought it was fun. I thought that was fun for the most part.
Does it have the same story of Team Rocket or whatever?
Yes, it pretty much does.
Is
it's like
the
a remake.
Same story?
Pretty much the exact same story. Let's go Pokemon. It pretty much is the exact same storyline. So
I guess I wouldn't get that then. Unless in the next few months I go on a cruise.
I never understood the hate that Castform got because a Pokemon based on weather and everything was very interesting.
Oh my god.
Listen, I understand that imagination runs wild with Nintendo and Game Freak and all them. Car Keys Pokemon, really?
Or the garbage bag.
That was
or the garbage bag.
Garbage bag Pokemon.
That went way too far with me. I'm like, wait a minute.
Are you freaking getting a sandcastle Pokemon?
You're telling me literally lamps, keys, ice cream, trash. That was your limit?
Yeah.
Gen 4 was your limit. Really? Gen 5. Gen 5 was the limit.
I will never understand
Uh,
who thought Farke's
I
Pokemon
can
was a
see
good thing.
jokers trying to like puzzle that back. Like, wait a minute here.
Like Gen 5 was
I
your guys' limit.
We were
will
just
never.
baffled by it. We were
Who
just
thought
baffled by it.
Farke's Pokemon was okay?
Well, to be fair, when you have over at that time, like, was it over 600? God, an X, like in the hundreds of range. Obviously, a lot of designs are not going to be that great or unique. Even the original 151 Pokemon, some of them were a bit weaker than others, like Seal. Like, really?
Pikachu.
I
Was awesome.
mean, you're not wrong.
It was weak to me.
Okay.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean Doduo.
Mm-hmm.
Diglett.
Definitely the later generations got better. Like hell, that's why I keep saying
Yeah.
that when you see a Blaziken beat a Charizard, you're like, oh, especially when it's Ash's Charizard, when it finally learned some obedience. You're like, damn, the whole region's got some strong Pokemon over there. Like, I want to catch them all. That's how you know you had a good sign. And definitely, I will say some of the new designs for the new gens are kind of lacking, but even then, when I look at Gen 5, I'm like, you know, these weren't really that bad of a design. They were just like baffling, as we say. But I'm like, really, Gen 5 was the limit? I mean, look at all the bird Pokemon we had when we got to the Alola region.
Yeah.
I still I kind of lost a few brain cells when I went on a collection when I went to go capture all the unknown Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Throughout that whole
so how many games did you have to go through just to get them all?
I lost. It's been so long ago, Joker. I can't even remember. That's how bad it
Well,
was.
there's Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Crystal, so you need to have at least 3 of them to get them all. Because
Yep.
again, the whole point was trading, and they always limited on how many Pokemon were per game. So that was always the headache.
Yep, that was the headache, and me trying to find a few people to like trade with as well, because I actually traded some with just to get the other ones as well.
Yeah.
But I had to put up a lot of good Pokemon for trades and everything, because the thing with trades is people are very picky. They are very
Well,
picky.
nowadays we can get them pretty easily, but even then, some of them I remember
See,
back in the early days of Sun and Moon.
This is why the current generation of Pokemon fans should be grateful and not have to go through the crap that I went through.
Well, to me, some of them are asking for some legendary Pokemon for a weak trade. I'm like, you're not getting this. But unless you're me and you had a bunch of Eevees and was like, hey, can anyone trade for an Eevee? Because everybody likes Eevees. Everybody likes Eevees. So.
Unfortunately,
there
wasn't the payoff other than people be like,
but still,
we called the mental hospital for you to get your sanity back.
I don't think so. Like, was there a payoff? I don't remember. I don't think
I don't think there was. But if there was, then should have gotten it.
The actual payoff is going into that cave and then doing all the puzzles. So just to put them in the correct order. So then you got to explore underneath the museum. So that was about it. So.
I mean, I do like my Flareon.
Flareon. I actually almost met like all the Eevee cosplayers at one point. So
yeah,
I had this excellent group photo. And I'm like, wait, where's
you know
Flareon?
I like Tridentail or Argon or something like that.
Ooh, nice.
Powerful.
I've always been a fan of Umbreon, and I love Umbreon. Such a great design.
Take a few hits. What is your opinion, Bob.
I have nothing on the thing.
You're not into Pokemon?
I managed to avoid Pokemon most of the things. Like,
Yeah, back then
mine
I,
has always
I
been Rayquaza
back then
because
I stopped
I never
collecting
said
cards
the
until I got
Pokemon.
back to them.
It was awesome until you got to Drake.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a powerhouse team of evolutions on Pokemon Go. I had Vaporeon, Flareon, and Espeon. No,
Yeah.
Leafeon. And I always used them because they all covered the starter bases. In case I had to switch out. And then my game crashed.
And then the game.
I had a
that was the
shiny
worst school
Lapras
of
and
the
everything. Anime knows. I've got a screenshot of it. I had a shiny Lapras and everything. That was the coolest Pokemon I ever had.
Did you guys see all those leaks from Game Freak?
I think I did.
I'm still salty about it.
It was very interesting. I don't think I can talk about them on a live stream.
Yeah.
But these leaks are definitely getting a whole lot worse lately. Like the Switch 2 leaks, they were pretty much bad, and then it's like, oh, it's coming out. And I'm like, it would have been cool if they didn't leak them, or the Insomniac leak, which is like very much embarrassing on all fronts, especially when a lot of the more horrifying side is that it also had like all their information for the employees. So that was even worse. So it's like, how did you even get access to all of that? Is my question. And what was even the security system like? I'm like, that's just that is horrible.
A man who may not be half artillery kills an well, the Earthling and him kill each other. That's the nicest story I can think of that I've seen. The others involve, well, drugging and are knocking out women.
But I think the Game Freak leak I can't even explain is I can never ever look at Cyndaquil's third evolution ever again. Like,
Typhlosion.
Yeah.
Well, it's based off the Japanese mythology. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it was meant to be a reference. But looking at Cyndaquil, I'm like, I am never, ever going to evolve you to that final form. I'm either going to keep you in your cute little form or go to the second form. That's it.
I was laughing. I was laughing at the Typhlosion one. I'm like,
I was laughing too.
It was
but then now I'm thinking
It was
about it more, I'm like,
hysterically awesome too. It was like hysterically awesome because it's like I get what they were trying to go for, but man, they should have let that cook a little longer.
They hand wave. She was gone for like a year.
Well,
and her father just started looking.
It kind of reminds me of.
Speaking of another Pokemon,
Did you
what about
notice that?
What about? Yeah, I did notice that. What about Slugma? Slugma evolved into Cargo.
God.
Holy crap! So all I gotta do is walk over to a Slugma and put a shell on it, and it becomes Macargo.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. Get a slow
don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking Macargo here. It's a pretty cool Pokemon and everything, but it's hilarious.
You don't want to know, Bacon. You don't want to know.
It's the same thing with Slowbro or Slowpoke.
Oh
Get a
yeah,
shelter to bite its bill.
Yeah,
That's
because
always
how many?
been true,
I wonder
even
how
the
many
anime.
trainers, when they saw the Slowbro and everything, I wonder how many trainers grabbed their Slowpoke and went to the nearest body of water and dunked and used their tails and dunked in the water to to get Shelter to bite.
How did they get the
Jesus.
slow team?
And you know I'm not wrong because that I can literally see that happening. I can
Okay.
see that happening.
Yeah,
That's how
to get
bad
the
it
slow
is.
king, you needed that crown, and then they
Oh,
sheltered to fight it.
oh, Slow King. That one was more
Yeah.
difficult to get than needed to be.
And
Well,
I'm
at
gonna be
least.
honest.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with Shelter. If let's say this, if they remove the Shelter out of the tail, I want to see its other forms. Like I'm not sure what will be and how will work that type of Shelter.
So is
Oh,
a shell? So is Slowbro and Slow King, is the Shelter still alive?
Yeah.
that's a good question, actually.
You conking out there? You conking out there, Bob?
Yeah, I'm just.
Even though there's two versions of Slowbros, because there's like a Galarian Slowbro and a Galarian Slow King, of course.
Mhm.
Because like think about it, the Galarian Slowpoke has an arm cannon. Now Slowbro has an arm cannon.
You know, I will say this. I give massive credit to the Gen 3 Pokemon because that tag team battle concept, that was really cool. Get two of your best Pokemon and everything, and it worked. It
Although
worked.
those gym leaders were terrible.
Oh god, Tate and
In the middle
Liza.
of
Oh
the
my
thing
god.
with
I
the
I
Gyarados
I
and
went in
stuff.
there. I went in there and I completely destroyed them with Swampert and Ampharos. I literally went in there and destroyed them. I had a very solid team back in the day. I had a very solid team.
I did not. And I
Technically, it
barely
doesn't
won.
matter. You can, in theory, brute force all the gyms.
What were you about to say, Joker?
I did not have a good team back in the day, I think. The first Pokemon I chose was a Trico, and then I'm trying to remember exactly how many I had. So I
Well,
think at the end it came down to a couple of the better ones I had, and then one fainted. Then I had a Gyarados left. I'm like, all right, bring you out. And then almost every turn I had to keep reviving Gyarados because he had some moves left I could weaken them. And then it's like I win with the Surf at the end. I'm like, oh my god. Like, I'm just glad that thing connected and then it hit.
The team I had, was Ampharos, Metagross, Reggie Rock.
Metagross is powerful.
I had Regirock. And who else was there? There was Swampert
and Motocross.
and oh dear, who else was there?
I've had to fight that thing.
So many
far
good
too many
ones.
times.
Oh, Groudon. I was ready. I had some legendaries with me, but I mainly used my brute force. I usually save the legendaries if I really need to, but I trusted my upfront team to do it. Ampharos with Thunder Punch. Class right there. I don't get why. I just never understood. I would have loved to have seen the tag team battle at the Elite Four. Like at least one of the members, at least have a tag team battle at least, because that would be the true test right there.
Some of those Pokemon in their third forms and were powerful. If you got them right, trained them right.
Definitely.
I remember I remember Whalmer evolving into Whale Lord.
God. I couldn't stand Pelipper. I hate that Pokemon with a passion.
Wait, are you
Pelipper.
talking about Wailord and Skitty?
Yeah, Whale Lord
Skitty.
and Skinny was adorable, but
God,
over
I
the
hate
I
Skitty.
God,
Somehow they could breed, apparently,
No, I
at
hate
least in the
Skitty.
early ones.
Here's my theory. I
I hate
think it was
Skitty.
leftover code that they forgot to remove, and then it's like that's my theory, at least.
I hate Skitty. I hate Purloin. I hate all the cat Pokemon. The fucking
I like
Meowth
Skitty.
and Persian.
Maybe I should challenge you with my Skitty, my perfect level 100 Skitty, and
Oh my
destroy
god.
your team.
Oh my god.
And it's nothing but Skitties.
Hey,
And one of them
you
is
gotta
named
admit,
Venus.
Joker is very dedicated. He is
Hey.
to have a level 100 Skitty. That I gotta put respect on that.
Look, it's not the most insane thing I've ever heard. I've heard of level 100 Rattatas before.
Yep.
That doesn't really do much, does it?
No,
You
you get some bragging rights about it.
How about? Oh, wait.
you-
I will raise. I see your Rattata, but I will raise you a level 100 Caterpie.
Oh
What
my
are level
god.
100
A
Magikarp?
Metapod. A Metapod.
Oh,
All right, then. I'll raise you.
You
I'll
know
raise
a
you even better.
Metapod won't.
Level 100 Pidgey.
What
Could you?
about level 100 Magikarp?
Yeah,
level
Magic-
100
Oh, dear
Pidgey,
God.
and he level 100 Pidgey, and he literally learns what is it? Something besides peck.
Fly.
He learns
Growl
something else like
ticketed.
fly.
Anime.
Oh my god.
What about level 100 Magikarp?
Oh my
Yep,
god.
not evolving to Gyarados.
Actually, teaching a Magikarp of the move Surf is quintessentially hilarious. It's just like, oh, you got a Magikarp. Oh, what are you gonna do when it summons like a huge tidal wave and everything? It's like, oh, well then.
Was it James in the original that found the golden Magikarp? In that?
No, he was scammed out of his money for it.
Yeah, he was scammed his money out for it because
Yeah.
Meowth scratched it and it was fake. And he had
I remember that
yeah.
review. Oh, James was fuming. I have never seen him that
Oh, I remember
angry.
that, yeah.
And then it turned
Well,
into a
one
Gyarados and kicked their ass.
And it's just like Ryan Reynolds' Pikachu said, one good kick will evolve into Gyarados. In my head, I saw that differently.
Yeah, James always
So I'm
had
glad
a
they
knack.
made a reference to that.
James always had a knack.
They retired them all for a
These are
new
good
show.
Yeah.
I think
do like
Ash
the new show.
finally won
Good, actually.
after 25 years.
I actually
And he
like
finally
James's
became the
backstory.
master.
I actually do like James's backstory.
Now
He had a good backstory. I feel like that's the guy.
I
do
do
wonder-
wish. Oh, go ahead, Kermit.
Actually, I can't say what I do wonder. Not on a live stream.
That's okay.
It's about what some of the females that Ash has encountered over the traveled with.
Well, I mean, Ash is retarded, or stupid. Sorry.
Well, Ash, you let the best girl get away, which is Dawn. Fight me.
I really wish. The one thing I really wish they never dropped was the GS ball. That thing was really cool.
Yeah.
Imagine walking.
That
Imagine.
was tied to the Celebi event.
Yes. Because I think we all figured it was either a legendary. People thought it was Celebi that's inside of it, but then it's like nothing really happened out of that.
They figured.
Imagine Ash walking in. Imagine Ash walking in after being told what it
Was
was.
it-
And then he sees Gary. And he sees Gary. And he pulls out the GS ball and throws it up in the air. And out pops that legendary.
Even for
Did
Gary,
it not
that's
hatch
too low.
into a Larvitar?
No, that was from an egg that he won.
GS
Oh,
ball.
okay.
The GS ball, I think, was covered in the anime, wasn't it?
Yes, the
Not the
GS ball was
game.
covered in
It was the plot armor for
the Slowbroke episode.
or it was the plot for the Orange
The first
Islands,
half.
wasn't it?
I love the making of the Pokeballs from the trees and everything. I
Pretty
thought
cool,
that was actually ingenious, and I wish they did. I wish we saw that concept again. I wish they.
Did they ever tell how
Because
they actually made the ball?
I think
so.
I think
for the most part.
But I
Like
love that
so.
concept enough that I wish because you could do so much with that concept and everything. Like they already established it there, but you could build it from there and everything. Because I love that idea. It's not outside the realms of the reality of Pokemon. It's not outside. It's actually a nice way to make things look cooler. And they did. We had the moon ball, we had the dusk ball, we had the love ball, and
I
the
like
quick
how-
ball and everything.
I like how
Friendship ball,
I like
Master
how
Ball.
Team Rocket isn't very good at disguises always, but Ash and his friends never notice that.
Ash is. Did I mention that Ash is R word?
Plot armor a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think my favorite Pokeball is in the Pokemon Forever movie when you see the very old school Pokeball that has Charmeleon by young Professor Oak. That design is actually pretty cool. I'm like, you never see that again. It's only in the movie.
That's so
one.
sad.
It comes out.
I wish they would bring.
wanna
I wish
hear
they would do
something-
that for the anniversary. Like I wish they would release that for the anniversary.
You want to hear some? You want to hear why he left? So Ash's mom and Professor Oak could hook up. or
I've
the
heard
Mr.
that. I've
Mime.
heard that. I've heard that.
I
before.
also heard another theory that Mr. Mime was banging Ash's mom. That's why he was there all the time. Like every
Mr.
time he
Mime
calls,
time.
and believe me, Mr. Mime looks like a Hollywood horror villain. I swear, the way he smiles and everything.
Here's the
That
question.
Do you notice that she's only wearing her top? It shows her top, never her full body. There might be some merit to that.
Anyway, here's the question.
Pokemon anime.
If her and Mr. Mime are doing mime crime time, are they technically engaging in bestiality or pokeality?
No, because
Probably both.
No,
because people can apparently breed with Pokemon.
Are
Well,
Pokemon
that was in
technically
black and
animals?
white, so to be fair, he's not wrong.
Are they technically animals?
Well, then
Because,
again,
I mean,
you
there
have to
have
ask
been a
the
lot of.
question, what do they eat in this world? You see a lot of sweets, but then Brock mentions a
They eat
building
meat.
like
They eat Pokemon.
Oh, look at these jelly donuts right here. Look at these jelly donuts.
It's a rice cake.
They
I love
eat
that.
Pokemon.
It's a kid's
Listen to
cartoon.
me.
Nobody cares.
There's
Yeah.
Listen to me. That
You
that
guys
episode pisses me
realize
off
there's
more
Moo
than
Milk.
that episode pisses me off more than anything about that whole show because Ash
or
is doing
the
that.
or the
Look,
giant rice ball or the giant rice ball rolling down
Listen,
the hill and
dude,
Ash's arm is
look.
like, this is a sandwich.
look, Ash caught a freaking primate, and this stupid motherfucker only keeps it what 1 or 2 episodes. One of the strongest
no,
Pokemon he gets on
he
his
catches a
in Gen
Mankey
1.
first, then it evolves
Yeah.
into a primate,
Right. And
disobeys.
so, what does he do? What does Ash always do? Gives his Pokemon away or releases them.
Or put it back to the lab.
He's got a train with my boxing league. Fuck out of here, bro. I caught that.
Well, to be fair, even the primate, when it evolved into a primate, it always hated Ash, so I don't blame it. But again, as the narration says, just when they're finally getting along, they say goodbye. Which
I mean,
I like to say, to be fair, for Pokemon Journeys, at least you get to see where Pidgeot is now with his family. So that was nice. But you also have to say, where's Primate? That's a tie-in arc that you needed to finish, but we never see that.
They
Even in
it.
even with
look,
They
Primate, remember the guy
it.
was a boxer, so we need to finish. So you never see him again. But Ampipom, there was no excuse for Ampipom because
Joker.
Sorry.
you're not wrong.
it.
You're not wrong. Oh, I've seen them sick Facebook Pokemon videos where the people slice them up like sushi and stuff. I hate that crap.
I hate that crap too.
They
cut them up like a dish.
Hold on. There is Pokemon entries that say that they eat Pokemon.
I mean, that's true.
Lapras
But Primates is scary.
Lapras is almost extinct for several generations because he is poached so badly.
Primates, when you stare in his eyes, he chases you forever. That's kind of scary. That's pretty scary. I mean, Ash did look him in the eyes.
Yeah, but for Ampipom, like there was no excuse not to show Ampipom again because he lives in the Kanto region. He knows where Vermilion City is. That's all you gotta do. Go over there and see your Pokemon again. And they never do it. I'm like, but there's also Pokemon that they never bring back, like Charizard or his.
They bring Charizard back every now and then.
But they always make him weaker to the new generation.
Butterfree?
Yeah.
You never see. I don't think you see Butterfree
Don't
again.
get me started. Well, technically speaking, you do see Butterfree. It's in a still image. It's at the very end, though. So it's like, okay, it's in the montage. I'll give them props for that. We do see Butterfree again. Close.
Charizard is the one.
How would Ash even find Butterfree?
I don't know how he found Butterfree again, but
No,
in a
but
still
how would
image,
he again find him? Because he's in the wild. He doesn't know where he wanders off to.
it's also in a montage. So I don't know how he found it again, but you can say it was the migration period. So we'll give it that. We'll give it that. Benefit of the doubt.
Ash, you and your freaking Pokemon going to train and be better Pokemon.
What I always dislike about it, every season he's like, I gotta get a new team. I understand that, but some of your team is actually, when you put them together, they can be unstoppable.
And Ash is very good at adapting to any strategy and coming up with strategies on the fly that usually work.
Yeah, I mean, he does think outside the box. I mean,
but also you have a level, was it 80, 90 Pikachu? Yet in 2 attacks, it'll be destroyed.
Pikachu.
No, but you get my point, though.
I know
right?
Pikachu's like, yeah, I got this, and then
What was that? What was that episode that everybody makes fun of where Pikachu gets on? Was it Talo? And he turns into like a golden electric bird attack thing with Pikachu riding on it.
Yeah, I think so.
He freaking attacks his opponent with. I was so done with that, man. Like, get out of my face.
But
I will say
a normal flying top can't freaking.
I will say this:
Pikachu's
been losing weight since the very first season.
Oh my god,
You
Pikachu's
know
like a
how fat
muscle
he
mouse
was?
now.
He's
was like Mighty
he
Mouse
was
now.
chunky. He was chunky back in the day.
He's like a freaking Mighty Mouse now.
There's a theory that one of the many Pikachus that used used to power the Pokemon Center just switched with that other Pikachu. I mean, would they notice?
Oh my god.
So wait a second, you're telling me Team Rocket's been going after the wrong Pikachu for many different years, and Ash doesn't realize the Pikachu that saved his life is
they all look the
like
same.
You son of a bitch, you left me. No wonder why he leads Pokemon.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
But then again, what tail was it though? What tail was it though? Was it male or female?
I have a better scenario. He wakes up in the Pokemon. He wakes up from the Pokemon Center, and there's a small figure with a top hat and a little trench coat, and it's revealed it's the Pikachu. And then it shocks him to death.
Well, the other theory is the Ash has been asleep theory. Is that he's been stuck in the coma theory for?
No, but wouldn't that be funny? Though?
I've heard that too.
No, but wouldn't that my theory be a little bit funny?
I think that would be funny for your theory. But the coma theory does somewhat make sense because there's always these new people, always these different regions with their interesting and fascinating take on Pokemon and why he never ages past 10.
Actually, he looks like he gets older in the series.
Some seasons he's a bit older. But Black and White, they kind of rebooted him back a bit too much.
No,
because he was much taller at the end of Battle Frontier, but then Black and White, he's not even taller than the main girl.
But like I said, that my theory would be funny, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Ash's 95 level Pikachu gets knocked out by like a level 5 Pokemon.
Oh, Snivy, I know that was funny. You're telling me Pikachu.
But
can't take down Snivy.
Ash doesn't usually win
oh my god.
gym badges the normal way. He does it because he does something stupid. Because Team Rocket does something stupid and he saves Pikachu in some weird way.
Oh my god.
I don't think all the episodes I saw it went like that. I don't know why they chose the middle of the battle to steal it.
Pikachu, man. God, that's such a funny Pokemon. He breaks the ketchup bottle and he gets pissed off.
Sorry, Pikachu, out of food, buddy.
He likes his ketchup bottle.
What's up, John? Oh man, this was a hilarious second.
All right, I gotta go to bed.
All right, have a good night.
Oh, Joker. I'll keep you posted about what's going on after this Thursday. Okay.
All right.
Oh, you fixing to shut down anime?
Yeah, most likely. But we could end it off on a high. We're gonna end up on a fun note. That's about back. Oh, hey, I was wondering what happened. I was like, oh my god,
yeah.
But I think my theory is funny.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was a good laugh. But so far this episode has been really good.
That's pretty good. Pretty fun.
I'm ready for episode 100. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and we have a lot in store right now, and hopefully things do go better. Whoa, holy hell! And Carmen, I got you right there.
I was just drinking. I don't know what happened.
Well, it was it was interfering with like that right there. Hang on 1 second.
All right, guys. I'm gonna take off. Appreciate it.
Bye.
I appreciate you, MGTOW.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, later.
Later.
What was your question, Kermit? I'm so sorry.
Are you absolutely sure it's me, though?
Your mic is rubbing against something. I don't know what it is.
Shouldn't be. I have to do this to talk sometimes.
That's okay. That's okay. You're good. You're good, Kermit. No
Because
trouble
I
or
can't get
anything.
a word in edgewise.
hmm Kermit, did you have a good time tonight?
Yes, better than last time.
Good. Shiny, how about you? Did you have a good time?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Things are gonna be better from here on out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm talking to a friend of mine that he could show me the prize for my giveaway. For my giveaway donation. Cause look, I'm gonna tell you this. It's gonna be a Pokemon booster pack box, but it's in Korean.
Ooh, that'll get some viewers going.
And also, along with it, it's gonna be a Naruto CCG box.
Nice.
So, I want to make fair for both anime fans and Pokemon fans, I'm just saying.
And when we do we do the the Dungeons and Dragons thing, if whenever that is, I
Yeah.
already thought up of some ideas in the shower.
hmm So, any final thoughts before we head out?
That was my stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
I might have been
Nothing
being
much
weird.
since I'm about to go to bed.
I might have been weird about that, but
Nah, you're good. We appreciate the honesty.
about me thinking up ideas in the shower, that's a little bit weird to say.
Actually, it's not weird because remember, Walt Disney and his assistant had a literally 1,000 hats in their closets. They wore each one until an idea can be formed to beat writer's block. So it's not entirely. Everybody has their way of like
Yeah.
trying to get the creative flow going in their head with all the ideas and everything. So you're completely fine, Kermit. You are completely fine.
I don't know what race I'd be, but I
But
figured
with that said, this has been a fantastic episode. I'm ready for episode 100. We have so much planned for that.
I might
I
even come
already
in a little
posted the
bit.
schedule out and everything. The schedule's going out.
Yeah.
Stay
Is
tuned.
it alright if I come in
Remember,
a little
everybody,
bit?
All right,
be
Kermit.
safe. We love you all.
Yeah, be safe.
Good
And stay
night.
away from
Hold
drama,
on 1
people.
second.
That's
Hold
all I
on,
gotta
hold on.
say, people. Stay away from drama. Don't talk about drama. And try to be positive, people.
Do you think it'll be alright if I come in for the 100th stream a little bit at least?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was your question? I was having a bit of audio issue.
Do you think I could come in at least a little while for the 100?
I encourage everybody to be. I encourage everybody to at least make some form of there. I appreciate that. But anyway, though, check out everybody's channels. Check out everybody's content. We are gonna get out of here. So,
Yeah.
thank you to everybody for showing up.
Alright.
Alrighty, let's see. Me and